Chapter 1. Chen Qun and the Block Meridians. In the deep of autumn, at the Earl's residence in Nanjing during the dead of night, a young man named Chen Qun, aged merely 18, gently set down his book and murmured to himself, "I wonder if I could defeat those lofty, innate warriors." Had anyone overheard Chen Qun's musings, he would undoubtedly have been the subject of ridicule. Known as a notorious failure, he had suffered from obstructed meridians since childhood. His father, the esteemed General Hu Hui, had gone to great lengths to restore his son's condition. Spending lavishly, he summoned the imperial physicians from the royal city of Yanjing to treat him. Yet the result remained disheartening. Chen Qun's innate meridians were blocked, rendering him incapable of martial cultivation, with no cure in sight. In an era where martial prowess was held in the highest regard, and particularly for the offspring of generals, it seemed fate had destined Chen Qun to endure disdain from others. Yet life is full of unexpected turns. Although he had faced constant derision, Chen Qun refused to succumb to despair. Instead, he diligently resolved to become the preeminent scholar of the great Han dynasty. If he could not rise as a great general, then he would aspire to be a chancellor capable of governing the nation through his intellect. The heart of a parent is full of compassion. Driven by Chen Qun's aspirations, his father, a rugged warrior, gathered a significant collection of books for him within just a few years. Be it texts from the common folk or official volumes, anything inscribed with words was amassed in considerable quantities. This peculiar endeavor became the butt of jokes, for it was absurd for a rough soldier to shun military affairs and delve into literary pursuits. Chen Qun's grandfather, a duke residing far away in Yanjing, was incensed, nearly issuing an edict to strip his son of his title and banish him from the family home due to this folly. Amidst the towering stacks of books, Chen Qun grew up. As fortune and misfortune are often intertwined, 3 years prior, he stumbled upon a mysterious text that left him astounded. He suspected it to be an ancient manual on cultivation, yet he remained uncertain whether cultivators truly existed or if it was merely a work of fiction. Determined not to let this opportunity slip by, Chen Qun resolved to explore whether, despite not being able to practice martial arts, he could engage in the path of cultivation himself. Furthermore, he sought to validate the legends surrounding these practitioners. With the vast knowledge gleaned from his extensive reading, Chen Qun far surpassed his father's understanding. In fact, few could rival him in knowledge throughout the great Han dynasty. Over the next 3 years, he diligently practiced the breathing techniques outlined in the nameless book. Eventually, he became certain of the existence of genuine cultivators. Though the book did not provide any explicit martial techniques, its methods of breathing and meditation heightened his sensitivity to the world around him. His speed and strength progressed at an astonishing rate. He meticulously analyzed his own limitations despite lacking any martial skills. He believed that in a straightforward fight, his father, a peak postnatal martial artist, would not last beyond 10 exchanges against him. His father, despite the strength derived from his internal power, seemed unable to match Chen Qun's burgeoning physical might. If Chen Qun chose to launch a sneak attack, he was confident a single strike would easily overpower his father. However, Chen Qun had never witnessed the prowess of an innate warrior, leaving him unable to gauge whether he could truly defeat one. Weary now, he sought solace from his thoughts. For the next day, he would accompany his father, General Chen Xiaolei, along with his elder brother Chen Feng and younger brother Chen Chong, to hunt in the Sunset Mountain Range. In the eyes of others, Chen Qun would merely be seen as a burden on this expedition. Based on their understanding of him, it was doubtful he would even be able to draw a bow for hunting in the vast Sunset Mountains. As night deepened, Chen Qun entered a meditative state, following the sitting and breathing methods outlined in the nameless tome, easing into slumber. The following day, the sound of drums reverberated violently across the training grounds. A battalion of elite soldiers stood in perfect formation, with the trio of father and sons exuding an imposing presence. Yet the troops remained still, betraying an unusual suspense. "Younger brother has not yet arrived," Chen Chong whispered to Chen Feng. "Do you think he merely overslept and forgot about the hunt?" Before Chen Feng could respond, their father, General Chen Xiaolei, furrowed his brows with a frown. Then, with a booming voice, he barked at the drummer, "Continue to sound the war drums loudly." The drummer, on the verge of tears, internally lamented, "We have been drumming for a quarter of an hour already. Why don't we get moving?" At that moment, a figure clad in an elegant robe strolled toward them, muttering to himself, "What is the matter with this drummer today? He has been beating the drums for ages. What does he hope to accomplish?" This figure was none other than Chen Qun, utterly oblivious to the fact that he had misremembered the time of departure. His father, wishing for him to understand that everyone had assembled, had insisted on the incessant drumming to signal that it was time to set off. Chapter 2. The hunting incident. A few days later, a well-organized army arrived at the edge of the setting sun mountains. This army was none other than the troops of Chen Qun and his companions. Upon entering the setting sun mountains, Chen Xiaolei addressed the three Chen brothers, saying, "Our military families have a tradition of hunting each year. We must not forget our roots. Fenger, Chonger, each of you shall lead a contingent of our personal guards to hunt separately. Remember, do not venture more than 50 miles into the mountains. Kuner, you shall accompany me." Chen Qun scratched his head and replied, "I think I'll stick with my third brother. I fear that in his youthful exuberance, he may recklessly plunge deeper into the mountains." Chen Xiaolei glanced at Chen Chong, then at Chen Qun, ultimately nodding in agreement that he recognized Chen Chong's arrogance and found Chen Qun's concern quite reasonable. Yet, Chen Chong possessed the talent to be arrogant that at the tender age of 16. He had already attained the mid-stage of a postnatal martial artist, surpassing his elder brother's cultivation level. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a genius among geniuses. Though his temperament lacked the requisite maturity, Chen Xiaolei's second son, Chen Qun, was steady in character but unfortunately unable to cultivate. Sighing inwardly, Chen Xiaolei thought, I can at least rest easy knowing they are together." Thus, he allocated half of his personal guards to the two brothers. And so, carefree and light-hearted, Chen Chong began the hunt, protecting Chen Qun. "Second brother, look, I've shot a wild boar. Second brother, look, I've shot a tiger." Chen Chong boasted excitedly. Chen Qun, disturbed by his exuberant younger brother, found his enjoyment of the scenery utterly diminished. Nevertheless, his lively brother indeed possessed skill. The entire team had amassed a bountiful harvest in just one day. As dusk approached, Chen Qun turned to Chen Chong and said, "We must return to reunite with father and eldest brother. We cannot venture deeper." Chen Chong's face was filled with reluctance. Mischievously, he replied, "I'll just take one last shot at prey before we head back." Chen Qun, with no choice but to acquiesce, found it strange that after wandering for quite some time, they had not encountered another beast, that he then said to Chen Chong, "Heaven has its compassion. You've hunted enough, that it seems the heavens do not wish for you to take more lives today. Let us return, it is already dark." Chen Chong, with no other option, nodded reluctantly, adding, "Very well, I suppose we have enough to report back." However, just as they prepared to return, Chen Qun sensed a hint of impending danger. With a sudden scream, a soldier fell to the ground in an instant. They then caught sight of a small, fiery figure darting past, followed by soldiers collapsing one after another. With keen eyes, Chen Qun recognized that fiery little creature as a first-tier demon beast, the fire fox. Its strength was comparable to that of an innate martial artist. "This is bad. That is a first-tier demon beast, the fire fox," Chen Qun shouted, his heart pounding with alarm. According to records, even a mere first-tier demon beast was beyond the capabilities of their group. The distinction between demon beasts and wild animals was vast. Wild animals were merely ordinary creatures that could be hunted by humans, while demon beasts had begun to cultivate, possessing the strength of an early innate martial artist. Even at the first tier, Chen Qun was aghast and Chen Chong was equally taken aback. Chen Chong, lacking the cultivation to confront the fire fox, would surely meet his demise. Conversely, while Chen Qun had the strength, he had never engaged in combat. At that moment, the fire fox suddenly charged at Chen Chong. Chen Qun immediately pushed Chen Chong aside, but he himself was unable to evade in time and was scratched by the fire fox. Chen Qun fell to the ground in an instant. Through this encounter with the fire fox, he realized the significant disparity in speed between him and an innate-level martial artist. After all, the first-tier demon beast. The fire fox was equivalent to an early innate martial artist. Given the fire fox's astonishing speed, it was certain that an innate martial artist would not be much slower. Unbeknownst to Chen Qun, the fire fox was renowned for its speed. Even innate peak martial artists would hesitate to claim superiority in swiftness. Upon seeing Chen Qun fall, Chen Qun's eyes turned red with fury, and he rushed at the firefox with his sword in hand. This reckless act was tantamount to courting death, for Chen Qun's abilities were woefully inadequate compared to the first-tier firefox. A flicker of panic crossed Chen Qun's gaze. With no other recourse, he grasped a nearby stone in a moment of desperation. Drawing upon the spiritual energy he had cultivated from an unnamed book, he hurled the stone at the firefox's head. Unfortunately, his aim faltered, and the stone struck the firefox's body instead. The firefox yelped in pain, as a demon beast. It possessed a degree of intelligence. Recognizing the threat posed by the stone's impact, the firefox dared not linger and swiftly darted into the dense forest of the mountains as Chen Qun and the others witnessed the firefox fleeing at such speed. They felt a profound sense of having narrowly escaped a calamity. However, their attention was entirely focused on the retreating figure of the firefox, and none noticed that it was Chen Qun who had thrown the stone. To conceal his identity, Chen Qun pretended to address the distant air, saying, "Chen Qun expresses his gratitude to the esteemed elder for saving our lives. I humbly request to meet you." Yet, the so-called elder could not possibly reveal themselves. After quickly tending to the injured soldiers, the group wasted no time and hurried back to reunite with Chen Xiaolei. "What? You encountered a firefox?" Chen Xiaolei was both astonished and relieved. He was shocked that his two sons had encountered a firefox, yet grateful that they had survived, that he knew all too well that even he would face dire consequences if he confronted a first-tier demon beast. Should it have been a tricky, speed-oriented demon beast like the firefox, survival would have been nearly impossible. Chen Xiaolei was certain that the one who saved his two sons must be a martial artist of mid-innate stage or higher. However, with the elder unwilling to reveal themselves, there was nothing he could do. Nonetheless, he felt a profound sense of relief. After comforting his frightened sons, he resolved to conclude the hunting expedition at dawn and return home. Such a fright was beyond what ordinary people could bear. Upon returning to the Earl's residence, Chen Qun reflected on the moment he encountered the firefox, feeling utterly flustered. This experience ignited within him a pressing desire to rapidly enhance his practical combat abilities. Based on his comparison of speeds with the firefox, he assessed his cultivation level to lie between the peak postnatal stage and the innate stage. Yet, Chen Qun remained unaware that through years of secret training, the purity of the power within him was nearing the equivalent of the innate peak. He simply lacked the ability to wield it. Following this brush with danger, he realized that apart from using his body and fists, he was inept in all other respects. Should he face danger again, relying solely on physical strength and punches would easily expose his secrets that if his secrets were revealed, he would be at a loss as to how to explain the situation. He could never divulge to anyone that he possessed a cultivation manual. The principle of a common man is innocent, but possessing treasure is a crime was well understood by the well-read Chen Qun. If his secret were to leak, it would undoubtedly attract many individuals seeking to seize his cultivation manual, even to the extent of murder to silence him. Should such a calamity arise, it would spell disaster for the entire Earl General's estate, resulting in a bloodbath over a mere cultivation manual, which could incite formidable forces to come at any cost. As Chen Qun pondered this dilemma, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. He recalled the moment he used a stone to attack the firefox. However, throwing stones with his arm was still quite conspicuous. Thus, he considered practicing to launch stones using his fingers instead. Chapter 3. Chen Qun's rigorous training in Nanjing City, within the Earl's estate. The stones in Chen Qun's small courtyard flew incessantly. Fortunately, few visitors came to check on him over the past few days, allowing him to practice without attracting attention. The inhabitants of the Earl's estate were well aware that Chen Qun, the second son, spent his days solely immersed in his studies. Even his parents and brothers refrained from disturbing him, understanding that he could not cultivate and thus sought enjoyment solely through books. Consequently, his small courtyard remained undisturbed. No good. My aim still needs improvement. I must work harder. Chen Qun muttered to himself that in the past several days, he had been practicing tirelessly day and night. Unbeknownst to him, time had passed, and as he observed the branches pierced by stones, a giddy smile spread across his face that he exhaled deeply, relieved to have finally grasped the technique of accurately launching stones. His fingers were thoroughly numb from exertion. Now that he had managed to achieve a semblance of precision in his stone launching, he sought to find a martial artist to help him hone his combat skills. However, he wished to enrich his practical experience without revealing his secrets. Faced with such contradictory thoughts, he found himself at a loss for a suitable solution. Thus, feeling somewhat troubled, Chen Qun resolved to step outside for a breath of fresh air. After all, he had been practicing his finger-flicking skills to launch pebbles for quite some time, without stepping beyond the confines of the Earl's estate. Soon after, Chen Qun strolled along the bustling streets of Nanjing, observing the ebb and flow of merchants and passers, but he contemplated how he could hone his skills in a manner that served dual purposes. Excellent! At that moment, Chen Qun heard a chorus of cheers emanating from a distance. Instinctively, he made his way towards the source of the applause that as he approached, he discovered a group of street performers showcasing a mesmerizing face-changing act. The swift transitions between white, black, and red masks were not only rapid but utterly enchanting. Chen Qun was unable to catch a glimpse of the performers' true faces. The crowd, captivated by such remarkable talent, erupted into sporadic cheers, occasionally tossing coins as offerings to the performers. Chen Qun fixated on the constantly shifting masks, and a spark of inspiration ignited within him that he then turned and departed, before leaving. He tossed a silver ingot as a reward for the performing artist. The clink of the ingot hitting the ground drew gasps of astonishment, for such a generous gesture was indeed extraordinary. Unperturbed by the thoughts of others, Chen Qun hastened to a general store, selecting a black cloak and a painted mask that he quickly made his exit. Upon returning to the Earl's estate, he donned the purchased black cloak and mask, transforming his appearance until he could hardly recognize himself in the mirror. Satisfied, he nodded in approval. The following day, a most unexpected visitor arrived at the gates of the Yang Martial Arts Hall in Nanjing. Cloaked in black and adorned with a painted mask, this enigmatic figure was left with only two visible eyes. Upon arrival, the visitor rasped to the hall's attendant. "I have heard of your esteemed Master Yang's profound skills, and I have come to pay my respects. Please summon Master Yang so that we may engage in a friendly spar." The attendant immediately recognized the intent of the visitor. Understanding this was a challenge to the hall. He hurried inside to relay the message. Shortly thereafter, the formidable Master Yang emerged, flanked by his entourage, brimming with indignation. "Who dares to challenge me, Yang?" he demanded. Observing the aura radiating from Master Yang, Chen Qun discerned that he was likely a beginner in the postnatal stage of martial arts. Note, the ranks of martial artists are classified as follows: beginner, intermediate, advanced, postnatal, innate, martial sage, and a legendary martial god. Chen Qun replied, "Master Yang, since I have dared to come here, it is evident that I possess a measure of courage. Let us dispense with idle chatter and settle this with action." He had no desire to engage in frivolous conversation with this master, as he was here to test and refine his skills, not to waste time. Moreover, the more he spoke, the greater the risk of revealing his identity. Yang, incensed by Chen Qun's disdain, retorted, "If this friend is so insistent, then I shall not hold back." With that, he launched a flurry of attacks aimed at Chen Qun's face. However, Chen Qun effortlessly evaded every strike. After dozens of exchanges, Yang had yet to graze the hem of Chen Qun's garment. The more Yang fought, the more alarmed he became, while Chen Qun found Yang's speed woefully inadequate. In fact, it had slowed to the point where he need only instinctively sidestep to avoid the blows. Before long, having fully acclimated to Yang's attack speed, Chen Qun ceased merely dodging and initiated a counteroffensive. Channeling his internal energy, he delivered a swift palm strike directly to Yang's chest. Yang, witnessing the lightning-fast attack, instinctively attempted to evade, yet his speed was no match for Chen Qun's prowess. The strike landed with force, sending Yang hurtling several paces back, blood spilling from his mouth. That it was evident he had sustained grave injuries. Chen Qun regarded Yang's condition with astonishment. He had not intended to inflict such harm. Unbeknownst to him, his own strength had far exceeded his expectations, and he was taken aback that such a casual strike could yield such a result. Lying injured on the ground, Yang gazed at Chen Qun with a mixture of shock and respect. He realized he had encountered a formidable opponent today, one whose skill surpassed anything he had ever witnessed. Struggling to his feet, Yang clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, "Your skills are truly remarkable. I humbly concede." I apologize for any prior offense and hope you will forgive my transgressions. At that moment, Yang's mind was in turmoil, that he sensed that the individual before him was young, yet possessed an extraordinary level of mastery. Although he could not discern the full extent of Chen Qun's abilities, Yang was certain that among all the martial artists in Nanjing, none could rival this man. Yang pondered. Chen Qun spoke, Master Yang. I apologize for any offense caused today. Please do not take it to heart that I take my leave. With that, he vanished from Yang's sight in a matter of leaps. Over the course of the next day, Chen Qun employed the same strategy, challenging numerous martial arts halls. Yet each encounter yielded the same outcome. None could pose a challenge to him. By evening, upon his return to the Earl's estate, he was convinced that postnatal martial artists posed no threat to him, rendering further challenges unnecessary. They were simply too weak, to the extent that he had not even been afforded the opportunity to test his skills with concealed projectiles. Chen Qun now yearned to seek out the innate martial artists for some clandestine practice, but such individuals rarely made an appearance, making them difficult to locate. As he contemplated how to find these innate martial artists, his father, General Chen Xiaolei, had been summoned by the city lord, Long Hua, due to the rampant rumors circulating throughout Nanjing about Chen Qun's daytime challenges at the martial arts halls. The tales had become increasingly exaggerated, culminating in the belief that the mysterious martial artist sought to instigate turmoil in the city. Upon hearing this, Long Hua promptly dispatched a messenger to summon Chen Xiaolei, requesting that his Tiger Guard join forces with the city defense to ensure safety. After considerable contemplation, Chen Qun could think of no better lead than to inquire with his elder brother, Chen Feng, who had spent years on military assignments and might possess valuable insights. He made his way to Chen Feng's courtyard. He overheard a conversation among several servants. One servant remarked, Have you heard? There are rumors of impending unrest in Nanjing, prompting the city lord to dispatch our master to bolster defenses. Additionally, it is said that the innate martial artist, Mr. Liu, has been called upon from the city lord's estate. Another servant responded, We certainly heard of such a significant event. However, it remains a mystery who would dare to challenge Nanjing so audaciously. Chen Qun did not grasp the full extent of the situation, but upon hearing the mention of the innate martial artist, Mr. Liu, his eyes gleamed with excitement. This was an opportunity presenting itself to him. Yet he found himself puzzled as to who would dare to incite chaos in the peaceful city of Nanjing. Little did he realize that he was the very source of the turmoil. Chapter 4. The mysterious master. The following morning, outside the city lord's estate in Nanjing, imposing stone lions flanked both sides of the entrance, lending an air of grandeur and solemnity. Inside, the city lord, Long Hua, was diligently attending to official matters in his study when a guard rushed in with urgent news. My lord, a figure clad in black with a ghostly face, is outside the estate, demanding to challenge the innate martial artist, Mr. Liu. Upon hearing this, Long Hua was taken aback with a mix of shock and anger. He had been seeking this mysterious individual and was surprised that the person had come to him. He instructed the guard, Quickly, go to the rear courtyard and summon Mr. Liu. Today, I shall ensure that he apprehends this masked challenger. The guard promptly bowed and hurried off. A short while later, outside the lord's estate, the innate martial artist Lu Jinrong stood in astonishment before the mysterious figure. Just moments before, Lu Jinrong had emerged alongside Long Hua and had engaged in a brief display of strength with this enigmatic challenger. Eager to showcase his prowess as an innate martial artist before the city lord and swiftly subdue the mysterious figure, Lu Jinrong unleashed his full internal energy against Chen Qun. However, Lu Jinrong found himself forced back a step or more by Chen Qun. Furthermore, Lu Jinrong sensed that this mysterious figure before him had yet to unleash his full potential. The city lord, Long Hua, and his companions were nearly rendered speechless by the spectacle. They had never anticipated that this enigmatic individual could gain the upper hand over the innate warrior. Lu Jinrong. Lu Jinrong composed himself, shaking off his astonishment, and addressed Chen Qun, saying, I am Lu Jinrong. May I inquire how you are addressed and the purpose of your visit? Initially, Lu Jinrong had merely intended to capture this mysterious person casually and hand him over directly to the city lord. In truth, Lu Jinrong had never regarded this figure as a threat. Although there is a mere hair's breadth between acquired and innate abilities, they are worlds apart. Lu Jinrong had not expected this mysterious individual to be slightly stronger than himself. Moreover, this figure appeared to be a physical cultivator, as Lu Jinrong sensed no internal energy, only a mysterious force emanating from him. Chen Qun replied in a gravelly voice, "I am but a nameless individual. It is best not to share titles. I merely seek to engage in a friendly spar with someone of comparable strength, with no ulterior motives that I hope, Mr. Lu, that you will indulge me." Chen Qun dared not elaborate further, fearing the exposure of his identity. Thus, he always got straight to the point. Upon hearing this, Longhua's expression grew complex, that he discerned that this mysterious figure was likely not here to incite chaos. He was merely a martial enthusiast. Lu Jinrong, upon hearing Chen Qun's words, found it difficult to decline. After all, it was a fellow warrior of the same rank who had come seeking a spar. To refuse outright would be tantamount to disrespect. Lu Jinrong drew his sword and said, "Very well, since you wish to spar with me, I shall graciously comply." With that, he prepared himself for the duel. Chen Qun urged, "Please, Mr. Lu, proceed." Noticing that Chen Qun had not drawn a weapon, Lu Jinrong replied, "I would prefer you to draw your weapon first. Then I shall make my move." Presently, Chen Qun had no weapon to draw, that he could only respond politely, "Mr. Lu may strike at his convenience. I require no weapon." Although Chen Qun meant no offense, his words sounded like a blatant affront to Lu Jinrong's ears. Anger began to stir within Lu Jinrong. At that moment, he resolved to teach Chen Qun a lesson. Lu Jinrong declared, "Since you are so presumptuous, I shall not hold back. Blades are blind. If I were to injure you, it would not be my fault." Lu Jinrong's intentions were clear. Given Chen Qun's arrogance, he was determined to leave his mark upon him. With that, Lu Jinrong swung his sword, launching an assault on Chen Qun. Lu Jinrong's attack was astutely calculated. Aware that Chen Qun was a physical cultivator, he refrained from engaging in close combat. Instead, he relied on exquisite sword techniques and occasional bursts of sword energy for ranged assaults. Knowing he could not match Chen Qun in raw power, thus he employed his refined swordplay, coupled with intermittent sword energy, to contend with Chen Qun in response to Lu Jinrong's cunning tactics. Chen Qun felt increasingly frustrated. Though he possessed great strength, Lu Jinrong evaded him with agile maneuvers, even employing lightness skills to traverse walls and rooftops. Relying solely on brute strength, Chen Qun found it impossible to land a blow on Lu Jinrong. However, Lu Jinrong's style inadvertently provided Chen Qun with an opportunity to counterattack with pebbles. Just as Lu Jinrong retreated and leaped into the air again, Chen Qun launched a pebble imbued with spiritual energy toward him. The stone hurtled swiftly toward Lu Jinrong. Upon noticing this, Lu Jinrong hurriedly swung his sword to block, but the pebble, laced with spiritual energy, caused his hands to go numb. The dynamics of their battle suddenly intensified. One by one, pebbles infused with spiritual energy rained down upon Lu Jinrong. In a flurry of frantic responses, he was unexpectedly struck by a rapidly approaching pebble on his arm. The impact caused blood to gush forth from the wound, and Lu Jinrong sensed that the bone in his arm had begun to show signs of fracture. Hastily sheathing his sword, Lu Jinrong pleaded, "Please, hold your hand. Sir, did I concede? I did not expect you to be a master of hidden weapons. I accept my defeat with utmost respect. However, a person of your caliber cannot be an unknown. I implore you to reveal your esteemed name." Chen Qun replied, "Mr. Lu, I apologize for any offense caused today. I am merely a nameless individual. It is best not to mention it, that I hope you will not hold it against me." Without allowing Lu Jinrong a moment's pause to react, Chen Qun swiftly leaped away, vanishing from sight in mere moments. Lu Jinrong gazed at Chen Qun's retreating figure and mused, "Who is this person with such formidable strength?" Days later, a rumor circulated within Nanjing City, claiming that the innate master, Mr. Lu, had been decisively defeated by the masked, mysterious figure. Upon hearing these tales, Chen Qun resolved to avoid engaging in such consequential affairs in the future, as they could easily lead to dire repercussions. Following his duel with Lu Jinrong, Chen Qun gained a clearer understanding of his own abilities, that he realized that his strength now surpassed that of ordinary innate warriors, albeit slightly. At this juncture, Chen Qun yearned to become a true cultivator. particularly yearning for the legendary image of soaring through the skies on a sword, striking down foes from afar, in pursuit of this dream. He redoubled his efforts, diligently practicing according to the ancient texts he had discovered. Chapter 5. Departure for Yinjing, rescuing in the suburbs unbeknownst to him. Half a year had passed. The incident involving the mysterious masked figure had largely faded from public memory. During this time, Chen Qun's cultivation had progressed rapidly. However, until a month ago, he found himself unable to break through his cultivation plateau, regardless of how diligently he trained. Based on his own speculation, he believed he had encountered a bottleneck in his practice. He had read about such bottlenecks in many texts, and if he could not overcome it, he feared he would remain stagnant for life. Conversely, should he be fortunate enough to break through, it would result in a fundamental transformation for him. Nevertheless, despite his current inability to further enhance his prowess, he had already reached a level where he could swiftly defeat the Lu Jinrong of the past. This moment, the old steward Fu Bo arrived outside Chen Qun's courtyard, knocking on the door and calling out, "Second young master, the master and mistress request your presence in the front hall." Chen Qun was perplexed as to why his father and mother would summon him at this hour. He quickly opened the door and replied to Fu Bo, "Very well, Fu Bo, I shall change my clothes and come right over." Fu Bo responded, "Second young master, take your time. I will go inform the third young master." With that, Fu Bo hurried off toward Chen Chong's courtyard. When Chen Qun and Chen Chong entered the Chen family's front hall, General Hu Hui, Chen Xiaolei, Chen's wife, and an unfamiliar guest were already waiting there. Upon seeing Chen Qun and Chen Chong arrive, Chen Xiaolei addressed them, "Kun Chong, come and meet your Uncle Mo." In unison, Chen Qun and Chen Chong clasped their hands in greeting and said, "Nephews pay their respects to Uncle Mo." Mo Daokai nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Both young masters possess remarkable bearing. They will surely achieve great things in the future. You may discuss the arrangements for your trip to Yinjing, while I must return to report to the master." Chen Xiaolei clasped his hands and said, "Brother Mo, travel safely until we meet again." Mo Daokai replied, "Until we meet again." With that, he exited. Chen Xiaolei and his wife escorted Chen Qun and Chen Chong to the gates of the Earl's residence. After Mo Daokai had departed, they returned to the front hall. Once inside, Chen Xiaolei turned to Chen Qun and Chen Chong and said, "Kuner, Chonger, in a month's time, the royal family will host a martial arts competition to encourage the ambition of the young scions of noble families. Any scion under the age of 20 may participate. Chonger possesses top-tier talent, which is why your grandfather sent Mo Daokai to inform us that he wishes for Chonger to attend the competition in Yinjing, that if he secures a position among the top 3, the royal family will bestow a mysterious reward." Chen Qun inquired, "Might father intend for me to accompany Chonger to Yinjing?" Chen Xiaolei replied, "Indeed, but it is a pity you cannot cultivate. Otherwise, your achievements would rival Chonger's. Chonger has a rash disposition. With you as his elder brother to watch over him, he may avoid some troubles. Additionally, I hope to foster a closer bond between you and your grandfather. Ever since he learned of your inability to cultivate, he has scarcely seen you, that I hope you do not resent him. After all, he is your grandfather." As Chen Xiaolei spoke, emotion welled up in his throat. Due to his own physical condition, he lamented the misfortunes that had befallen his second 80 times. He wished it were himself who could not cultivate, rather than facing such hardships for his son. Chen's wife, upon hearing this, discreetly wiped away her tears. Days later, the Fu Bo, accompanied by several servants, drove a horse-drawn carriage towards the direction of Yinjing City, bringing along Chen Qun and Chen Chong. Throughout the journey, Chen Chong was in high spirits, insisting on indulging in scenic detours. What was originally a 3-day journey turned into 5 days before they finally reached the outskirts of Yinjing City. Fu Bo turned to Chen Qun and Chen Chong, saying, "Gentlemen, the day is already waning. Perhaps we should seek lodging at an inn for the night and enter Yinjing tomorrow?" Chen Qun politely replied, "I defer to your judgment, Fu Bo." Thus, they settled into an inn on the outskirts of the capital. After dinner, Chen Qun lay restlessly in his room. Unable to sleep, he tried various methods to find a breakthrough in his training. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not grasp the elusive key to his stagnation. Frustrated, he approached the window and opened it. As he did, a beam of pure moonlight flooded in. Gazing at the pristine light, Chen Qun leaped down to the ground. His inability to break through the barrier in his training left him in a state of deep despondency. Once on the ground, he made his way towards the nearby grove, seeking solace in nature. However, he had not ventured far when he heard a voice calling for help, filled with panic. With his heightened senses, he knew he had not misheard, that in an instant, he dashed towards the source of the cry like a wraith. Upon arriving, he spotted two figures clad in black, pursuing a young man and woman. At that moment, the pair had already fallen from their horses, their situation dire. The woman in white appeared on the verge of fainting, while the man in splendid attire stared wide-eyed in despair. The two black-clad pursuers showed no sign of mercy as they charged towards the pair, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Just as the man in finery believed his fate was sealed, a shadow flickered before him, followed by a resounding thud. The two black-clad figures were sent sprawling, as if severed from their strings. One of the assailants, feeling the force that had cast them aside, turned to his companion and exclaimed, "Flee! Anyone capable of repelling us with such ease must be a peak innate martial artist." Upon hearing this, Chen Qun felt compelled to test his speed. With a swift movement, he intercepted one of the black-clad figures, who stared in disbelief. The man had barely regained his footing after being struck when Chen Qun stood before him. In the assailant's mind, only their master possessed such strength. The moment of shock was fleeting. A heartbeat later, the black-clad figure resolved to fight to the death, lunging at Chen Qun with his sword while shouting to his comrade, "You must escape. Ensure our master avenges me." Seeing this, the other black figure wasted no time, disappearing swiftly into the thicket. Chen Qun focused on the swordsman charging at him, waiting for the opportune moment before delivering a powerful kick that sent the attacker flying. Once the black-clad man lay still, Chen Qun approached, only to discover that the assailant had succumbed to poison, taking his own life in a desperate act. The toxin had proven fatal in mere moments. Extinguishing all traces of breath, standing there, Chen Qun felt an indescribable sensation within him that he had not intended to take a life, yet this man had died because of him. However, he quickly reassured himself that his actions were in service of saving others. And with that thought, he found some solace. As Chen Qun pondered these matters, the young man in splendid attire stood frozen, acutely aware of the terrifying capability of the two black-clad figures. Both were innate martial artists, and he had witnessed his own personal guard, alongside those of acquired cultivation, fall effortlessly to their might. Yet here was a youth of similar age who had dispatched one with ease, leaving one to flee, likely spared intentionally. For no one could escape Chen Qun's speed otherwise. Just as the young man prepared to express his gratitude to Chen Qun for his timely intervention, an elderly man in plain robes rushed in. Concern etched upon his face. "Yin Erlinger, are you unharmed?" he asked anxiously. The young man hastily replied, "Grandfather, I'm well, but my sister has fainted. We owe our lives to this noble friend." The elder, filled with gratitude, turned to Chen Qun and said, "I am Xiao Tianhe. I thank you for saving my grandchildren. This time, the Xiao family owes you a debt of gratitude, and should you require assistance in the future, we shall repay this favor." Chen Qun replied, "It was but a trifling matter. There is still much I must attend to, so I shall take my leave now." With that, he made his way toward the distant grove. Xiao Tianhe watched Chen Qun depart, then glanced at the lifeless black-clad figure on the ground, his mind swirling with questions. After a brief inquiry into the events from his grandson, when Xiao Tianhe heard of Chen Qun's defeat of two innate martial artists with a single move, he was left in profound shock, unable to quell his astonishment. Chapter 6. A beautiful misunderstanding. The following morning, Chen Qun and his companions entered Yanjing City with great confidence, arriving at the grand estate of the Duke of Chen. Memories of unhappy times flooded back to him. He had visited this place several times in his youth, but his grandfather, Chen Huawu, had never held him in high regard. His father, Chen Xiaolei, had even quarreled with Chen Huawu over this matter. And since then, he had not returned. His older brother Chen Feng and younger brother Chen Chong, however, visited regularly during festivals, while Chen Chong, without a hint of hesitation, bounced towards the grand entrance of the estate. The guards of the Duke's residence recognized young Chen Chong immediately. That he called out to them, "Quickly inform my grandfather and uncle that Chong has come to see them." Meanwhile, in another opulent residence within the imperial city of Yanjing, even more splendid than the Duke of Chen's estate, An elderly man inquired of his trusted shadow guards. "Have you gathered all the information I requested?" The shadow guard replied, "Report to you. My lord, all has been uncovered. The assailants targeting the young master and young lady were two elders from the Red Sect, a branch of the demon cult. The one who saved them is Chen Qun, the second son of General Chen Xiaolei, the grandson of Duke Chen. It is said he has been unable to cultivate martial arts due to blocked meridians since childhood." Xiao Tianhe, upon hearing this, erupted in fury. "Nonsense! If what Yenner described is true, that lad's prowess is not far from my own. How can you claim he cannot cultivate? This is utter nonsense. Does the Xiao family possess the finest intelligence network of the Han dynasty just to employ incompetent fools like you?" The shadow guard, feeling helpless, continued, "The gathered intelligence indeed states, so that it is said that Lord Chen Xiaolei summoned imperial physicians to treat the second son, yet to no avail. Furthermore, the Duke nearly expelled him from the family due to this." Xiao Tianhe pondered for a moment, then seemed to grasp something. He burst into laughter. "Old Chen has clearly misjudged this time. It appears his grandson is no ordinary talent. I must find a way to bring this young man into our Xiao family." After his laughter subsided, he instructed the shadow guard, "My granddaughter Linger should have regained consciousness by now. She was merely frightened and not seriously harmed. Go and fetch her for me." The shadow guard replied, "As you command. I shall retrieve the young lady at once." With that, he hurried away. Once the shadow guard departed, Xiao Tianhe revealed a cunning smile reminiscent of a crafty fox, muttering to himself, "A young innate martial artist like this surely has boundless potential. I must do everything in my power to recruit him into the Xiao family. Let us see how I can employ the charms of a beautiful woman to achieve this." In the grand hall of the Chen family, Chen Qun's uncle, Chen Xiaoyun, casually issued a few instructions before heading off to attend to state affairs. Before leaving, he instructed Chen Qun's cousin, Chen Shi, to ensure that Chen Qun and his party were well accommodated. After Chen Shi arranged lodgings for them, Chen Qun found an excuse to withdraw to the temporary residence set aside for them. It seemed the locals were reluctant to engage with someone they deemed a waste, so it was better for him to keep his distance. Meanwhile, Chen Chong was drawn away by Chen Shi to join their cousins who wished to discuss the upcoming competition. They were eager to make an impression before the royal family and the four great clans. Thus they took the matter of the competition quite seriously. Chen Shi, being merely a year older than Chen Qun, was just shy of 20, and like Chen Chong, he was at the mid-stage of acquired martial arts cultivation. As Chen Shi is the most cherished legitimate grandson of the Duke of Chen, it is only natural that he emerges as the leader among this group. Just as Chen Shi was preparing to organize Chen Chong and his distant cousins for some friendly sparring, a striking figure dashed into the scene. "Oh, what brings the little princess of the Xiao family here?" murmured a junior member of the Chen clan. Upon catching sight of the radiant figure, Chen Shi promptly approached, ingratiatingly stating, "Miss Xiao, your esteemed presence graces us, illuminating our humble abode. Might I inquire what brings you to the Chen residence?" The little princess of the Xiao family, named Xiao Linger, is a 16-year-old renowned beauty, celebrated as one of the top 10 beauties in Yanjing. Furthermore, she is the apple of the eye of the patriarch of the prestigious Xiao family. Many young gentlemen of Yanjing have pursued her. Yet Xiao Linger has always regarded these idlers with disdain. "Which of you is the son of General Hu Hui from Nanjing?" Xiao Linger inquired without a hint of courtesy upon hearing this. Chen Chong was engulfed in confusion, but he could not fathom why this beautiful Miss Xiao would seek him out. However, before he could process this, his cousins all turned their gazes toward him, and even Chen Shi looked at Chen Chong with a puzzled expression, his eyes filled with questions. Chen Chong addressed Xiao Linger, saying, "I am Chen Chong, son of General Hu Hui, Chen Xiaolei. May I ask what brings you here, Miss Xiao?" After hearing Chen Chong's introduction, Xiao Linger scrutinized the handsome young man in the crowd. In her mind, she recalled the imposing figure that had saved her and her brother just before she was about to lose consciousness the previous night. When Xiao Linger realized that the striking Chen Chong before her was indeed her savior, her heart began to race to that moment. She found herself at a loss for words. Ahem. Chen Shi's cough jolted Xiao Linger back to reality, remembering how intently she had been staring at Chen Chong. She suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment that as she noticed Chen Chong's own awkwardness. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Xiao Linger hurriedly told Chen Chong, It's nothing, really, that I just came to say thank you. Without waiting for anyone to respond, she dashed out of the room like the wind. Chen Chong's cousins were left dumbfounded, gazing at him in confusion. They pondered what Chen Chong could have done to warrant such a personal visit from the princess of the Xiao family, especially when she had run away, blushing and covering her face. Just as everyone was left in bewilderment, Chen Shi turned to Chen Chong and remarked, "Cousin, what exactly is going on between you and Miss Xiao? It seems your relationship is quite extraordinary." In response to Chen Shi's inquiry, Chen Chong found himself at a loss for words that in truth, he was just as perplexed as everyone else. With a resigned tone, he replied, "I do not know Miss Xiao at all, nor do I understand why she expressed her gratitude, or why she ran away covering her face." The others were skeptical, unable to believe Chen Chong's words. Meanwhile, the instigator of this misunderstanding, Xiao Tianhe, was leisurely sipping tea in his study that he mused to himself. "Chenhu, you old fool, do you not realize that you have such an impressive grandson? This grandson of yours has immense potential. Perhaps he might one day step into that legendary realm. Since you, Chen Huowu, do not cherish your own grandson, just watch how I entice him to become my granddaughter's suitor." Xiao Tianhe had praised the son of General Hu Hui so highly in front of Xiao Linger, sending her to thank him personally at the Qin residence. Believing that it would foster a connection between the unmarried duo, he intended to approach the elder Chen for a match, confident that the old man would not refuse him. Xiao Tianhe's only concern was whether his beloved granddaughter would agree, as he knew her temperament well. Once she set her mind on something, it would be quite challenging for her grandfather to change it. While the cunning old fox, Xiao Tianhe, was lost in his scheming, Xiao Linger had already returned to her chamber within the Xiao estate. Recalling her awkwardness at the Duke of Qin's residence, she wished she could disappear into the ground. Yet, as she remembered Chen Chong's handsome face, his upright demeanor, and the imposing figure that had saved her, a sweet smile spread across her lips that if only Xiao Tianhe, the old fox, knew what had transpired that day, he would likely be infuriated, although his worries did not materialize, since Xiao Linger indeed harbored feelings for Chen Chong. Xiao Tianhe overlooked the fact that General Hu Hui had brought 2 sons with him and that his foolish granddaughter had mistakenly identified the wrong one. This time, the old fox truly miscalculated, committing a grave error. Chapter 7. Breakthrough. During the days that Chen Qun spent at the Qin residence in Yanjing, he truly witnessed the fickleness of human relationships. Unable to cultivate, Chen Qun found himself ignored no matter the occasion he attended. Recently, his grandfather Chen Hu had hosted a family feast, reveling in the presence of his 2 talented grandsons, Chen Shi and Chen Chong. That day, Chen Huowu drank to excess, continually imparting wisdom to Chen Chong, showering him with affection that in stark contrast, Chen Qun, who shared familial ties with the old man, found himself completely overlooked, denied even a moment of conversation. Whether it was his uncle Chen Xiaoyun or his cousins, they treated Chen Qun as if he were invisible. Even with his gentle disposition, the overwhelming sense of desolation began to consume him. However, there were still a few glimmers of joy. Chen Qun learned that his brother Chen Chong had been spending time with a girl named Xiao Linger, and the Xiao family was quite well matched with the Chun family in terms of status. Chen Qun was growing weary of his time at the Qin residence and eagerly awaited his brother's return from the imperial tournament so they could return to their home in Nanjing. He had truly had enough of the coldness around him. The dismissive treatment he received deepened his yearning for strength and significance. At this moment, Chen Qun sat cross-legged before his bed, holding a nameless tome, muttering to himself, "Still not enough. How am I to break through this bottleneck in my cultivation?" Chen Qun felt a sense of helplessness. The nameless tome no longer offered him any assistance. He had already memorized its contents. Keeping the book nearby posed a risk, as it could attract unwanted attention. After all, the tale of having a precious gem brings misfortune is age-old. Thus, Chen Qun took a candlestick and set the tome ablaze. He felt a deep reluctance to part with the book that had accompanied him for years, but he knew he had to destroy it to avoid future troubles. However, the moment he ignited the nameless tome, something bizarre occurred. It burned fiercely. It seemed to cling tightly to his palm, drawing forth energy from within him in a steady stream. Chen Qun desperately wished to cast the tome aside. Yet he found himself unable to release his grip. The tome's pulling force intensified. All of his internal energy was swiftly drained. Subsequently, he lost consciousness. The nameless tome burned to ashes in his grasp. Yet the ashes radiated a golden glow. Then, a more peculiar phenomenon unfolded. The shimmering golden ashes began to swirl rapidly, merging into a small golden orb that gradually entered Chen Qun's brow. Once the golden orb settled into his brow, a vibrant green energy began to emanate from the previously blocked meridians within Chen Qun. Under the influence of the golden orb, this green energy slowly integrated into his dantian. The golden energy emitted by the orb commenced a cleansing process within Chen Qun's dantian. Should a high-ranking cultivator have been present, they would undoubtedly have sensed that Chen Qun was on the verge of entering the foundational stage of cultivation. The energy from the golden orb had seamlessly replaced some of the green energy clogging his meridians, serving as a substitute for the coveted foundational pills sought by aspiring cultivators. Moreover, this cleansing process proved to be even more effective than ordinary foundational pills, that as Chen Qun remained in slumber. It was as if he was immersed in a long dream, immersed in qi cultivation, foundational establishment, golden elixirs, and nascent souls. After what felt like an eternity, the legacy of the golden orb had fully imprinted itself upon Chen Qun's memory. He slowly awakened, startled by the strangeness of the previous night. Suddenly, Chen Qun realized that every blade of grass and every tree outside his room appeared remarkably vivid to him, that he felt as though he had shattered a bottleneck, ascending to a new realm. This is spiritual insight. Last night was not a dream, Chen Qun exclaimed. After his exclamation, he settled into a meditative position, beginning to retract his spiritual awareness to examine the changes within his body. After a thorough introspection, he discovered a golden orb within his sea of consciousness. Intriguingly, this golden orb seemed to contain a vast expanse within it. However, Chen Qun did not have the luxury of time to study this orb. His focus was on the profound techniques inscribed deep within his sea of consciousness. A whole day passed before Chen Qun finally emerged from his meditative state, firmly embarking on the path of cultivation. Thanks to his suddenly expanded memories, he learned that the technique he was cultivating was a superior and formidable one called the Five Elements Yin-Yang Secret. The potency of this technique lay in its ability to harness any form of spiritual energy within his vicinity for his own use. Nevertheless, aside from this powerful technique for self-cultivation, he had only inherited two spells. One was the Shumi Palm, which could amalgamate the spiritual energy of the surrounding environment with his own to attack an opponent, with greater mastery resulting in increasingly terrifying energy consumption. The other was the Void Step, which allowed for brief spatial overlapping to traverse distances. However, the inherited memories also cautioned that both the Shumi Palm and Void Step should never be used unless absolutely necessary. Despite this, Chen Qun held a certain skepticism towards these two spells, particularly lamenting the absence of a flying technique, which left him somewhat disenchanted. Yet, if some Yuaning-level grand cultivators were aware of Chen Qun's sentiments, they would undoubtedly rush over to eliminate him and seize his techniques. For to directly wield the power of heaven and earth against an enemy, or to traverse through the fabric of space, was a feat not easily achievable, even by some of the most formidable split-spirit cultivators. As Chen Qun felt the surging spiritual energy within him, an impulse surged to soar into the Great Han Imperial City and challenge the legendary elder of the royal family. According to legend, there existed a martial sage within the Great Han royal family, a guardian of the entire dynasty. In the past, Chen Qun had deeply admired this legendary protector. Yet now, by an unexpected turn of fate, he possessed strength on par with that martial sage. Moreover, as a foundational cultivator, Chen Qun's aura could already overpower that of a martial sage of the same level. Just as Chen Qun's enthusiasm began to wane, he suddenly noticed a shadow darting rapidly across the skies above the Chen residence, closely pursued by another figure. These two swiftly moving silhouettes did not escape Chen Qun's keen spiritual perception. Upon scanning the trailing figure, he recognized it to be Xiao Tianhe, someone he had met before. Although Chen Qun was unaware of the events unfolding, he quietly followed the two from a distance. Chapter 8. Encountering danger. As Chen Qun observed the two figures racing ahead, he was filled with myriad sentiments. With his cultivation level rising and his mindset elevating, the grievances he had once endured seemed to dissipate like leaves carried by the wind, leaving only exhilaration in their wake. The moment Chen Qun officially embarked on the path of cultivation, it became evident that he and those around him would no longer inhabit the same echelon. Thus, he trailed behind the two figures for approximately half an hour until they had distanced themselves from Yanjing City, at which point the two figures came to a halt. Once Xiao Tianhe stopped. He coldly addressed the cloaked figure before him, saying, "Your sect recently plotted against my two grandsons, and now you dare to infiltrate my Xiao family under the cover of night to launch a surprise attack. Is this not exceedingly presumptuous?" The cloaked figure erupted into laughter, replying, "Xiao Tianhe, when you led your army to annihilate our Red Sect headquarters back in the day, did you not consider that equally presumptuous? Our sect leader has now broken through to the martial sage realm that we shall repay the humiliations of the past in kind. But alas, you will not live to witness it." As the words of the cloaked figure fell, two additional cloaked individuals emerged, positioning themselves on either side of Xiao Tianhe. The three cloaked figures effectively sealed off all of Xiao Tianhe's avenues of retreat. Observing this situation, Chen Qun realized that the old man was in grave trouble. The three cloaked figures were formidable, one at the late innate stage and two at the mid-innate stage, that if they acted in concert, it would undoubtedly be a challenge for Xiao Tianhe to withstand. Xiao Tianhe assessed the two newly appeared figures and remarked, "I am astonished by the extent of my influence. The three top experts of the Red Sect have actually joined forces to contend with me. Let us see what you are truly capable of." The leading cloaked figure, having heard this, ceased to engage in idle chatter. It was evident they were intent on ensuring Xiao Tianhe remained here. He commanded the other two cloaked individuals, "Let us attack together and eliminate him." With that, the three of them simultaneously charged at Xiao Tianhe. Instantly, shadows of palms and surges of true energy clashed, causing the surrounding trees to splinter into dust from the overwhelming force. Although Xiao Tianhe was an exceptional cultivator, the prowess of the three cloaked figures was not far behind his own. Ultimately, he found himself overwhelmed, sustaining a blow that sent him reeling several paces back, blood spurting from his mouth. Nevertheless, he managed to injure one of the cloaked figures in return, upon witnessing Xiao Tianhe's injury. The leading cloaked figure swiftly channeled his energy for another strike aimed directly at Xiao Tianhe's face. However, just as he was about to land the blow, a stone imbued with spiritual energy hurtled through the air, striking his hand. The leading figure, now nursing his injured hand, felt an ominous premonition arise within him. "Who goes there? Why do you hide and strike at me from the shadows?" he demanded. Chen Qun, however, remained silent. He was elated to discover that since his breakthrough to the foundational stage, his ability to infuse spiritual energy into the stones and control them with his spiritual awareness had amplified their power severalfold. Delighted, he continued to refine his stone-throwing technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More stones, charged with spiritual energy, shot forth, and no matter how the leading cloak figure bellowed, Chen Qun did not reveal himself. The only response he received was the relentless assault of lightning-fast stones. Moments later, under the onslaught of Chen Qun's formidable hidden weapons, all three cloaked figures lay defeated on the ground. The once arrogant leading figure now sat half prostrate, devoid of his earlier bravado, gritting his teeth as he spoke to the friend concealed in the shadows. "Do you intend to oppose our Red Sect? Surely there must be some misunderstanding. I implore you to reveal yourself." Nearby, Xiao Tianhe was left in a state of shock, utterly astounded. After all, one who could vanquish three top innate experts without revealing their face, relying solely on a handful of stones, was not merely a martial sage. They had brushed against the threshold of that realm. Xiao Tianhe pondered when the Great Han Dynasty had produced such a formidable individual. He could only hope that the presence in the shadows was an ally rather than an enemy. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Nonetheless, upon hearing the cloaked figure's words, Chen Qun remained resolute in his decision not to reveal himself. Creating trouble was not his nature. He believed that maintaining a low profile was paramount. At this juncture, the three cloaked figures posed no threat to Xiao Tianhe, and thus, Chen Qun felt he had fulfilled his good deed. He contemplated whether it was time to discreetly return to Yanjing City. Just as Chen Qun prepared to slip away unnoticed, a menacing surge of energy rushed toward him. Instinctively, he activated the inherited technique, Void Step, and instantly teleported 10 paces away. The spot where he had been hiding was left with a massive crater from the force of the attack. As the attacker descended, the three half-recumbent cloaked figures hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the sect leader." The newcomer surveyed the three figures sprawled on the ground, then sternly reprimanded, "A bunch of useless fools, you have brought shame upon our sect. Once I deal with that brat and Xiao Tianhe, I shall settle accounts with you." After chastising the three cloaked figures, he turned to Xiao Tianhe and inquired, "Xiao Tianhe, do you still recognize me?" Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Tianhe replied, "Ren Dongfang, I led troops to annihilate your red sect. Now that I have fallen into your hands, consider this a tit for tat, that I shall surrender my life to you, but I implore you to spare this young man." Xiao Tianhe cast a regretful glance at Chen Qun, realizing that he had appeared here to rescue him. Ren Dongfang erupted into laughter, declaring, "Those beneath the sage realm are mere ants. What qualifications do you possess to negotiate with me? First, I shall allow you to witness this boy perish before your very eyes, and then I shall send you on your way as well." Ren Dongfang finished speaking and casually struck out a palm toward Chen Qun. At this moment, Chen Qun was overwhelmed with regret. He had never anticipated that the spiritual energy required for the void step would be so exorbitant. Merely teleporting a distance of 10 zhang had depleted 80% of his total spiritual energy. Now, he needed to conserve the remaining 20% to confront Ren Dongfang, a martial saint, which left him in utter despair. Chen Qun finally understood the warning inscribed in his ancestral memories, that the use of these two techniques should only be resorted to in the direst of circumstances. As he beheld Ren Dongfang's palm advancing towards him, he found himself with no alternative. He could only muster the last remnants of his spiritual energy to reluctantly unleash his inherited technique, the shimi palm, in an attempt to match Ren Dongfang's prowess. Chen Qun was acutely aware that his current predicament was perilous, a calamity born from his ignorance of these two inherited techniques. Should he mismanage the situation, he might very well meet his demise today. With a resounding boom, the two palms collided. Xiao Tianhe and the three black-clad figures were momentarily thrown off balance by the forceful gusts of wind generated by the impact. Ren Dongfang, astounded, exclaimed, "You are a Dao Saint-level powerhouse." The term Dao Saint is a title bestowed by common folk upon those who have reached the foundation establishment stage in cultivation. Ren Dongfang had distinctly sensed that the energy Chen Qun wielded was not that of a martial artist, but rather the unique spiritual energy of a cultivator. Furthermore, the intensity of this energy surpassed his OWT Ren Dongfang's level of cultivation. He was well acquainted with the systems of cultivators, although a Dao Saint was considered an equal to his own rank of martial saint. No martial artist would willingly engage in conflict with a cultivator of equal standing. Without further ado, Ren Dongfang clasped his hands and addressed Chen Qun. "I harbor a deep-seated grudge against Xiao Tianhe, and I did not intend to offend you, esteemed Dao Saint. This is all a misunderstanding, and I hope you can forgive me." Ren Dongfang's attitude stemmed from the fact that most cultivators were significantly stronger than martial artists of the same tier. Moreover, the methods employed by cultivators were often enigmatic and brazen, capable of severing heads with a mere flick of a sword. This posed a substantial threat to Ren Dongfang, who had only recently ascended to the martial saint realm. Most importantly, he doubted his ability to defeat a Dao Saint. Thus, he could only exert every effort to ease his relations with Chen Qun, for no one wished to forge an enmity with a Dao Saint without cause. In a state of panic, Ren Dongfang failed to notice Chen Qun's current condition. Chen Qun, enduring his physical weakness, calmly replied to Ren Dongfang, "Today, I will spare Xiao Tianhe's life. Your desire for vengeance is understandable, and I shall not hold today's events against you. While I have yet to change my mind, I advise you to depart." Initially, Ren Dongfang intended to exchange pleasantries, but considering the cultivator's formidable nature, he swallowed the polite words that were on the tip of his tongue. With Chen Qun's dismissal issued, Ren Dongfang could only clasp his hands and respond, "Since you are so magnanimous, esteemed Dao Saint, I shall take my leave." Having said this, Ren Dongfang signaled to the three black-clad figures and swiftly departed. The trio, understanding the cue, hurriedly limped away. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianhe, standing a short distance from Chen Qun, was engulfed in emotions that defied description. Initially, he believed Chen Qun to be merely a peak innate martial artist. Yet he was astonished to learn that Chen Qun was indeed a Dao Saint-level powerhouse. Just as Xiao Tianhe prepared to express his gratitude to Chen Qun, he heard Chen Qun's voice. "I implore you, Elder Xiao, to leave at once, that I have matters to attend to here." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianhe did not dare to linger. The individual before him was no longer the Chen family junior he once thought, but a towering Dao saint. Xiao Tianhe promptly said, "Since you have affairs to address, I shall not impose further, that I bid you farewell." After bowing to Chen Qun, he took flight and departed. Once Xiao Tianhe had left, Chen Qun could no longer hold on. Darkness engulfed him, and he fainted. Chapter 9. Despair of the Chen family. Several days later, in a secluded forest on the outskirts of Yanjing City, Chen Qun sat cross-legged, exuding an aura of refreshing elegance. Since awakening from his fainting spell, he had not hastened to return to the Chen Guogong residence. Instead, he diligently familiarized himself with his own cultivation techniques. After several days of study and practice, Chen Qun had finally grasped the nuances of his methods and two techniques, especially the remarkable 5 elements yin-yang art, which filled him with uncontainable joy. Chen Qun speculated that this 5 elements yin-yang art was penned by an extraordinary being, and he even suspected it might not belong to this realm, in the Tianlan continent. Other cultivators absorb spiritual energy from the natural world or from spirit stones. In contrast, the 5 elements yin-yang art could absorb not only the energy other techniques could draw upon, but also all energies embodying yin-yang and the 5 elements. Even the energy from a single flower or blade of grass was no exception. This signified that the energy Chen Qun would be able to absorb in the future would far exceed that of others. Since successfully establishing his foundation, Chen Qun had also examined his spiritual root constitution. He possessed the weakest 5 spiritual roots. However, he felt fortunate, for had he been anything other than the weakest 5 spiritual roots, he would likely have long been dead. This was due to the fact that if someone with a different spiritual root were to cultivate the 5 elements yin-yang art, they would gradually become imbalanced in the 5 elements, ultimately resulting in their demise. Nevertheless, the 2 techniques he inherited left him quite conflicted. Whether utilizing the Shumi Palm or the Void Step, they consumed at least 70% of his total spiritual energy. This meant that should he carelessly cast either of these techniques, he would deplete most of his spiritual energy, that if he then attempted to use the second technique forcefully, he would be left utterly powerless and vulnerable. Moreover, as his cultivation level increased, the energy drawn from the heavens and earth for these 2 techniques would become greater, resulting in even higher consumption of spiritual energy. Chen Qun had come to realize that these 2 techniques should not be employed lightly. However, they were indeed his sole means of risking everything or escaping. Presently, he desperately sought some ordinary techniques for cultivation. After all, he could not rely solely on desperate measures to contend with others. During the past few days, Chen Qun had also explored the golden sphere in his sea of consciousness. This golden sphere possessed a significant utility. It could store items. Initially curious, Chen Qun attempted to store various objects, such as stones, wood, flowers, and grasses. Using his spiritual sense, he then practiced retrieving them to that moment. Chen Qun felt an exuberance akin to that of a child, entirely devoid of the demeanor befitting a high-level foundation establishment cultivator. Days passed, and once Chen Qun had fully regained his peak condition, he rose and flew toward Yanjing City. However, upon arriving outside the Chen Guogong residence, he was met with tightly shut gates. Not a single guard was in sight. The once resplendent Chen Guogong residence now bore an air of desolation, devoid of its former grandeur. Chen Qun was perplexed, having departed the Chen residence less than 10 days ago, yet it had turned so bleak. A foreboding feeling began to take root within him. Although the residents of the Chen Guogong residence had often regarded him with disdain, they were nevertheless bound by blood ties, and his brother, Chen Xiong, resided therein. Sensing something amiss, Chen Qun refrained from knocking and instead scaled the wall to enter. Upon his entry, he discovered that the outer courtyard of the Chen residence was still empty. Without pausing to ponder, he hastened toward the inner courtyard. Upon entering the inner courtyard, Chen Qun found the Chen family members gathered, including his brother. He breathed a sigh of relief that in the inner courtyard. Hundreds of Chen family clansmen had assembled. His grandfather, Chen Hu, along with several elders, stood upon a raised platform, while beneath it lay the lifeless bodies of several young Chen family members at that moment. Chen Huawu addressed the gathered crowd with a heavy voice. Our Chen family is beset by calamity. We may never rise again. Shortly, I and several elders will devise a plan to delay our adversaries. You must do everything in your power to escape. Take flight as far as you can. After casting a glance at the corpses below, he sighed deeply and continued. Remember, if you manage to escape today, you must forever conceal your identities and never speak of revenge again. Lastly, Chen Huawu turned to his grandson, Chen Qun, whose face was filled with regret. With a tender gaze, he said, Cheng, should you possess the strength to uphold justice, your grandfather bears you no ill will, nor will the Chen family. Come, time is of the essence. Let us go together to confront our foes. Having said this, Chen Huawu took Chen Chang's hand, leading him toward the exit. The other members of the Chen family followed closely behind, their expressions laden with gravity. Outside the gates of the Chen family estate, the hundreds of clan members stood silently, the oppressive atmosphere growing increasingly heavy. What on earth has transpired within our Chen family? Chen Qun inquired, tapping the shoulder of a bewildered cousin beside him, unsure of which branch he belonged to. The young cousin, taken aback by Chen Qun's query, responded, Our Chen family faces a formidable enemy. The entire clan is engulfed in peril. How could you possibly be unaware of what has transpired? Chen Qun replied, Dear cousin, I was preoccupied with certain matters and did not remain in Yanjing that I have only just returned today. Thus I am oblivious to the recent events concerning our family. Although the young cousin felt somewhat perplexed, he recounted the sequence of events to Chen Qu, and it turned out that the Imperial City competition had concluded a few days prior, with Chen Cheng securing second place and being bestowed the title of Viscount by the Emperor Long Ao. Chen Cheng's elevation to nobility was a source of immense pride for the Chen family, bringing great joy to the elder Chen Huo, who had not slept a wink in celebration. However, as the saying goes, joy often precedes sorrow. Following the conclusion of the competition, the incompetent second prince of the Chu kingdom arrived in the Great Han dynasty for a royal marriage that in a display of national strength. A Tao saint from Chu accompanied him. This maneuver served two purposes, to facilitate the marriage and to intimidate the Great Han. The reason for Chu's assertiveness lay in the presence of both a Tao saint and a martial saint to safeguard their realm, while most neighboring nations could only boast a singular martial saint. Some smaller countries lacked even that distinction. Upon arriving in Yanjing, the inept second prince, seizing the opportunity while the Tao saint was preoccupied with cultivation, sneaked out of the inn with two servants to indulge in debauchery. By chance, he encountered a beautiful woman of respectable standing and proceeded to harass her. Chen Cheng, youthful and impetuous, inadvertently intervened and, in a moment of carelessness, killed the second prince. The Tao saint of Chu, upon learning of this incident, was incensed. Feeling that both his dignity and that of the Chu kingdom had been grievously insulted, he directly addressed the imperial family of the Great Han, vowing to annihilate the entire Chen clan. Should the Great Han dare to intervene, it would incite a conflict between the two nations, culminating in a duel to the death with the martial saint of the Great Han. The resolute stance of the Tao saint indeed instilled fear within the royal family of the Great Han, leading to the Chen family being cast aside that moment. As the Chen family collectively braced for a final desperate stand, a contingent approached from the distance, led by Xiao Tianhe, the head of the Xiao family. Upon nearing, Xiao Tianhe regarded the stunned Chen Huawu and declared, Old Chen, we have served in the same court for decades. Even if the royal family refuses to assist you, my Xiao family will not stand idly by and watch your clan perish. Today, we come to stand with you against our common foe. Hearing these words, Chen Huawu was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face, and he exclaimed to Xiao Tianhe, True friendship reveals itself in times of adversity. I, Chen Huawu, shall forever be indebted to your kindness, dear brother. However, I implore you to refrain from making any unnecessary sacrifices and to withdraw at once. Chen Huawu was acutely aware that the arrival of the Xiao family alone could not match the might of a Tao saint. Even if the four great families of the Great Han united, without the intervention of the royal family, they would still be powerless against such a formidable opponent. Xiao Tianhe laughed heartily. Since I have come, I shall not retreat. Today, I am determined to join hands with you, Brother Chen, and fight to the death against this fierce adversary. His motives were partly strategic. He gambled on the appearance of Chen Qun. Even if Chen Qun did not show, he had ensured multiple escape routes for the Xiao family. Should the Chen family face destruction and the Xiao family refrain from aiding them, they might also incur Chen Qun's wrath, especially since Chen Qun had once rescued Xiao Tianhe from peril. Xiao Tianhe, having learned of the misunderstanding that led to Xiao Linger mistaking Chen Qun for Chen Qun, was initially incensed. However, after witnessing Chen Qun's prowess in repelling a martial saint, he ceased opposing the relationship between Xiao Linger and Chen Qun. Although Chen Chong's talent might not be unparalleled, he had a brother whose potential far surpassed that of an ordinary genius. Consequently, Xiao Tianhe was eager for a union between Xiao Linger and Chen Qun, hoping to solidify a familial alliance with Chen Qun. The cunning old fox that he was, Xiao Tianhe always sought to maximize his benefits, just as Chen Hua was overcome with gratitude towards Xiao Tianhe's actions. The Dao Saint from Chu arrived, soaring on his sword, accompanied by 3 innate experts from CHU.in no time. The Dao Saint landed before the crowd, unleashing an invisible pressure that forced the lower-ranked members of the Chen and Xiao families to their knees, showcasing the terrifying might of a Dao Saint. Chen Qun discreetly probed the Dao Saint's cultivation level with his spiritual sense and discerned that he was at the same initial stage of foundation establishment. Reassured by this, Chen Qun felt confident. With the complete execution of his Shumi Palm, he could undoubtedly deliver a lethal blow, even if he was left with only 20% of his spiritual energy after vanquishing the initial stage cultivator. The remaining 3 innate warriors would find it impossible to contend with him, especially with Chen Huawu and Xiao Tianhe by his side. "Where is the head of the Chen family? Do you recognize your crimes?" the Dao Saint demanded imperiously. Chen Huawu stepped forward, radiating the aura of a martial artist to counter the oppressive force. "I am the head of the Chen family. Since you are determined to eradicate our clan, I shall recklessly experience your capabilities firsthand." The Dao Saint sneered. "Since you possess such spirit, I shall send you on your way." With that, the flying sword beneath him hurtled toward Chen Huawu, just as Chen Qun prepared to hurl a stone to intercept the blade before it struck his grandfather. A figure unexpectedly surged toward the sword. The sudden appearance of this figure, rushing toward the flying blade, left Chen Qun too late to intervene. That figure was none other than Mo Doc, the loyal servant who had summoned Chen Qun and the others to Yanjing. In an instant, he was slain by the sword. Chen Huawu, witnessing the tragic death of his devoted servant, who had been by his side for many years, let out a thunderous roar of anguish. Yet, the flying sword returned, hurtling once more toward Chen He. In that moment, Chen Huawu regained his composure, filled with regret for his lack of strength. Gazing at the sword he could not hope to counter, he abandoned any futile resistance and slowly closed his eyes, seemingly resigning himself to fate with a hint of sorrow. However, just as the sword was about to strike him down, a stone imbued with spiritual energy shot forth, deflecting the blade away. Chen Qun, possessing the 5 elements yin-yang technique, wielded a significantly more robust spiritual power than his peers. Thus, he effortlessly sent the sword flying. The onlookers were left in utter shock. And Chen Huo opened his eyes in astonishment. As the crowd remained bewildered, Chen Qun ascended slowly into the air and calmly declared, "It seems our Chen family is not a place where you, a mere initial stage foundation cultivator, can act with impunity." Chapter 10. Averted crisis. Though Chen Qun appeared remarkably composed, his heart simmered with fury. These lofty cultivators regarded human life as inconsequential, having resolved to employ the Shumi Palm and eliminate his opponent at all costs. He decided to abandon his low profile. Thus, he ascended high into the air with great fanfare, intending to overwhelm his adversary with sheer momentum. Upon seeing Chen Qun, the Dao Saint from Chu was equally astonished. He had not anticipated the presence of a cultivator within such an ordinary family. The Dao Saint scanned Chen Qun's cultivation level with his spiritual sense, and upon discovering they were both initial stage foundation cultivators, felt a measure of reassurance. However, Chen Qun's bold demeanor, which seemed to dismiss him entirely, ignited suspicion within the Dao Saint. His expression shifted, reflecting a tumultuous mix of emotions that in his view, even if Chen Qun did not conceal his cultivation, he could no longer trouble the Chen family. If it were merely a matter of avenging a worthless prince's death by killing a few insignificant beings to establish his authority, he would be more than willing. However, to pit himself against a foundational stage cultivator was something he could not acquiesce to. For even if he emerged victorious, it would be a foolish endeavor of inflicting 1,000 losses upon the enemy while suffering 800 in return. A defeat could even cost him his life. Thus, the Saint of the Tao from the Chu nation, hovering in midair, clasped his fist towards Chen Qun and said, "A misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I was unaware this was a friend's abode. I truly meant no offense. To atone for today's transgression, I am willing to offer 10 low-grade spirit stones as compensation to resolve this matter. I wonder if you would find this acceptable." Chen Wu gazed in disbelief at the hovering Chen Qun. The grandson he had never deemed worthy of a glance had somehow compelled an entire family, unable to resist, to bow before a saint of the Tao. This scene was profoundly shocking for Chen Wu. He sensed that the Chen family might not only escape annihilation today, but could also shine brightly in the future. The architect of it all was none other than his grandson, whom he had always looked down upon. The emotions swirling within Chen Wu and the rest of the Chen family were tumultuous, beyond the reach of words to express. Upon hearing the words of the Chu nation's Saint of the Tao, Chen Qun adopted an imposing demeanor and said to the saint, "There is no need for spirit stones, as long as you can withstand a single blow from me. We shall consider this matter settled." In truth, had Chen Qun not witnessed the tragic demise of Mo Dao Kai and the indifference of this cultivator towards life, perhaps today's events could have concluded amicably. However, Chen Qun now deeply felt that it was more satisfying to counter evil with evil than to counter it with virtue. The Saint of the Tao from the Chu nation, upon hearing Chen Qun's words, was incensed. He had initially sought to avoid conflict with a peer and had extended a gesture of goodwill, only to find that Chen Qun showed him no courtesy whatsoever. Thus, he retorted, "I sought reconciliation merely to avoid unnecessary trouble. Do you truly think I fear you? Since you were so aggressive, let us determine who is superior today." Chen Wu, who had just begun to feel a spark of excitement, was nearly overwhelmed with anger upon hearing that Chen Qun intended to confront the saint. Should anything happen to Chen Qun, the Chen family would still be doomed. He chastised Chen Qun internally for disregarding the bigger picture. Chen Qun declared to the saint of the Chu nation, "Then let it be as you wish. Today, we shall see who is superior." With that, Chen Qun leaped forward, delivering a slow palm strike towards the saint. This seemingly languid gesture, however, traversed countless dimensions. The surrounding spiritual energy surged toward him, and Chen Qun's strike transformed into something terrifying in an instant. The Saint of the Tao from the Chu nation, witnessing such a formidable attack, turned pale with alarm. The energy contained within Chen Qun's strike far exceeded the limits of foundational stage cultivation. Instinctively, he sought to evade, but it felt as if time and space had solidified around him. He found himself unable to escape this slow-moving palm that he attempted to harness the surrounding spiritual energy for defense, only to discover an utter void, devoid of any spiritual essence. The Saint of the Tao could only muster all his own spiritual power to fend off Chen Qun's horrifying strike. In that moment, he sensed the chilling breath of death. Subsequently, an insurmountable force shattered his spiritual energy, crushed his organs, and obliterated his consciousness. That a generation of the Saint of the Tao perished, leaving not even a name for his opponent. This vividly illustrated the extraordinary nature of the exquisite palm that Chen Qun had inherited. Before the corpse of the saint from the Chu nation could hit the ground, Chen Qun swiftly seized the storage bag and flying sword from the fallen saint, casting them into the golden orb within his consciousness. Chen Qun was eager to discover what treasures a genuine foundational stage cultivator possessed. As the body of the saint fell, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Everyone was rendered speechless. Even Xiao Tianhe was momentarily stunned. Although Xiao Tianhe was aware of Chen Qun's saint cultivation, he had not anticipated that Chen Qun could effortlessly slay other saints. The first to regain their composure were the 3 innate martial artists from the Chu nation, who were now utterly terrified. They could not concern themselves with anything else. Upon realizing the situation, they fled at breakneck speed, disappearing without a trace. Chen Qun paid no mind to the fleeing trio. Though he appeared calm, his internal spiritual energy had dwindled to a mere 10 to 12%. With the Chen family no longer in peril, Chen Qun was able to return to his quarters to recover his spiritual energy. Thus, he addressed the crowd of the Chen family from above, saying, "I shall return to my cultivation now. You may handle the aftermath, that if there are no urgent matters, I hope no one will disturb me." After speaking, Chen Qun ascended into the air, flying into a small courtyard within the Chen Guogong mansion. Upon entering his quarters, he descended, for cultivators below the golden core stage could only maintain flight for a brief time without riding a sword. Furthermore, given the significant depletion of his spiritual energy, it was a challenge for him to return to his abode. Following the incident with the saint of the Chu nation, Chen Qun's status within the Chen family had undergone a radical transformation. In the past, had he spoken to the family in such a manner, he would have undoubtedly been accused of disrespecting his elders. However, now, whatever Chen Qun said was deemed entirely reasonable by the Chen family. Once Chen Qun departed, Chen Huawu immediately brightened. Issuing commands to the Chen family with a newfound vigor, he proclaimed, "Immediately recall all the servants dispatched from the Chen family, and declare the courtyard where Kuner resides a forbidden area. No one is to enter or disturb him, not even if the emperor himself were to arrive." Chen Huawu had cast aside his earlier gloom. Now he affectionately referred to Chen Qun as Kuner, exuding warmth, to an outsider. It would seem as though Chen Qun's grandfather had always been remarkably devoted. At that moment, Xiao Tina burst into laughter, stepping forward to say, "Congratulations, Brother Chen. Your family has such an exceptional descendant. The Chen family is bound to thrive, and I hope that when the time comes, you will not forget to support my Xiao family." Chen Huawu quickly responded, "Not at all, Brother Xiao. You are too kind. I in this time of crisis. Only you have come to aid my Chen family. Such a bond forged in life and death will forever be etched in my heart. From now on, the Xiao family and the Chen family shall be as one." Chen Huawu and Xiao Tianhe exchanged hearty laughter. Xiao Tianhe glanced at Chen Chong, then turned to Chen Huawu and said, "Since we are family, why not strengthen our ties further? My granddaughter Linger and your grandson Chong share mutual affection. How about we settle their union today?" Chen Huawu, upon hearing this, laughed heartily. "Excellent, excellent. Let this matter be settled. Tomorrow, the Chen family shall visit the Xiao family to propose. Today, we shall drink until we are inebriated." With that, Chen Huawu took Xiao Tianhe by the arm and headed toward the main gate of the Chen mansion. Meanwhile, outside the Chen Guogong mansion, spies from various powerful factions discreetly dispersed, hurrying to report their findings to their masters. In a secret division of the Red Sect, Ren Dongfang took a sip of red wine and muttered to himself, "Fortunately, I was wise enough not to overly offend the Chen family saint of the Tao. Otherwise, I might have ended up as a corpse myself." Ren Dongfang found himself increasingly haunted by this thought. Within the Great Han Imperial Palace, Emperor Long Ao, having heard the report from his spies, immediately commanded, "Summon someone to the back mountain to respectfully invite my uncle out of seclusion. Let us proceed together to the Chen Guogong mansion." As time passed, all major factions received news that the Chen family had produced a saint of the Tao, and moreover, a highly skilled one at that. Astute observers predicted that the Chen family's glorious ascent was imminent. What had once been a somewhat desolate scene outside the Chen Guogong mansion was now bustling with visitors, as various factions flocked to pay their respects. Chapter 11. Preparations for departure and training during the days that Chen Qun spent diligently cultivating in his small courtyard. His grandfather, Chen Huawu, was exceedingly busy. Virtually all prominent forces of the Great Han Kingdom had paid courtesy visits to the Chen family. Even Emperor Long Ao, accompanied by his uncle, the only martial sage of the Great Han Kingdom, personally came to pay respects to the young saint of the Tao. Yet, without exception, all these distinguished visitors were turned away by Chen Huawu. This would have been utterly impossible in the past. During this time, Chen Huawu and Xiao Tianhe also took the opportunity to hold the engagement banquet for Chen Chong and Xiao Ling. What appeared to be a simple engagement turned out to be extraordinarily grand. Even Ren Dongfang, the leader of the Red Sect, sent gifts to congratulate them, that he expressed that the grievances between him and the Xiao family were now resolved, and that no member of the Red Sect would seek vengeance against the Xiao family in the future. Even more absurdly, even the state of Chu has sent a list of gifts, hoping to mend the rift with the Chen family. Due to time constraints, the state of Chu has only provided the list for now. with the actual gifts to arrive in a few days. Their motivation for such action stems from a fear of potential retribution from Chen Qun. After all, the state of Chu has already lost a sage of the Tao, and they can ill afford further losses of high-level martial prowess. At this moment, regardless of the commotion outside, Chen Qun remains undisturbed in his cultivation. Once he has restored his spiritual power, he inspects the storage bag of the fallen sage of the Tao. It appears that this sage was not particularly affluent, as his storage bag contained merely 300 low-grade spirit stones, 3 books, and a few miscellaneous mundane items. Upon seeing the 3 books, Chen Qun's heart surged with joy. The first was titled Sword Control Technique, which details how cultivators can manipulate their spiritual energy to control flying swords for either flight or combat. Although Sword Control Technique is a commonplace manual that every cultivator learns at the outset, to Chen Qun, it is akin to a treasure. The second book is The Anomalies of the Azure Sky Continent, which provides information about the distribution of the continent where Chen Qun currently resides, as well as various cultivation materials and legends. The final book is somewhat worn and ancient-looking, inscribed with the words Divine Refinement Method, which contains instructions on how to cultivate one's spiritual consciousness. Over the past few days, Chen Qun has thoroughly studied the sword control technique, mastering it with remarkable proficiency that he even took the opportunity to fly out on a captured flying sword during the cover of night. As for the Divine Refinement Method, he initially only glanced at it without delving deeply. However, he later discovered that this method was exceptionally suitable for him. The Divine Refinement Method is designed to hone one's spiritual consciousness, yet the spiritual energy it consumes is immense. So much so that it surpasses the energy required for a cultivator to advance their realm. Consequently, such consumption is beyond the means of ordinary cultivators. Chen Qun, however, differs. He possesses the 5 elements yin-yang technique and a physique with 5 spiritual roots, allowing him to simultaneously absorb the energies of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and yin-yang. Thus, without resorting to those 2 extraordinary inherited spells, he finds himself in abundance of spiritual power. What he lacks are the realms of mental state and spiritual consciousness cultivation for an average cultivator. The Divine Refinement Method, with its colossal energy demands, is akin to a useless trinket, as the spiritual energy they cultivate is wholly devoted to enhancing their realm. After all, an increase in realm directly correlates to an enhancement in spiritual consciousness. No ordinary cultivator would willingly squander such a significant amount of spiritual energy and time on this energy-intensive, divine refinement method. Yet, in this regard, Chen Qun's situation is entirely the opposite. Under normal circumstances, the spiritual energy within him is more than sufficient to sustain the demands of cultivating the divine refinement method. Furthermore, the method contains unique applications. The first is an offensive technique called consciousness shock, which can cause temporary disorientation in an opponent, though it is only effective against those with lower levels of spiritual consciousness. The second application is not offensive. It involves using one's consciousness to disguise their cultivation level, that a practitioner of the divine refinement method can use their consciousness to mask their true level, lowering it to a considerable extent. Of course, this disguise is ineffective against cultivators whose consciousness surpasses their own by a significant margin. In the anomalies of the Azure Sky Continent, Chen Qun also located the position of the Great Han Nation, which is situated in a rather remote area of the continent. According to the records, this region is lacking in spiritual energy, making it undesirable for any cultivator to visit. Following the accounts in the anomalies of the Azure Sky Continent, he discovered the gathering place of cultivators, a location far distant from the Great Han Nation, in the central region of the Divine Zhou. The records indicate that the central Divine Zhou occupies roughly half of the entire Azure Sky Continent, and the area is rich in spiritual energy. In the central Divine Zhou, numerous prominent cultivation sects thrive, and the secular states there are merely vassals to these sects. As Chen Qun gazed upon the descriptions of the central Divine Zhou, his heart brimmed with unending longing. He resolved to return to Nanjing City to bid farewell to his parents in a few days, after which he would venture forth into the central Divine Zhou to explore freely. After some time had passed, on this day, Chen Qun was diligently cultivating the divine refinement method in his small courtyard. Suddenly, he heard a commotion outside, prompting him to use his spiritual consciousness to investigate. To his astonishment, he found that his father, Chen Xiaolei, had arrived but was being barred from entry. Chen Xiaolei, in a fit of exasperation, shouted at the servants and elders guarding the courtyard. "I've been here for days. All I want is to see my son. Is that too much to ask? You insist on preventing me from approaching this courtyard. What kind of reasoning is that? Is it not natural for a father to see his son?" However, just as he finished speaking, a resounding slap from behind left him momentarily stunned. The furious Chen Huowu had rushed over, standing behind Chen Xiaolei, raising his hand and declaring, "Let me explain the reasoning to you, yes. It is entirely reasonable for you to see your son, but it is equally reasonable for me to discipline my son. Without my grandson's permission, not even you, let alone the King of Heaven, may approach him." With that, Chen Huowu lowered his hand and lifted his cane, preparing to thrash Chen Xiaolei. This frightened Chen Xiaolei considerably. Although his father appeared frail, leaning on a cane, he was, in fact, a genuine peak innate martial artist, far superior to his own talentless general self. Realizing this, Chen Xiaolei opted for the wise choice of retreat and fled hastily. Chen Huowu watched as Chen Xiaolei scampered away, muttering under his breath, "Unfilial son. Truly an unfilial son." Since Chen Qun was in closed-door cultivation, Chen Huowu dared not raise his voice, settling for muttering instead. If it were in the past, Chen Huowu would have unleashed a torrent of curses. As the head of the Chen family, he fully understands Chen Qun's significance to the family at this time. With Chen Huowu standing guard, anyone who wishes to disturb Chen Qun is merely dreaming. Not only would Chen Huowu take action against those who threatened his son, but he would also not hesitate to confront his own father if necessary. Chen Qun, shaking his head helplessly, calculated the days he had spent in seclusion. He had been closed off in this small courtyard for over a month. Observing the fresh meals brought daily by the servants, he could only smile wryly as a Foundation establishment cultivator. He had completely ceased eating, and food from the mundane world had become nothing more than a mere indulgence for him. His body no longer required such sustenance. Now that Chen Qun was aware that Chen Xiaolei had arrived at the Chen residence in Yanjing, it was only fitting for him, as a son, to step out and meet him, thus sparing himself a special trip back to Nanjing City. With this thought in mind, Chen Qun rose and walked out. Not long after, in the main hall of the Chen family, Chen Xiaolei's family stood. Chen Qun, in stark contrast to his earlier demeanor of an aloof sage, lowered his head and attentively listened to Chen Xiaolei's tirade. "You've grown quite capable, haven't you? I come all the way from Nanjing, and you don't even bother to greet me. Your brother is getting engaged, and you don't even come out to see. When I went to find you, I was met with a beating from your grandfather. Who exactly is the father here, you or me?" After finishing his outburst, Chen Xiaolei attempted to strike Chen Qun at that moment. Chen Huowu and Chen Qun's elder uncle, Chen Xiaoyun, approached. Upon seeing Chen Huowu, Chen Xiaolei immediately shot a glare at his hand still raised in the air, causing him to retract it in fear, falling silent. "Kuner, you've exited your seclusion. Why did you not inform your grandfather beforehand? I could have prepared a welcoming feast for you," Chen Huowu said with a warm smile. His expression was the epitome of kindness, leaving Chen Qun with mixed feelings that in truth, Chen Huowu had received word of Chen Qun's emergence the moment he stepped out of his courtyard. However, since Chen Qun only sent the gatekeeper to invite Chen Xiaolei and the others, he did not extend the invitation to him, which initially made Chen Huowu hesitate to intrude upon the main hall. Chen Qun, observing the kind visage of Chen Huowu, recalled that his grandfather had never regarded him with such warmth before. Thus, he replied with a respectful yet firm tone, "I have come out only to bid farewell to my parents and elders, as I intend to venture into the Central Divine Zhou for some training." Both Chen Xiaolei and Chen Qun were taken aback by this revelation, as they had never heard of the Central Divine Zhou. For them, an unfamiliar place must be quite far away. Their immediate reaction was one of reluctance to allow their son to go. Chen Xiaolei bellowed, "You think you've become capable now? Is the Great Han Nation no longer enough for you?" Chen Qun replied, "It is not that the Great Han Nation cannot accommodate me. I merely wish to grow stronger. Only with greater strength can I protect the Chen family effectively. Though my current strength may be formidable, there are many who surpass me." When Chen Qun expressed his desire to harness greater power to protect the Chen family, he struck a chord deep within Chen Huo's heart that for Chen Xiaolei, who stood nearby and wished to voice his thoughts. Chen Huawu swiftly curtailed his opportunity. With urgency, Chen Huawu addressed Chen Qun, saying, "Excellent, excellent, excellent. My dear Kuner, your ambition is commendable, regardless of your youth. Grandfather wholeheartedly supports your aspirations. Should you require any assistance from the Chen family, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall make the necessary arrangements." Chen Xiaolei. Upon hearing this, still yearned to speak, yet the imposing presence of Chen Hu rendered him mute. After all, it was Chen Hu who held the ultimate authority within the Chen family, and Chen Xiaolei was but a minor figure in comparison. The following day, the gates of the Chen residence were thronged with members of the Chen family, all gathered to bid farewell to Chen Qun. After exchanging heartfelt farewells with the reluctant Chen Xiaolei couple, he shared brief parting words with the others. Then, with a swift step onto his flying sword, he vanished into the horizon. The onlookers from the Chen family gazed at the receding figure of Chen Qun, some filled with reluctance, others with envy, and still others with jealousy. Chapter 12. The Changfeng Escort Agency, half a month later, at the border between the Great Shu Kingdom and the Great Yu Kingdom. A youthful figure, exuding an air of scholarly refinement, traversed the broad official road. Lacking any semblance of spiritual cultivation, this young man was none other than Chen Qun, who was making his way towards the central region of the Divine Continent. Since departing from the Great Han Kingdom, Chen Qun had traversed the entirety of the Great Shu Kingdom in the past days and was on the verge of entering the territory of the Great Yu Kingdom. Over this fortnight, Chen Qun traveled during the day and diligently practiced at night. Presently, he was not in haste to elevate his cultivation. Rather, he devoted his training time to the divine forging technique. Even though he was not rushing to enhance his powers, the formidable nature of his technique led to a significant improvement in his cultivation. His progress in the divine forging technique had also yielded some modest achievements in order to maintain a low profile while traveling. He concealed his cultivation level with his spiritual sense, presenting himself as an ordinary, unremarkable youth as dusk approached. Chen Qun, disliking the prospect of spending the night outdoors, summoned his flying sword and soared towards the nearest town. In truth, it was not that Chen Qun wished to refrain from flying for long distances. Rather, the exhaustion from prolonged flight had begun to take its toll on him. After all, he was merely at the initial stage of foundation building. And though his spiritual energy was substantial, it remained limited. Moreover, this was Chen Qun's first solitary journey, and he was not in a hurry. The sights and experiences along the way had greatly broadened his horizons. Before long, Chen Qun arrived in a small town, bestowed his flying sword, and sought a tavern to rest. After securing a room with the innkeeper, he noticed a large group of people gathering outside. The banner they carried bore the character Biao, indicating they were members of an escort team. Just as Chen Qun intended to return to his room to recuperate his spiritual energy, he observed that most patrons around him were indulging in revelry, drinking and feasting. Thus, he decided to pause and ordered a few dishes along with a jug of wine to savor at leisure. Although he had already abstained from food, it did not hinder him from enjoying a hearty meal. After several rounds of wine and dishes, Chen Qun, satiated, felt rather disinclined to engage in cultivation that day. After all, for more than half a month, he had been immersed in his training, which had become somewhat monotonous. Once he had finished his meal, he ascended the stairs, genuinely seeking a restful night. However, as he climbed the staircase, he overheard a burly escort discussing grievances with another man, lamenting, "This Great Yu Kingdom is so far from the capital of the Great Han Kingdom, Yong'an City. The remuneration from the employer is far too meager. By the time we brothers complete our task, there won't be much left for us." The other man chuckled in reply, "Second brother, our Changfeng Escort Agency values reputation. Since we have taken on this escort, do not voice such complaints. Regardless of the difficulties we face, we must deliver the cargo to the employer's hands." Upon hearing this, Chen Qun paused in his steps that he recalled the route described in Tianlan Continent's Anomalies. The capital of the Great Han Kingdom, Yong'an City, was undoubtedly a necessary stop for him. Once he passed through Yong'an City, he would traverse several smaller towns before crossing an expanse of ocean to reach the central region of the Divine Continent. With this thought in mind, he approached the two escort leaders. Upon reaching them, he clasped his hands and said, "I am Li Jin from the Chu Kingdom. That I just overheard that your agency is escorting goods to Yong'an City. Did I ask that true?" The leading man returned the gesture, stating, Indeed, we are bound for the capital of the great Hung Kingdom, Yong'an City. May I inquire what business young Master Li has? Chen Qun smiled and replied, I have some matters to attend to near Yong'an City as well. Might I accompany your agency? It would be beneficial for mutual support. The earlier disgruntled escort, hearing this, was inclined to refuse. However, before he could voice his objection, he caught sight of Chen Qun producing 2 gold ingots from his pocket and tossing them to the other leader. Chen Qun continued, Even if I join as a companion, I do not wish to disrupt the rules. You may consider me as an additional cargo. This is a deposit, and upon reaching Yong'an City, I shall pay your agency 50 taels of gold. Chen Qun's generosity was evident, as he discerned that both escort leaders were innate-level martial artists. This escort team was undoubtedly top-tier wherever they went. Chen Qun sought to join them not only to alleviate the monotony of travel, but also to facilitate his cultivation while aboard the carriage, eliminating the need to frequently inquire about directions. After all, in the past half-month, he had lost count of the number of times he had asked for directions or taken wrong turns. The lead escort hesitated upon hearing Chen Qun's proposal. Yet, when he noticed the longing in the eyes of the disgruntled escort as he beheld the gold ingots, he found himself wavering. The leader realized that the 2 ingots alone would cover the travel expenses for all 50 of his brothers. After scrutinizing Chen Qun again and confirming he was merely an unremarkable scholar devoid of cultivation, he sighed and said, Very well, since young Master Li holds our Changfeng escort agency in such high regard. We shall graciously accept your company to I am Gu Changfeng, the head of the Changfeng escort agency, and this is my sworn brother, Lu Shen. Chen Qun smiled and replied, It is an honor, esteemed escorts, that I look forward to your guidance on this journey. Gu Changfeng and Lu Shen responded with respectful gestures. It is our duty. It is our duty. Observing the courtesy of Gu Changfeng and Lu Shen, Chen Qun felt a twinge of reflection on the significance of wealth in the mundane world. However, he was not in want of gold, for he had amassed nearly 1,000 taels from the storage bag of a certain Tao saint he had slain. Moreover, just before his departure, Chen Hu had sent a considerable sum his way. The next morning, Chen Qun set forth with Gu Changfeng and Lu Shen, along with their escort team of over 50 members. Naturally, Gu Changfeng arranged for a carriage for Chen Qun, relaxed within the confines of the carriage. He took the opportunity to use his spiritual sense to inspect the cargo they were escorting. Most of the items appeared to be rather mundane, lacking any remarkable qualities. Notably, within the escort team was a spirited female escort. Through their conversations, Chen Qun learned that she was Gu Changfeng's only daughter, Gu Xiaoya. Seated comfortably in the carriage, Chen Qun was able to cultivate day and night without concern for travel issues. As for the fluctuations in spiritual energy caused by his training, neither Gu Changfeng nor Lu Shen, both at the early innate stage, could detect anything amiss. Before they knew it, over 10 days had slipped by. With no towns nearby, their escort team was compelled to camp in the wilderness. That night, the Gu Xiaoya chirped happily like a little sparrow throughout the day, while Chen Qun found himself entangled with a simple-minded fellow named Eru. Since their first conversation, Eru had been utterly captivated by Chen Qun's vast knowledge. Eventually, he began to cling to Chen Qun, seeking advice on how to pursue women. Chen Qun, recognizing Eru's affections for Gu Xiaoya, felt at a loss, as he was no expert on matters of love. Ultimately, he could only advise Eru that should his strength improve, Gu Xiaoya would naturally take notice of him. Surprisingly, Eru, in his naivety, wholeheartedly believed Chen Qun's words. Thus, he diligently trained throughout their journey. Whenever Eru encountered confusion, Chen Qun would promptly offer guidance, drawing from the many martial texts he had studied. In this manner, the days passed. And under Chen Qun's mentorship, Eru's cultivation advanced rapidly, and he began to sense a burgeoning desire to break through his current realm. According to Chen Qun's calculations, they were nearing the exit of the Great Yu Kingdom, having entered the territory of the Great Hung Kingdom. Their journey had proceeded remarkably smoothly. It may be due to the intimidating presence of 2 innate realm warriors within the escort team that they have not encountered any highway bandits. On this particular day, Lu Shen was in high spirits and remarked to Gu Changfeng, "Brother, our luck this time has truly been remarkable. I never expected our journey to be so smooth without encountering even a single bandit along the way." Upon hearing this, Gu Changfeng smiled and replied, Our good fortune is indeed commendable, but it is also thanks to everyone's blessings. Regardless, it is prudent for us to remain vigilant. However, just as Gu Changfeng finished speaking, a jarring voice interrupted. It's not just your luck that's good. Our brothers are fortunate as well. We happened upon this flock of fat sheep as soon as we set out. As the words fell, 3 figures descended rapidly, blocking the path of the escort team, while nearly 100 ruffians began to emerge from behind them. Upon seeing the cultivation levels of the 3 in front, Lucian couldn't help but mentally berate himself for his ill-fated words. His mouth was indeed a source of trouble. 1 Mid-stage innate warrior, 2 early-stage innate warriors, and 100 thugs. This was undoubtedly one of the most formidable bandit groups within the borders of the Great Hun Kingdom. Their strength was more than sufficient to annihilate the escort team with ease. Observing the situation, Gu Changfeng hastily cupped his fists and stepped forward, saying, I am Gu Changfeng, the head of the Changfeng escort agency, that if you gentlemen could extend us a favor this time, I would be willing to offer 50 taels of gold as a token of gratitude. The leading burly man laughed heartily in response. That favor may be beyond our brothers. If we were to kill you, not only would the 50 taels of gold belong to us, but so too would your cargo, that if you were in my position, what would you choose? Before Gu Changfeng could respond, Gu Xiaoyao rushed forward, declaring, We at the Changfeng escort agency are offering you gold merely to avoid trouble. Do not mistake our willingness to compromise for weakness. We are not to be trifled with. Upon seeing Gu Xiaoyao, the leading man's smile grew even broader, now laced with a lewd intent, but he then turned to one of his companions, saying, I did not expect to find such an unexpected treasure, a delicate little girl. Lao San, go and bring her to me. Let her warm my bed tonight. As the leader's words echoed, one of his men leapt toward Gu Xiaoyao, grinning wickedly. Our big boss has taken a liking to you. That is your fortune. So don't resist and come with me. Gu Changfeng and Lu Shun immediately attempted to intervene, but they were blocked by the other 2 burly men, leading to a fierce skirmish. The 100 or so ruffians, seeing this, charged toward the Changfeng escort agency's team, that if nothing unexpected occurred, the battle seemed destined to end in a one-sided defeat. The Jiyu Xiaoya, seeing the man lunging at her, drew her long sword in defiance. However, due to the overwhelming disparity in strength, she was swiftly knocked off her horse by the man's palm strike. The Jiyu Changfeng, witnessing Gu Xiaoya's fall, felt a surge of anxiety. He was in no position to assist, as he and Lu Shun were barely able to protect themselves against their own formidable adversary. In Gu Changfeng's eyes, it seemed they were truly facing inevitable doom. After the man knocked Gu Xiaoya down, he shifted from palm to claw, intent on capturing her. At that moment, the simple-hearted Eru stepped forward, drawing his sword to shield Gu Xiaoya. The man, furious at the foolhardy Eru, switched back to a palm strike and unleashed a powerful blow, severely injuring him. After incapacitating Eru, he lunged again for Gu Xiaoya. Yet despite spitting blood, Eru stubbornly rose to his feet, standing resolutely in front of Gu Xiaoya. This display only fueled the man's wrath further. Channeling all of his innate energy, he aimed to obliterate Eru on the spot, unwilling to relent. That moment, Chen Qun sighed from within the carriage. Although he had not yet emerged, he had been keenly observing the chaotic scene outside with his spiritual sense. Chen Qun understood that if he did not intervene, the Changfeng escort agency would face annihilation. With a desire to assist both the escort agency and the earnest Eru, Chen Qun stealthily made his move. Just as the man was about to strike Eru, his head suddenly stiffened, causing him to plummet from the air. Rubbing his head in confusion, he was oblivious to what had just transpired from a distance. The leading man shouted, Lao San, what are you doing? Hurry up and kill that brat, then bring that little girl to me. The man referred to as Lao San resumed his assault on Eru. That moment, a voice echoed in Eru's ears. Eru, believe in your own strength. Draw your sword and slay him. You can do it. Upon hearing the strange voice, Eru, without further thought, summoned the last vestiges of his strength and swung his sword toward the advancing innate warriors. The 2 men scoffed at Eru's desperate attack, one chuckling. You are far too overestimating yourself. Prepare to die. With that, the man raised his palms to strike Eru down. However, just as he was about to succeed. His head suddenly stiffened once more, but by the time he regained his senses, his head had separated from his body. Until his last moment, he remained unaware of how he had met his demise. In that fleeting moment of conflict, Eru had inadvertently severed the head of an innate warrior. Chapter 13. Yongin City, seeing his brother slain by Eru. The leading man howled furiously. Lao San. His rage was palpable. For the man slain was his own blood, that in a fit of fury, he unleashed a powerful strike that forced Gu Changfeng and Lu Xun to retreat, then joined forces with another burly man to charge at Eru. They were resolute in their intent to avenge their fallen comrade with a single blow. Eru, gazing at the two innate experts approaching him, found himself unable to lift his sword, already gravely injured. He felt the overwhelming pressure of their presence weighing him down, rendering him immobile. Jiu Changfeng and Lu Xun, witnessing this, rushed to his aid, but it was too late, just as Eru was about to fall victim to their blades. He felt the oppressive aura dissipate entirely. Once again, the voice resonated in his ears. Eru, now is the time to rally yourself. With confidence, you can slay even the mightiest of foes. As Eru hazily absorbed the words, he summoned his remaining strength and began to wildly swing his sword at the two advancing innate warriors. Although it appeared to be a final, desperate struggle, an eerie phenomenon unfolded. The two formidable warriors seemed to freeze as Eru's sword flailed about, allowing him to strike it in mere moments. Both men met the same inexplicable fate as their fallen comrade, succumbing to Eru's chaotic onslaught. As Eru collapsed from his injuries, he remained unconscious, while the 100 or so ruffians, witnessing the deaths of their leaders, scattered in terror. Although Lu Xun intended to pursue them, Gu Changfeng restrained him. After halting Lu Xun, Gu Changfeng instructed everyone to assess the casualties. He and Lu Xun then approached Eru, who was being shaken by Gu Xiaoya, crying out, Eru, wake up! Don't die, please wake up! The young girl harbored feelings for Eru, which had deepened after his selfless act of saving her life. Gu Changfeng gently reassured Gu Xiaoya, silly child, Eru has merely fainted. He is not in danger. Step aside and allow me to tend to his wounds. With that, Gu Changfeng began to heal Eru as he gradually infused his innate energy into Eru's body. The young man slowly regained consciousness. Upon seeing Eru awaken, Gu Changfeng inquired, Eru, what was that technique you employed? How did you manage to slay 3 innate warriors? Scratching his head in confusion, Eru replied, I'm not entirely sure. After I was injured, I heard a voice urging me to attack so I swung at the man who was grabbing Xiaoya, and somehow, I ended up killing him. The subsequent 2 fell victim to the same method. But I cannot determine whether the voice I heard was a figment of my imagination or something real. Gu Changfeng regarded Eru, noting his demeanor did not suggest deceit, and exchanged a glance with Lu Xun. They both shook their heads in unison and proceeded in a different direction. As they walked, Gu Changfeng spoke to Lu Xun. Younger brother, what are your thoughts on today's events? Lu Xun replied, I sense that there must be a hidden master providing assistance. Otherwise, that foolish Eru could never have slain a practitioner of innate caliber. Gu Changfeng responded, your thoughts align closely with mine. Yet such reclusive masters, even if they did save us, typically refrain from revealing themselves. By the way, how severe are our casualties? Lu Xun stated, we lost 3 brothers today, and over a dozen others are injured. Gu Changfeng said, ensure the fallen and wounded are properly cared for, and distribute double the silver as compensation to the brothers. Today's occurrences are shrouded in too much mystery. We must depart swiftly. After speaking, Gu Changfeng shared a glance with Lu Xun, both turning their eyes towards Chen Qun's carriage. Chen Qun, sensing something, lifted the curtain and glanced around, then feigned a look of terror before lowering the curtain again. To Jiu Changfeng and Lu Xun exchanged a knowing smile, understanding that, for a scholar, such scenes of violence could indeed be quite shocking. Their group made a hasty arrangement and continued towards Yongin City. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Chen Qun remained focused on his cultivation of the forging spirit technique. He was quite satisfied with the effects of his spiritual attacks. Days passed, and Gu Changfeng's team finally entered the bustling Yongin City. Upon their arrival, Gu Changfeng knocked on Chen Qun's carriage and politely inquired, Young Master Li, we have arrived in Yong'an City. Might I ask what your plans are? Chen Qun lifted the curtain and replied, I am grateful for your care throughout the journey. But now that we have reached Yong'an City, I shall no longer impose upon your esteemed escort. With that, he retrieved several ingots of gold from his baggage and handed them to Gu Changfeng. Then he continued, This is the 50 taels of gold promised for the escort fee. I hope you will accept it. Gu Changfeng examined the gold in his hands and, with a respectful gesture, responded, Young Master Li, your generosity is indeed commendable. I shall accept it graciously that I must now return the cargo to my employer until we meet again. Chen Qun reciprocated the gesture, saying, Until we meet again. Before departing, Eru approached Chen Qun to express his gratitude. Watching the departing group, Chen Qun glanced at the thriving Yong'an City, which surpassed the splendor of Yanjing in the Great Han Kingdom. He resolved to rest for several days in Yong'an City, yearning to relish a few days of leisurely prosperity after enduring a long and tiring journey. Before long, Chen Qun checked into the most luxurious establishment in Yong'an City. The Minjiexuan Inn at this moment, within the top-tier room of the inn. Chen Qun lay on the bed, reflecting on the grievances he suffered in his youth. Filled with myriad emotions that as a child, he faced disdain for his inability to cultivate mundane martial arts. And the bitterness of those memories remained vivid. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he began to explore his inner self using his spiritual sense. Initially, as he attempted to peer into his meridians, he felt somewhat unaccustomed. However, gradually, he extended his spiritual sense along his meridians with increasing ease. Before long, he achieved a remarkably clear view of his own meridians, when he discovered that they were obstructed by green block-like substances. He was taken aback. These blockages consisted entirely of pure wood-type spiritual energy, which he had unconsciously absorbed over the years of breathing and cultivation. This accumulation enabled him to cultivate to the foundation-building stage even in the spiritually barren lands of the Great Han Kingdom. The sole reason for such blockages stemmed from his mother inadvertently consuming wood-type, celestial materials during her pregnancy. Due to her ignorance of cultivation, this vast energy ran rampant, ultimately residing within the fetus that was Chen Qun. It was a stroke of luck that neither mother nor child perished from such an overwhelming force. Chen Qun fixated on the blockages of wood-type energy, nearly drooling at the prospect, while others could do nothing about it. He had a plan that he immediately activated the 5 elements yin-yang technique and began to guide his spiritual sense. Slowly, he absorbed the obstructing wood-type energy from his meridians. Bit by bit, the wood-type energy within him reached saturation. He once again employed the 5 elements yin-yang technique to transform the wood-type energy into energies of other attributes for absorption. Time slipped by unnoticed, spanning 2 days and nights. Chen Qun exhaled a long, relieved breath. All the wood-type energy that had once blocked his meridians had been absorbed. Furthermore, this energy retained a trace of the innate vitality of a fetus. Upon completing the absorption, his cultivation remarkably advanced from the initial to the mid-foundation building stage. Observing the smooth and unobstructed flow of his meridians, he felt an urge to release a primal roar to vent the grievances of his youth. At that moment, he finally comprehended that he was not a waste of potential. Rather, his meridians had merely been obstructed by blockages of spiritual energy. Unbeknownst to him, his 5-element root constitution was deemed a waste in the realm of cultivation for thousands of years in the central divine continent. Meanwhile, in another modest inn within Yong'an City, a sharp-featured old eunuch, flanked by a cadre of brawny guards, addressed the grim-faced Gu Changfeng, saying, Our Prince of Yu has taken a fancy to your daughter. Consider this a blessing. In 10 days, a bridal sedan will come to collect her that I advise you not to refuse, lest you find that no one will be left to collect your corpses. After delivering this message, the old eunuch and his entourage departed, leaving Gu Changfeng to grapple with a bitter heart as he looked at the nearly lifeless arrow. Once Chen Qun's meridians were unblocked, he ventured to a solitary mountain outside the city, driven by a whim to practice martial arts, seeking to remedy his youthful regrets. Although he had been unable to cultivate martial techniques before, as a scion of a prestigious family in the Great Han Kingdom, he had perused numerous martial arts manuscripts. This time, he selected the primary martial art of his father, Chen Xiaolei, the mighty bull fist. Not long after, Chen Qun began to practice earnestly on the mountain that I in just a few days. Bolstered by his powerful foundation-building spiritual energy and the application of his spiritual sense, he found himself capable of defeating innate-level practitioners using his martial skills that, of course, the techniques he executed were infused not with true qi, but with his own spiritual energy. That I, in the ensuing days, a new innate-level swordsman began to frequent the bustling streets of Yong'an City, a figure clad in a long sword, often seen in the more renowned locales of the city. This swordsman, appearing as an innate practitioner, was none other than Chen Qun, disguised with spiritual energy. Over the past few days, he had explored many of Yong'an City's notable attractions upon returning to the Minjiaxuan Inn. He resolved to continue his journey towards the central divine continent the following morning, on the next day at dawn, on the main thoroughfare outside the Minjiaxuan Inn. The Prince of Yu, Shangguan Yao, rode forth, his face a mask of fury as he fixed his gaze upon the battered Gu Changfeng and his companions that he declared, "In the great Hung Kingdom, every woman I take a liking to willingly offers herself. I never anticipated such ingratitude from you. If this girl does not submit to me today, not only shall you four perish, but the escort team you secretly sent out last night shall meet the same fate." Gu Changfeng's heart sank. Tormented by internal conflict, Shangguan Yao's threat to the lives of his companions struck a deep chord within him. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Shun interjected. He faced Shangguan Yao defiantly, stating, "No more words are needed. Even if we must die, we will not allow you, beast, to defile my little niece. Come at us with all your strength." Following Lu Shun's declaration, Gu Changfeng, Eru, and Gu Xiaoya stood resolutely beside him, united in their defiance. The guards and onlookers surrounding them regarded the four with pity, fully aware that those who dared challenge Shangguan Yao's authority in Yong'an City invariably faced dire consequences. Shangguan Yao slowly addressed Gu Changfeng and his companions. "In that case, do not blame me for being unfeeling." After speaking, he commanded his entourage, "Seize that girl for me, and eliminate the others. Toss their bodies into the river to feed the fish." As his orders were issued, the guards and attendants drew their weapons. Yet just as they were about to surge forward, a languid voice interrupted them. "This early in the morning, who is making such a ruckus? Is it not possible for anyone to sleep? If you continue to make noise, I assure you, regardless of whether you are a prince or a king, I shall teach you a lesson that will leave you utterly disoriented." As the words fell, they beheld a young man, clad in a long sword, standing by the window on the second floor of Minjiaxuan. Chapter 14. Chen Qun unleashes his fury upon hearing this. Shangguan Yao's expression darkened ominously. The onlookers directed sympathetic glances at the young man with the sword on his back. After all, it was audacious for him to claim he would render Shangguan Yao so disoriented. He was practically courting death. However, Chen Qun remained unfazed by the opinions of others that he leapt down from the second floor of Minjiaxuan and landed directly in front of Gu Changfeng and his companions, smiling as he regarded them. Gu Changfeng, staring at the young man before him, exclaimed in astonishment, "You are young Master Li? What brings you here? Yet, young Master Li, I implore you to leave quickly, that we are in grave danger today. Do not follow us and risk your life in vain." In response, Chen Qun merely waved his hand at Gu Changfeng, signaling him to remain silent, but he then turned to Shangguan Yao and said, "You have interrupted my beautiful dream this morning. How do you intend to make amends? If you do not offer me an apology and a proper recompense, I will not hesitate to give you a thorough beating." "Impudent! Do you know whom you are addressing? This is His Royal Highness, the Prince of Yu, the younger brother of the current emperor." A gaunt, sharp-featured old eunuch shouted at Chen Qun in a fit of rage. Chen Qun scratched his ear and replied, "You need not raise your voice so. I have already stated that I care not for kings or princes. Even if the emperor himself were to come, I would not hold back." Shangguan Yao, infuriated, retorted with a mocking smile, "I am quite eager to see how you intend to render me disoriented." Chen Qun replied, "Then you shall witness it firsthand. I shall not hold back." With that, he unleashed the mighty bull fist and charged toward Shangguan Yao. The two innate mid-stage guards swiftly positioned themselves before Chen Qun. Yet as they approached, their heads felt as if they were struck by a sudden force. They were promptly sent flying by Chen Qun's fists. Poor Shangguan Yao was then unceremoniously toppled from his horse and subjected to a barrage of punches and kicks. The guards, regaining their senses, rushed towards Chen Qun, but he fought like a tiger among sheep, sending them sprawling in every direction. The two innate mid-stage guards, previously hurled away, found themselves once again incapacitated on the ground, utterly unable to rise. As Chen Qun continued to pummel the guards and attendants, he remarked, "Why are you all so enraged? It is merely your esteemed prince of you who wished to see how I would deal with him. I am merely fulfilling his wish." Gu Changfeng and his three companions were left astounded, unable to fathom that the young man they had considered an ordinary scholar, young Master Li, could possess such ferocity. At that moment, Lu Xun seemed to come to a realization that he turned to Gu Changfeng and said, "Elder brother, this young Master Li is indeed a hidden expert. It is likely that he assisted us in secret during our previous ambush. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Eru to slay those three innate warriors." Gu Changfeng nodded thoughtfully in response. Just as the four were lost in their musings, Chen Qun had concluded his battle. He had turned Shangguan Yao and the nearby old eunuch into pig heads, and the capable guards and attendants were now rendered incapable of standing. The remaining ordinary attendants dared not approach again. Chen Qun walked over to Gu Changfeng and said, "Gu Chief Escort, you appear to be grievously injured. Allow me to escort you out of the city." Gu Changfeng understood that they had indeed encountered a benefactor and quickly replied, "I am deeply indebted to you, young Master Li, for your great kindness." Thus, they paid no further mind to the incapacitated Prince of Yu and his entourage, heading directly toward the city outskirts that Ji Yu Changfeng, Gu Xiaoya, and Lu Xun now felt somewhat apprehensive in Chen Qun's presence. While the dim-witted Eru bombarded him with questions, leaving Chen Qun feeling rather overwhelmed, in approximately half an hour, they arrived outside the city. Once there, Chen Qun sought out a shaded spot to rest. Observing this, Gu Changfeng inquired, "Young Master Li, why have you paused? We should hasten our departure from this city. Otherwise, pursuers will soon arrive." Chen Qun nonchalantly replied, "I could leave without a care, but can you all escape? Even if you manage to flee, your fellow escorts remain, and they too will surely be intercepted and pursued." Upon hearing this, Gu Changfeng's expression grew bitter, that he then bowed before Chen Qun and pleaded, "I beseech you, young Master Li, save our Changfeng escort, that if you could protect us, I would not hesitate to work for you as a servant." Chen Qun smiled and said, "There is no need for you to become a servant. I remain here to assist you in eliminating future threats. For those who prey on the weak yet fear the strong, only a thorough defeat will instill a lasting fear and prevent them from troubling you again." After Chen Qun spoke, Gu Changfeng felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. However, when he noticed that Chen Qun had begun to rest with his eyes closed, he refrained from further conversation. Ji Yu Changfeng then contemplated for a moment before tending to his own injuries. A quarter of an hour later, a large group of riders surged forth from the direction of Yong'an City, led by the very same Shangguan Yao, who had been turned into a pig head by Chen Qun. However, beside Shangguan Yao now stood an elderly man clad in white robes. Chen Qun slowly opened his eyes, using his spiritual sense to assess the old man's cultivation, that a smile crept across his lips as he remarked to Gu Changfeng and the others, "I did not expect that fellow to possess some skill. He has actually summoned a martial sage." The seemingly casual comment sent Gu Changfeng and his companions' hearts plummeting. Although there was only a thin line separating innate warriors from martial sages, the disparity in strength was as vast as the heavens and the earth. While Chen Qun could easily defeat innate mid-stage warriors, Gu Changfeng and the others did not believe he could contend with a martial sage. "Third Elder, this is the brat who injured my guards and left me in this state." Shangguan Yao pointed at Chen Qun. The white-robed elder shot a glare at Shangguan Yao, causing him to instinctively retract his neck in fear. The elder scrutinized Chen Qun closely, although he noticed that Chen Qun possessed only an innate initial stage cultivation. His ability to easily defeat two innate mid-stage warriors led the elder to conclude that Chen Qun was no ordinary individual. Thus, the elder addressed Chen Qun, "I am Shangguan Wuji, the third elder of the Dahan Kingdom. May I inquire as to how to address you, young friend?" Chen Qun replied nonchalantly, "I am Li Jin from the kingdom of Chu, just an insignificant person without any renown." Chen Qun still preferred to use an alias while traversing the world, believing it safer until he had left this region, as it would prevent any repercussions for his family. The elder, Shangguan Wuji, continued, "Young friend Li, you have left my junior in such a state. Do you not think you owe me an explanation? Do you truly believe there is no one in the Dahan kingdom?" Upon hearing this, Chen Qun had no intention of engaging further with the old man, but he responded, "Your ability to twist words is quite impressive. Old sir, you must be well aware of your junior's character. I am surprised that at your advanced age, your shamelessness knows no bounds." It must be said that Chen Qun's talent for insult was formidable. As a martial sage, Shangguan Wuji had never before been subjected to such humiliation. Chen Qun's words caused his face to flush with anger. "You dare to insult me, boy? This is a path to your own demise," Shangguan Wuji roared. Resembling a furious lion, that he leaped into the air, channeling his internal energy to commune with the heavens and earth that in an instant, an oppressive aura, imbued with destructive power, surged toward Chen Qun. Yu Changfeng and his companions found themselves unable to stand upright beneath the weight of this formidable force. While Chen Qun calmly unsheathed his sword, enveloped in a surge of spiritual energy, infusing his power into the sword, the blade's radiance extended over 3 zhang. Before unleashing such a powerful strike, Chen Qun, with little regard for etiquette, executed a forceful spiritual attack against Shangguan Wuji's. Chen Qun's sword cleaved through the air. Shangguan Wuji arrived swiftly but departed just as quickly, sent flying 10 zhang away by the spiritual energy enveloping Chen Qun's sword. Subsequently, to assert his dominance, Chen Qun unleashed a mighty strike towards the empty ground beside him. Instantly, a cloud of dust swirled across the vacant ground, and a chasm of several zhang suddenly appeared. Upon witnessing this, Shangguan Wuji was utterly horrified that he cried out in disbelief, "Immortal!" Due to Chen Qun's spiritual power, which vastly exceeded that of his peers, and having effortlessly defeated Shangguan Wuji with a mere strike. Chen Qun was mistakenly regarded by Shangguan Wuji as a celestial of the Golden Core stage, a martial cultivator. Shangguan Wuji had limited understanding of the true capabilities of Golden Core practitioners. He only knew that Chen Qun could easily vanquish him with a casual move. Moreover, the offensive might Chen Qun had just displayed far surpassed that of any other Dao sage he had encountered. Thus, Shangguan Wuji firmly believed in his heart that Chen Qun was undoubtedly an immortal far beyond the level of a Dao sage. Ignoring his severe injuries, Shangguan Wuji recognized the significance of a Golden Core immortal. He repeatedly bowed to Chen Qun, saying, "I am unaware of the arrival of an immortal. I humbly beg your forgiveness for my offenses. Please pardon me, immortal." Upon hearing Shangguan Wuji refer to him as immortal, Chen Qun, though somewhat perplexed, chose not to deny it. After all, his initial intention was to establish his authority and thereby rescue everyone at the Changfeng escort agency. Thus, he brazenly assumed the role of those legendary immortal beings. Seeing Chen Qun remain silent, Shangguan Wuji's heart grew increasingly anxious. Individuals of Shangguan Wuji's stature were well aware of the capricious nature of high-ranking cultivators. If he were to contend with a Dao sage of the Foundation establishment stage, he would genuinely be unafraid, as his martial prowess was far from that of an ordinary martial saint. Hence, he felt confident in facing a typical Foundation establishment Dao sage, even believing he could secure a definitive victory. However, Shangguan Wuji also understood the vast chasm that existed between a Dao sage and an immortal. Any Golden Core immortal could easily extinguish his life with a mere wave of their hand, if today's matter were not handled properly. It was likely that the Great Hung Nation would cease to exist. Observing Shangguan Wuji's terror, Shangguan Yao hurriedly approached and inquired, "Third Elder, what troubles you? There is no need for such subservience. You represent the dignity of our Great Hung Nation." In Shangguan Yao's view, their nation boasted 3 martial saints, and with Elder Shangguan Wuji ranking 3rd, even in defeat, they still held the strength to stand firm. However, as he rushed over, Shangguan Yao was promptly struck down by a slap from Shangguan Wuji. Subsequently, Shangguan Wuji bellowed, "All of you kneel and beseech the immortal for mercy. Anyone who dares to show disrespect will face my wrath." Gu Changfeng and the others stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Witnessing a throng of individuals kneeling on the ground, that moment, they could scarcely articulate their feelings. Although Chen Qun could not fathom why Shangguan Wujie had mistakenly identified him as a legendary golden core immortal, he found a certain satisfaction in leveraging this misunderstanding. Therefore, he imperiously addressed Shangguan Wujie, saying, "There is no need for further pleas for my mercy. I have but one request. I desire that the Changfeng escort agency be granted absolute safety within the territory of the Great Hung Nation. Should any harm befall the Changfeng escort agency, I will ensure that the entire royal family of the Great Hung Nation pays the price." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Wujie nodded vigorously, stating, "Yes, yes, yes. I shall personally escort the members of the Changfeng escort agency back to their residence. Henceforth, within any territory of the Great Hung Nation, they shall receive the protection of our government." Satisfied, Chen Qun nodded in return, that he then bid farewell to the still-dazed Gu Changfeng and the others before ascending on his sword and departing. Now injured, Shangguan Wujie dared not gamble with the fate of the royal family. Thus, he insisted on personally escorting Gu Changfeng and his companions back. Faced with Shangguan Wujie's unwavering goodwill, Gu Changfeng and the others could only reluctantly acquiesce. Chapter 15. Arrival in the Central Divine Continent across the boundless sea. A merchant ship bravely sliced through the waves. We are nearing Heijiao Cliff. The winds and waves are rather fierce, so please exercise caution, an older sailor called out to the passengers on board. Chen Qun, sensing the increasingly dense spiritual energy, deduced that they were not far from the Central Divine Continent, aside from a few merchants aboard. Most of the individuals were cultivators heading to the Central Divine Continent in search of enlightenment. Have you heard? The Lingyun sect, one of the 5 major sects in the cultivation world, will be recruiting disciples in Tianshui City 3 months from now, a rugged man said to a delicate scholar. The scholar sighed, replying, "Ah, I have heard, but only 1 in 10 or 20 ordinary people possesses spiritual roots. Moreover, the standard for recruitment at a large sect like the Lingyun sect are exceedingly high. They only accept disciples with 3 or more spiritual roots. As for those with 4 spiritual roots or none, they must be under 20 years old and have achieved at least the 6th level of Qi refinement." Note: 5 spiritual roots are also referred to as waste spiritual roots in the Central Divine Continent. The rugged man continued, "Such standards from the Lingyun sect essentially leave no opportunity for those with 4 or waste spiritual roots. It is quite difficult for someone with 3 spiritual roots to reach the 6th level of Qi refinement before turning 20, let alone those with 4 spiritual roots or none. Perhaps only those with dual spiritual roots or the legendary heavenly spiritual roots can easily accomplish this." Note: single spiritual roots are also known as heavenly spiritual roots. The delicate scholar glanced disdainfully at the rugged man and remarked, "The Lingyun sect is one of the 5 major sects. Gaining entry is no easy feat. If one lacks the requisite strength, it would be wiser to join a smaller sect for stability, rather than face humiliation later on." With that, the scholarly figure fell silent. Chen Qun, however, took note of the Lingyun sect and Tianshui City. Being one of the 5 major sects, it was reasonable to assume that the spiritual energy and resources for cultivation within would be of the highest caliber. The merchant ship safely navigated past Heijiao Cliff and arrived at the port of Heishui City without incident. The moment Chen Qun set foot on the soil of Heishui City, he could not help but exclaim inwardly, "After all this time, I have finally stepped into the realm of the Central Divine Continent." However, upon entering Heishui City, Chen Qun soon realized that both cultivators and mundane folk here recognized only spirit stones as currency, dismissing all else. Facing a region that accepted only spirit stones, this meant that the worldly possessions he carried had temporarily become worthless. Had it not been for the 300 low-grade spirit stones he acquired after defeating that Dao sage, Chen Qun would have found himself in quite the predicament. Inside Heishui City, Chen Qun emulated the lower-tier cultivators. Securing his storage bag at his waist and placing his flying sword within it, but he pondered that he could not continue to present himself as a cultivator of no significant ability. Thus, he concealed his aura to appear as if he were at the 6th level of Qi refinement. After inquiring about the direction to Tianshui City, he soared off on his sword toward his destination. The concentration of spiritual energy in the divine continent exceeded that of the Great Han Nation by more than double. Chen Qun speculated about the wondrous paradise that sects like Ling Yun's sect must occupy, and resolved to infiltrate the Ling Yun sect to significantly enhance his own cultivation. Chapter 16. Joining a cultivation team. Tianshui City was not too far from Heishui City. However, Tianshui City was markedly more prosperous, with a steady stream of cultivators filling the streets that in the central divine continent. Cultivators and ordinary people had largely integrated their lives, with the powers of secular nations often being manipulated by the major sections. Tianshui City hosted branches of various sects, along with a marketplace exclusively for cultivators to trade. All these elements highlighted Tianshui City's affluence. Outside a modest courtyard in Tianshui City, Chen Qun stood with a frown, feeling the nearly empty storage bag at his side, but he glanced at the small courtyard he had just purchased. At this moment, Chen Qun realized how difficult it was to navigate the central divine continent without spirit stones. Acquiring this small courtyard had cost him 280 low-grade spirit stones. And before entering a sect, he would need spirit stones for any number of essentials: spiritual herbs, elixirs, treasures, each of which was reliant on spirit stones. Fortunately, the original owner of the courtyard had informed Chen Qun that the quickest way to earn spirit stones was to hunt ferocious beasts within the Wan Beast Mountain range to the south of Tianshui City. The inner cores, pelts, and bones of these beasts could be exchanged for spirit stones in the marketplace. Occasionally, with good fortune, one might even gather some rare, spiritual herbs. However, he was cautioned not to venture too deep without sufficient strength, as it could lead to perilous consequences. Moreover, between Tianshui City and the Wan Beast Mountain Range, there existed an alliance formed entirely of scattered cultivators. Those with lower cultivation levels could join the teams of other scattered cultivators. Only through such cooperation could their chances of survival and income be significantly enhanced. Days later, within the Scattered Cultivator Alliance, a young man clad in simple robes stood curious and observant, surveying his surroundings. The so-called Scattered Cultivator Alliance was essentially a village composed of several thatched huts, featuring an inn, a pharmacy, and numerous scattered cultivators seated on the ground, displaying their wares. The scene appeared quite lively, bustling with cultivators coming and going. Some were solitary, while others traveled in small groups, yet most of them were merely practitioners at the qi refinement stage. Esteemed friend, might I inquire as to how one could join an adventuring party heading to the Myriad Beasts Mountain Range? This is my first visit here, and I am not well acquainted with the local circumstances, Chen Qun called out to a scruffy-looking cultivator. The bearded cultivator scanned Chen Qun with his spiritual sense before replying. Young brother, with your cultivation at the 6th layer of qi refinement, it may prove quite difficult to find a team willing to take you along on a treasure-seeking expedition. The Myriad Beasts Mountain Range is fraught with peril, and such ventures are akin to treading on the edge of a blade. No one desires to carry an anchor on their journey. Chen Qun responded, "Thank you for your guidance. Fellow cultivator, should I fail to find a party willing to have me, I shall venture into the Myriad Beasts Mountain Range on my own. Perhaps fortune will smile upon me, and I shall uncover some treasures." The bearded cultivator was amused by Chen Qun's words, exclaiming, "Young brother, your cultivation may be modest, but your audacity is commendable, which suits my taste well. Yes, it happens. Our team is also heading into the Myriad Beasts Mountain Range to hunt some demonic beasts and gather spirit stones. You may accompany me. I would rather not see your youthful life extinguished prematurely. My name is Guo Chen. May I ask for your name?" Chen Qun expressed his gratitude, saying, "I am Chen Qun. I appreciate your kindness, Brother Guo. However, I am concerned that my limited abilities may become a burden to you." Guo Chen laughed heartily, replying, "With a cultivator of my caliber, taking 1 or 2 additional companions poses no issue. When the time comes, simply claim to be my distant relative." Chen Qun felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead at Guo Chen's self-proclamation of being a high-level cultivator at the 9th layer of qi refinement. He half expected Guo Chen to be a master in the golden core stage. Nonetheless, Chen Qun considered Guo Chen's intentions to be well-meaning, as he was likely worried that the 6th layer of qi refinement practitioner would venture forth to his doom alone. Moreover, as a newcomer, it was prudent for Chen Qun to maintain a low profile. Thus, he replied, "I shall defer to Brother Guo's arrangements." Without further delay, Guo Chen led Chen Qun to join the rest of their companions. "Chen, why did you bring along a 6th layer qi refinement kit? If we encounter danger, We won't have the luxury to babysit him, one teammate named Chen Qun remarked. Guichun retorted without reservation. My own relative is my responsibility. You need not concern yourselves with him. Just take care of yourselves. After hearing this, Chen Qun fell silent, recognizing Guichun's formidable prowess. Guichun then introduced Chen Qun to the other members of their team. Aside from Guichun and Chen Qun, who were at the 9th layer, there were Wei Chun, Hishuru, and Renani, all at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. With a composition of 4 men and 1 woman, their team now included the 6th layer Chen Qun. Once preparations were complete, their group, like others, set forth towards the Myriad Beasts mountain range. Throughout the journey, aside from Guichun occasionally engaging Chen Qun in light conversation, the others seemed less than welcoming to the 6th layer practitioner, believing he would undoubtedly hinder their progress. Little did they anticipate that Chen Qun's true strength was beyond their imagination, resting in the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Chapter 17. Hunting Demonic Beasts. Chen Qun the caretaker thus. Chen Qun followed Guichun and the others into the Myriad Beasts mountain range. Along the outskirts of the range, they occasionally encountered other teams engaged in the hunt for demonic beasts, while solitary cultivators were a rare sight at this moment. Chen Qun addressed the group, stating, Our primary objective this time is to hunt 3rd-tier demonic beasts. As the materials and inner cores from an ordinary 3rd-tier beast can fetch around 100 low-grade spirit stones. Hishuru expressed her concerns, saying 3rd-tier demonic beasts are equivalent to practitioners in the late Qi refinement stage. And some formidable 3rd-tier beasts have already reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement that I believe it would be wiser to hunt in groups for 2nd-tier beasts. Chen Qun glanced at Hishuru, then subtly assessed Chen Qun before asserting, The value of 2nd-tier beasts is only 10 low-grade spirit stones. How many must we kill to make that worthwhile? With the Chun and me around, there should be no danger. Besides, risk and reward are invariably interconnected. Guichun, after listening, declared, Let us heed Chen Qun's counsel and venture deeper into the Myriad Beasts mountain range to hunt more 3rd-tier beasts. Though some among them hesitated, they offered no further objections. Chen Qun, on the other hand, appeared indifferent. Thus, the 6 of them gradually delved deeper into the Myriad Beasts mountain range. Along the way, they successfully hunted a few 1st and 2nd-tier demonic beasts. After progressing a certain distance, Chen Qun suddenly called out, Ahead lies a 3rd-tier mountain-penetrating mastiff. Prepare for battle. With that, he summoned his magical treasure and charged towards the mastiff. Guichun and the others quickly followed suit, each invoking their own treasures. Among them, only Chen Qun wielded a low-grade magical weapon in the form of a spear, while Guichun and the others possessed superior-grade magical artifacts that Chen Qun observed his companions unleashing their treasures. He too summoned his flying sword to join the fray. Chen Qun glanced at the sword in Chen Qun's hand, which barely qualified as a low-grade magical weapon, and internally scoffed, This kid not only has low cultivation, but also possesses a pitiful wealth. He is undoubtedly a liability. I must find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. After half an hour of intense combat, the 3rd-tier mountain-penetrating mastiff finally fell at their feet, having reached a standard equivalent to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Its final desperate thrash inflicted injuries upon the less experienced members, Hishuru, Wei Chun, and Renani. However, Chen Qun, with his comparatively lower cultivation, emerged unscathed and lively. The others could not help but marvel at Chen Qun's remarkable fortune. Thus, the 6-member team spent over half a month on the outskirts of the Myriad Beasts mountain range, successfully hunting numerous 3rd-tier beasts and effortlessly slaying several unwary 2nd-tier beasts. Throughout this period, all of them, including Chen Qun and Guichun, bore numerous injuries, while only the enigmatic Chen Qun remained entirely unscathed. Consequently, Chen Qun and the others began to view Chen Qun as a slacker, growing increasingly annoyed with him. Were it not for Guichun's unwavering support for Chen Qun, the others might have expelled him from the team long ago. Despite this, all the menial tasks, such as skinning the beasts, extracting their cores, and gathering herbs, fell entirely upon Chen Qun. Whenever the 5 rested to heal their wounds, Chen Qun would venture out to forage for herbs, search for treasures, and occasionally roast demonic beast meat to diversify their meals. Chen Qun's caretaker-like demeanor deeply moved Guichun, but the other 4 considered it merely his duty. One day, while Guichun and the others were meditating to recover, Chen Qun approached, holding a spirit herb resembling a Ganoderma. Brother Gua, I found this spirit herb. Could it be the famed blood-red Ganoderma? Upon hearing the name, Gua Chun and the others sprang to their feet in excitement. Heavens! It truly is the blood-red Ganoderma. Gua Chun had yet to speak when Qin Sheng greedily eyed the herb in Chen Kun's hand. Renani exclaimed, "This is fantastic! With this blood-red Ganoderma, our haul has been extraordinary." Gua Chun added, "Ha! My brother is truly fortunate. Surely you all can no longer dismiss him as a liability. This blood-red Ganoderma can fetch at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 100 middle-grade spirit stones, and it is a rare find indeed." Just as they began to voice their excitement, a fierce wind swept through, and a leopard-like demonic beast appeared before Chen Qun, fixated on the blood-red Ganoderma in his hand. Qin Sheng's expression changed dramatically as he warned, "That is a peak third-tier fire cloud leopard. Prepare for battle." Gua Chun's face grew grave as he added, "Heavenly treasures are always protected by fierce beasts. This fire cloud leopard has reached the pinnacle of chi refinement. Everyone must exercise utmost caution." Upon hearing that the fire cloud leopard possessed skills at the pinnacle of chi refinement, the faces of Ishuru and the others turned pale, for facing such a beast posed a significant threat to their lives. Nevertheless, they steeled themselves, invoking their magical treasures to confront the fire cloud leopard. Chen Qun, attempting to fit in, put away the blood-red Ganoderma and charged toward the beast. The fire cloud leopard proved to be a formidable opponent among third-tier beasts, aside from Chen Qun. The other five had already unleashed their most powerful abilities, yet before long, they found themselves injured from the fierce encounter. Suddenly, the fire cloud leopard lunged directly at the slightly weaker Renani, striking down the magical treasure from his grasp with its iron-like claws, then opening its massive jaws to bite down on Renani's head. Did I end that critical moment? It was too late for the others to rush to Renani's aid, and he let out a desperate scream. However, just as the fire cloud leopard was about to sink its fangs into Renani's head, its attack came to an abrupt halt. The fire cloud leopard shook its massive head as if intoxicated. Swaying unsteadily to that moment, Gua Chun's assault arrived, and with a swift thrust of his sword, he pierced the leopard's in agony. The creature violently thrashed its head, attempting to retreat. Yet, at that very instant, Qin Sheng's spear found its mark, plunging into the beast's skull. Finally, the fire cloud leopard collapsed, marking it as one of the most pitifully defeated third-tier monstrous beasts. Chen Qun couldn't help but lament the considerable gap between the late stage of chi refinement and its perfected state. Had it not been for his covert use of divine sense to attack the fire cloud leopard, he speculated that perhaps only one or two of Qin Sheng's group would have survived. Even as the beast lay lifeless, Renani remained in a daze, as if he had just wandered through the gates of death. Just when the survivors felt a surge of relief, an incongruous voice echoed nearby. "Marvelous! Marvelous! Truly splendid!" As the voice faded, four figures slowly emerged before Chen Qun and his companions. Point two were at the perfected chi refinement stage, and the other two were at the 9th level of chi refinement. Upon witnessing this imposing presence, Qin Sheng and Gua Chun turned pale with dread, having deduced the intentions of their adversaries. For wherever one might go, the most perilous threats were not the beasts or other dangers, but rather the humans themselves. That in the vast expanse of the myriad beasts' mountain range, murder and plunder were commonplace. Now, with injuries afflicting each of them, Gua Chun and his companions knew that, even unscathed, they would hardly stand a chance against the two perfected chi refiners. Chapter 18. Encountering old friends among the four, the leader, a perfected chi refinement practitioner, addressed Chen Qun and the others. "This fire cloud leopard has indeed saved us considerable effort. You are now devoid of any fighting strength. That I advise you to surrender the crimson blood spirit grass and your storage bags. Perhaps I might consider sparing your lives." Gua Chun glared at the man in fury, retorting, "So you have been watching us from the shadows all along. Even if we hand over our storage bags, you likely wouldn't let us go. You'd probably find it easier to kill us instead." The perfected chi refinement practitioner chuckled. "You are quite astute. However, eliminating you now would require little effort. Clever one, you might as well prepare for death." With that, the perfected Qi refinement practitioner prepared to summon his treasure to strike down Guo Chen first. At that moment, Chen Qun utilized his divine sense to scan their surroundings. That it turned out that aside from these four ambushers, their previous battle with the fire cloud leopard had attracted quite a few others. Several teams lay hidden in the shadows, and coincidentally, one of them included an acquaintance of Chen Qun. Thus, Chen Qun languidly called out to the perfected Qi refinement practitioner, "Please wait a moment. I have a friend arriving. Let us postpone your attack." The perfected Qi refinement practitioner halted his actions, regarding Chen Qun with disdain. "Boy, you aren't thinking of abandoning your companions to flee, are you? I suggest you save your energy." Guo Chen and the others looked at Chen Qun with disappointment. Yet, Chen Qun paid them no mind. He turned to the nearby woods and called out, "Elder Shangguan, did you not escort my friends from the Changfeng Escort Bureau back? Have you harmed them?" As Chen Kun's words fell, three figures appeared in a rush. Leading them was none other than the third Elder Shangguan Wuji from the Daheng Kingdom. The astute elder, upon seeing that Chen Qun was merely at the 6th level of Qi refinement, immediately realized that Chen Qun wished to conceal his true strength. Nevertheless, Shangguan Wuji hurriedly explained, "How could I bring harm to your friends, young one? I intended to escort them personally, but I received an urgent message from our Grand Elder, instructing me to take two of our family's juniors out to experience the world. However, I have dispatched our finest elite troops to ensure the safety of the Changfeng Escort Bureau." Upon hearing Shangguan Wuji's response, Chen Kun's expression softened, internally praising the old man for his resourcefulness. In truth, it was not merely Shangguan Wuji's wit at play, but rather his formidable strength that is a martial sage, combined with the ancient martial arts and secret techniques accumulated by the Daheng royal family. Even an average mid-foundation establishment practitioner would find it challenging to gain the upper hand against this old man. Fact, a typical mid-foundation establishment practitioner might even be defeated by him. However, when Chen Qun previously utilized his divine sense to attack, he had dispatched Shangguan Wuji with a single move. Furthermore, due to the 5 elements yin-yang technique, which harnessed multiple attributes, Chen Kun's spiritual energy vastly surpassed that of his peers. Thus, it was only natural for Shangguan Wuji to mistakenly regard him as a golden core expert. Now, seeing Chen Kun's apparent 6th level of Qi refinement, Shangguan Wuji became even more convinced that Chen Qun was a reclusive golden core practitioner journeying through the world. The two juniors at the 9th level of Qi refinement beside Shangguan Wuji were left perplexed. When had the third elder of the Daheng Kingdom become so accommodating at this point? The earlier perfected Qi refinement practitioner, who had intended to attack Guo Chen, was astonished to see Chen Qun genuinely summon 3 allies. His expression turned grave, realizing that 2 additional 9th level Qi refiners posed a significant challenge. As for the unassuming elder, he dismissed him entirely. Meanwhile, Qin Sheng and the others looked towards Guo Chen, who was equally bewildered. Guo Chen had no inkling where Chen Kun's 9th level Qi refinement friends had come from. If Chen Qun had such allies, why would he need to accompany their small group? However, now was not the time for such thoughts, as their ability to escape remained uncertain. After all, their adversaries included 2 perfected Qi refinement experts. Judging by their strength, they still faced dire odds. Yet, at long last, a glimmer of hope emerged. If the 5 of them joined forces with the 2 9th level Qi refiners, perhaps they could seize a chance for survival. At this moment, Chen Qun lazily spoke again, "Elder Shangguan, since we are now friends, take a look at these 4 fellows before us. They intend to seize our team's possessions and even eliminate us to cover their tracks. My strength is limited, and I wonder if Elder Shangguan might lend us a hand." Upon hearing Chen Kun's words, Shangguan Wuji inwardly scoffed at the absurdity. "You still consider yourself limited in strength? If you are at the golden core stage, what does that make the rest of us?" Though he thought this, Shangguan Wuji maintained a cordial demeanor, saying, "Since you hold me in such high regard, it is an honor for me to befriend you. I would like to know, do you wish for these 4 to live or die?" Guo Chen and Qin Sheng, already injured, nearly choked at Shangguan Wuji's words. They believed the old man had lost his mind. Even with 2 9th level Qi refiners at his side, he could not afford to be so arrogant. After all, their opponents had 2 perfected Qi refinement practitioners. As for the leading perfected Qi refinement practitioner, he seethed with rage, feeling insulted by the old man's condescension. Gritting his teeth, he spat, "You old fool! You're courting death." With that, he summoned his treasure to attack Shangguan Wuji. However, before his weapon could even approach, the overwhelming pressure emanating from Shangguan Wuji forced him to kneel before the ground. Shocked, the perfected Qi refinement practitioner exclaimed, "You are at the foundation establishment stage." This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the group. Aside from Chen Qun and Shangguan Wuji's two juniors, everyone else was left utterly stunned. The other perfected Qi refinement practitioner and the two ninth-level Qi refiners, sensing the dire situation, attempted to flee on their swords. Yet, they were swiftly struck down by Shangguan Wuji's overwhelming force. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he radiated an aura of authority that he then proclaimed, "I am not merely at the foundation establishment stage. I am a martial cultivator. Yet, I do not even regard common foundation establishment practitioners lightly. How dare you, mere Qi refinement juniors, act so brazenly before me?" After asserting his dominance, Shangguan Wuji returned to his previous demeanor and turned to Chen Qun, asking, "How should we dispose of these four?" Chen Qun glanced at the ashen-faced four practitioners that if he allowed Shangguan Wuji to execute them, the old man would likely do so without a second thought. However, Chen Qun was not one to revel in slaughter. Thus, he replied, "Have them leave their storage bags behind, and then set them free." Upon receiving Chen Qun's consent, Shangguan Wuji commanded the four practitioners to relinquish their storage bags and depart. Upon hearing this, the four monks, as if granted a reprieve, hastily discarded their storage bags. They then clasped their hands in a gesture of respect towards Chen Qun and Shangguan Wuji before soaring away in different directions. Shangguan Wuji watched as the four figures vanished into the dense foliage. He then turned to Chen Qun and said, "If you have no further plans, my young friend, I must take my junior disciples deeper into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to undergo further trials." Chen Qun replied, "Elder Shangguan, please proceed, and do take along any individuals with ulterior motives." Shangguan Wuji assured him, "Rest easy, my young friend. I shall handle everything, until we meet again." With that, Shangguan Wuji turned and departed with his two disciples at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Simultaneously, the overwhelming aura of the martial saint pressed upon the concealed Qi refinement cultivators in the vicinity. Before long, only Chen Qun, who was collecting the 4 storage bags, and the 5 others, Qin Sheng, Guo Chun, and the rest, remained staring blankly at him. Chapter 19. Departing the team. What has happened to you all? After retrieving the 4 storage bags, Chen Qun noticed Guo Chun and the others still gazing at him in astonishment. Guo Chun exclaimed, "Brother Chen, I never imagined you had such connections with a martial saint. That is truly equivalent to a foundation establishment expert." Qin Sheng added, "We owe you much for today's events. Brother Chen, I hope you will not hold our previous offenses against us." He Shuru, Renani, and Wei Chen also expressed their apologies to Chen Qun. However, they were all perplexed as to how a mere 6th-level Qi refinement cultivator could establish such a remarkable relationship with a martial saint, especially one that appeared to be quite significant. They could not shake the thought that had it not been for the martial saint's intervention, they would likely have perished in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Sending chills down their spines at that moment, Guo Chun suggested, "Our harvest this time is substantial. Why not return to Tianshui City first, exchange these gains for spirit stones, and then distribute them? This way, we can purchase items to enhance our cultivation." Chen Qun and the others readily agreed. Thus, the group made their way towards Tianshui City. As they journeyed back, Chen Qun fell into deep contemplation. Although it may be challenging for practitioners of the same level to defeat each other, higher-level warriors could effortlessly overpower those of a lower tier. Nevertheless, this was of little concern to Chen Qun. Thanks to his 5-element root constitution and the 5 elements yin-yang technique, he could divert excess spiritual energy to cultivate the divine forging technique, a method for enhancing his consciousness. Moreover, the 5 elements yin-yang technique seemed to hold more complexities than Chen Qun had initially understood. The mysterious orb within his sea of consciousness that could store items added to the myriad of questions he had. However, he did gain a generalized understanding of his own strength, which could be described as nearly invincible among his peers, that he could first employ a significantly superior consciousness attack, followed by a surprise assault with spiritual energy that far exceeded that of his contemporaries. Thus, It was evident that any cultivator of the same rank would be destined for defeat. It was no wonder that Shangguan Wuji had been swiftly vanquished by Chen Qun. Even in the realm of cultivation, Elder Shangguan was revered by Qi refinement cultivators. After all, the martial saint realm corresponded to the foundation establishment stage. While other formidable foundation establishment cultivators might be able to eliminate Shangguan Wuji in an instant. No matter how powerful a Qi refinement cultivator was, they could never pose a threat to Shangguan Wuji. This was a fundamental difference. Within Tianshui City, Chen Qun gazed upon the grand sign that read 10,000 Treasures Market. Raising his head to peer inside, he observed the bustling streets flanked by a throng of cultivators, some setting up stalls, others perusing them, creating a lively atmosphere. Wu Chun noticed Chen Qun's dazed expression and remarked, "Brother Chen, this is the marketplace for cultivators in Tianshui City. We are headed to the Wanbao Pavilion within the market to exchange for spirit stones, which is indeed managed by the Wanbao Pavilion." After a considerable time, Chen Qun watched as Gu Chun and Qin Sheng emerged from the pavilion, their faces aglow, suggesting their transaction had gone exceptionally well. The Hishuru and the others surmised that Gu Chun and Qin Sheng must have acquired a substantial amount of spirit stones, setting their hearts racing with excitement. Once outside, Gu Chun eagerly approached Chen Qun and asked, "Brother Chen, can you guess how many spirit stones we managed to obtain this time?" Before Chen Qun could respond, Hishuru interjected impatiently, "Don't keep us in suspense. How many spirit stones did you get?" Gu Chun held up 3 fingers and announced, "A total of 30,000 spirit stones." The blood spirit mushroom fetched 15,000. The content of the 4 storage bags brought in 10,000, and the bounty from the beasts we hunted netted 5,000 at altogether. That's 30,000. So much! Am I dreaming? Hishuru exclaimed, covering her mouth in delight. Wei Chun and Run Ani shared her exuberance. Chen Qun, taken aback, had not anticipated such a windfall of spirit stones. They promptly began their distribution process, with 6 members in their group. Each received 5,000 spirit stones. Once they had divided the stones, Gu Chun turned to Chen Qun and stated, "Brother Chen, you are indeed our lucky star. None of us have ever garnered such a bountiful reward." Chen Qun smiled and replied, "This is a stroke of fortune for us all. I merely contributed a small effort." At this moment, Qin Sheng added, "Were it not for your connection with that martial saint, Brother Chen, we might well have met our end in the 10,000 Beast mountain range." Hishuru and the others quickly agreed. Chen Qun, feeling a bit bashful, remarked, "Had it not been for Brother Gua and your willingness to let me join your team, I might still be searching for a group within the Scattered Cultivators Alliance." Gu Chun laughed heartily, "Brother Chen, there's no need for such modesty. Given your ties with that martial saint, it wouldn't be out of the question for you to hunt beasts alongside him, that we all plan to purchase some items to enhance our cultivation. And once we have improved our abilities, we intend to return to the 10,000 Beast mountain range to hunt, that if you wish to join our team, you are always welcome." Chen Qun felt a warmth in his heart from Gu Chun's generosity. He then replied, "In that case, I shall seek out items to enhance my cultivation, and when the opportunity arises, I look forward to fighting alongside Brother Gua and the others against the beasts." Gu Chun clasped his fists in respect and said, "Then may we meet again." "Brother Chen?" Chen Qun echoed, "Until we meet again." Qin Sheng and the others hurriedly chimed in, "Until we meet again." Chapter 20. Chen Qun's crisis after parting ways with Gu Chun and the others. Chen Qun commenced his treasure hunting endeavor within the marketplace, especially since he now possessed 5,000 low-grade spirit stones that he gazed at the myriad of items on display, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, aside from some low-level herbs. There were only basic inner alchemy items, low-grade techniques, and talismans. Before long, Chen Qun had perused all the stalls catering to Qi refinement cultivators, finding nothing of interest. Consequently, he set his sights on the trading area designated for Foundation establishment cultivators. However, as he approached this section, 2 guards at the peak of Qi refinement announced, "The Foundation establishment trading area is restricted to Foundation establishment experts only, that a mere Qi refinement cultivator, such as yourself, is not permitted entry." Chen Qun felt disheartened. He hadn't anticipated that there would be cultivation level restrictions for browsing stalls. Nonetheless, this did not deter him. Half an hour later, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, clad in plain robes and wearing a mask, strode arrogantly towards the restricted trading area. The two guards, upon noticing him, immediately adopted a fawning demeanor, bowing and ushering him through. The masked foundation establishment cultivator was none other than Chen Qun, who had revealed his true cultivation level. He mused, "Indeed, it is still a world where strength reigns supreme. The shift in their attitudes is truly remarkable." The trading area for foundation establishment cultivators was noticeably quieter than that of Qi refinement. Only a few stalls were scattered about, along with some foundation establishment cultivators moving to and fro. After a brief exploration, Chen Qun halted before a stall manned by a stoic-faced cultivator. Among the spiritual herbs and objects displayed, he spotted an ancient-looking cultivation manual. As he casually flipped through its pages, he discovered it was a sword cultivation manual titled 8 Styles of Sword Dao. Although the 8 Styles of Sword Dao appeared rather unremarkable, Chen Qun's current offensive techniques were limited, prompting his decision to purchase it, and he inquired of the stoic-faced cultivator, "Esteemed friend, how many spirit stones for this 8 Styles of Sword Dao?" Without lifting his head, the cultivator replied, 50 mid-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Chen Qun felt a pang of hesitation. 50 mid-grade spirit stones equated to 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, a price that was too coincidental, matching exactly the amount he possessed. However, after some bargaining, he finally acquired the 8 Styles of Sword Dao for 4,500 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Qun couldn't help but reflect on how arduous it was to earn spirit stones, yet how swiftly they could be spent. Chen Qun found himself devoid of excess spirit stones, which extinguished his desire to continue wandering, but he returned to the courtyard in Tianshui City and commenced his practice of the 8 Styles of swordsmanship. Though it was merely a rather unremarkable sword technique, as Chen Qun delved deeper, he began to sense that this swordsmanship was far from ordinary. Yet he could not articulate precisely what made it so exceptional. The 8 Styles of swordsmanship is divided into 3 levels, and after countless days and nights of relentless training, he barely managed to reach the first level. As for the second level, he could not fathom when he would attain it. At this moment, Chen Qun finally comprehended what rendered the 8 Styles of swordsmanship extraordinary. It was the sheer difficulty of cultivation. The techniques, seemingly so simple, proved to be an immense drain on his time. Moreover, their offensive effectiveness was hardly remarkable, rendering them the epitome of mediocrity. No wonder they were sold by others. It was likely that the masked cultivator had recognized the lackluster nature of this manual, prompting him to sell it. However, Chen Qun found himself in dire financial straits. Acquiring a better manual would be a formidable challenge. Thus, he resolved to make do with the 8 Styles of swordsmanship for the time being. Nevertheless, Chen Qun's cultivation was stymied by the absence of spiritual herbs and items, leaving him firmly in the peak of the mid-foundation establishment stage, with a considerable gap remaining before reaching the late stage. At this moment, he harbored an intense yearning for spirit stones and various spiritual materials. Currently, the periphery of the 10,000 Beast Mountain range was bustling with numerous cultivators in constant motion. Most of them were Qi refining stage practitioners engaged in team hunts for ferocious beasts, while foundation establishment stage cultivators were a rare sight. That moment, a masked cultivator clad in plain garments, belonging to the foundation establishment stage, swiftly soared past on his sword. The surrounding Qi refining stage cultivators gazed at him with envy and reverence. This foundation establishment cultivator was none other than Chen Qun, who had come to hunt ferocious beasts. Presently, he did not conceal his cultivation level, for apart from intending to slay high-tier beasts to amass more spirit stones, he also aimed to enhance his cultivation within the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. Chen Qun made a beeline for the areas frequented by 4th-tier and above ferocious beasts, dispatching numerous 2nd and 3rd-tier beasts along the way. As he ventured deeper, he noticed a dwindling number of fellow cultivators. Chen Qun realized he was on the brink of entering the territory of 4th-tier beasts. Roar! A furious roar echoed as a 4th-tier iron-patterned lion charged toward him, perceiving Chen Qun as a delectable meal. However, as it approached, a sudden pain struck its head. Before it could recover, it met its demise beneath Chen Qun's sword, swiftly dispatched in an instant. Chen Qun stowed the iron-patterned lion's corpse into his storage bag and pressed onward into the depths of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range. Days later, beside a precipice within the mountain range, a weary Chen Qun sat in meditation, recuperating his spiritual energy. Over the past several days, his harvest had been remarkably bountiful. corpses of 4th to 6th tier beasts, including the Iron Pattern Lion, Black Wind Demon Wolf, and Crimson Flame Beast, filled his storage bag. Had it not been for the golden orb within his sea of consciousness, capable of storing items, he would have been compelled to return to town for a trade. Furthermore, he had collected a plethora of spiritual herbs along the way, such as blood-condensing grass, azure infant root, and blue blood fruit, amassing a substantial quantity, including 2 crimson blood lingji. During this period, he encountered several Foundation establishment stage cultivators hunting ferocious beasts. Yet he had minimal interaction with them. Subsequently, Chen Qun realized that continuously employing spiritual sense for attacks drained his energy far too rapidly, even with his significantly greater spiritual energy compared to his peers. He struggled to maintain it. Therefore, when confronting 4th and 5th tier beasts, he relied solely on the 8 styles of swordsmanship for direct combat, resorting to spiritual sense attacks only against 6th tier beasts. Chen Qun found that the more proficient he became with the 8 styles of swordsmanship, the simpler the techniques appeared, and their power grew correspondingly. This left him somewhat perplexed. Thus, Chen Qun rested beside the precipice for an entire night, that as the sun's first rays illuminated the sky the following day. He resumed his hunting endeavors. Gradually, he unknowingly ventured deeper into the mountains. Just after he had slain a 6th-tier ice crystal white tiger and walked another 10 miles inward, an ominous premonition engulfed him, causing his eyelids to twitch. Before he could react, a fiery red 7th-tier red armored earth dragon appeared before him, its jaws agape, drool cascading down. Chen Qun's expression changed dramatically upon seeing the red armored earth dragon. A creature equivalent to an early golden core stage cultivator, he could sense an inexplicable oppression saturating the air. Resolving to strike first, he unleashed a spiritual sense attack, simultaneously executing a slash with the 8 styles of swordsmanship. The result was a sharp ding as the low-grade flying sword in Chen Qun's hand shattered, leaving only the hilt. His arm trembled from the recoil, and a wave of dizziness washed over him, indicating that he had been backlashed by his own spiritual sense attack. The difference between the 6th and 7th tiers was but a single rank, yet it represented a fundamental shift. A 6th-tier beast was akin to an ant in the presence of a 7th-tier beast. Before Chen Qun could fully process the shock, the red armored earth dragon's fiery tail lashed out, striking him with such speed that he could not evade, sending him tumbling several yards away. Chen Qun, now grievously injured, felt several of his ribs snap under the force of the blow. At this moment, a singular thought consumed him. Escape. If he could not flee, death was all but assured. Without hesitation, he expended all his spiritual energy and executed the void step towards a singular direction. Perhaps fortune favored Chen Qun, for he managed to teleport into a small cave using the void step. Even now, he could sense the red armored earth dragon was not far off. However, he had no time to contemplate his situation. He could scarcely lift a finger. Even a 1st-tier beast could easily dispatch him in his current state. Gazing at the narrow cave walls, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 21. We do not accept waste. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Chen Qun slowly opened his eyes. Pain. His entire body ached. His previous streak of good fortune had led him to pay the price for his arrogance and underestimation. Although Chen Qun, due to his cultivation of the 5 elements yin-yang technique, possessed several times the spiritual energy of his peers, he was still merely equivalent to a late Foundation establishment stage cultivator, and might not even be able to best a fully realized Foundation establishment practitioner. This time, he had been foolish enough to challenge a 7th-tier golden core stage beast. It was a stroke of luck that he had not lost his life. Before long, Chen Qun fell unconscious once more, a testament to the formidable power of golden core stage beasts. Now, even 100 Chen Quns attacking in unison would surely meet defeat against a golden core stage beast. After an indeterminate duration, Chen Qun found he could slowly move again. Observing the natural cave that could accommodate 2 or 3 people, an inexplicable sense of gratitude welled within him. Had he not inadvertently teleported into this cave using the void step, he would have either been slain by the 7th-tier red armored earth dragon or fallen victim to other ferocious beasts. Thus, Chen Qun rested and cultivated within the cave for several days. Once his body had sufficiently recovered, he stealthily exited the cave, oriented himself, and proceeded in the direction of Tianshui City. Throughout his journey, Chen Qun extended his spiritual sense to avoid any third-tier and above beasts. In his current injured state, he could muster only 20 to 30% of his strength and could not engage in prolonged combat. Therefore, he treaded carefully through the 10,000 beast mountain range. Fortunately, his cultivation level appeared as that of a mid-foundation establishment stage, which deterred most from seeking trouble with him. After a narrow escape, he returned to Tianshui City. Counting the days, he realized that only about 20 days remained until the Lingyun sect would recruit disciples. Chen Qun couldn't help but smile wryly. Now devoid of a flying sword and nursing severe injuries, his confidence had plummeted from when he first set out. Alas, the heavens are unpredictable, and fortune can change in an instant. Yet I am grateful to have retained my life, Chen Qun mused. Within the Wanbao Square, he made his way directly to the Wanbao Pavilion, as a senior foundation establishment cultivator. The attendants promptly summoned the manager to attend to him. I am Wang Fu, the manager of this branch of Wanbao Pavilion in Tianshui City. How may I assist you, fellow cultivator? A corpulent middle-aged man with a jovial demeanor inquired. I wish to exchange some ferocious beast corpses and spiritual herbs for spirit stones at the Wanbao Pavilion. And I hope Manager Wang can offer a fair price. Chen Qun responded to the middle-aged man, Wang Fu. Wang Fu's eyes sparkled with interest as he replied, Wanbao Pavilion is known for its honesty. Pray, reveal the quantity of spiritual herbs and beast corpses you possess, and I shall have someone assess their worth. Without further ado, Chen Qun presented the contents of his storage bag and the golden orb, showcasing the beast corpses and spiritual herbs within. Initially, Wang Fu maintained his composure, but as he continued to inspect, his jaw nearly dropped, almost large enough to fit an egg. The quantity of spiritual herbs was impressive, but it was the sheer number of beast corpses that astonished him. While there were not many corpses of beasts below the 4th tier, the 4th and 5th tier corpses were abundant, and he even counted nearly 10 6th-tier beasts. Wang Fu scrutinized Chen Qun repeatedly, confirming that he was a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. How could he possibly hunt so many high-level demon beasts alone? However, despite his astonishment, the essence of a merchant allowed him to regain his composure almost instantly. Please wait a moment, my friend, that I will have someone tally the spoils right away, Wang Fu said to Chen Qun before summoning his servants to account for Chen Qun's trophies. After a brief interval, Wang Fu returned with a list detailing the value and quantity of the demon beasts and spirit herbs hunted by Chen Qun. He handed it to Chen Qun, stating, Please verify if there are any omissions, that if not, we shall proceed to collect these items. Chen Qun glanced at the total, 1990 mid-grade spirit stones, equivalent to over 190. 000 low-grade spirit stones, that a tumultuous wave surged within him. At last, he was affluent. Affecting a calm demeanor, Chen Qun remarked, No omissions. Please proceed with the payment as calculated by Manager Wang. Upon hearing this, Wang Fu beamed and handed Chen Qun a storage bag. Chen Qun, scanning it with his divine sense, inquired with confusion, Why are there 10 extra mid-grade spirit stones? Wang Fu replied, As this is your first transaction at Wanbao Pavilion, it is a sign of trust in our establishment. Thus, we have rounded up the total for you, hoping for a long-term partnership. Chen Qun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, responded, I appreciate it, Manager Wang. Might I inquire if your esteemed pavilion has any healing elixirs or magical artifacts for sale? Wang Fu laughed heartily, saying, My friend, you jest. How could we, as Wanbao Pavilion, claim to have nothing of the common items you mentioned? Please follow me. With that, Wang Fu led Chen Qun to the 2nd floor. Continuing, Wang Fu informed Chen Qun, the entire 2nd floor is dedicated to elixirs. Once you have made your selections, we shall proceed to the 3rd floor to choose magical artifacts. Chen Qun surveyed the rows of elixirs and their descriptions, selecting a bottle of Healing Yuan Dan and a bottle of Bone Regeneration Dan. Afterwards, he followed Wang Fu to the 3rd floor, where he chose a top-grade flying sword and a mid-grade flying sword. Finally, he visited the miscellaneous area and selected a special mask that, while unranked, could isolate spiritual energy. After successfully acquiring his desired items, Chen Qun bid farewell to Wang Fu and left, satisfaction evident on his face, but he touched his storage bag, feeling a sense of helplessness as he realized that he had spent 1,800 of the 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones he had just obtained. Fortunately, the remaining spirit stones would suffice for a while. Chen Qun had no intention of venturing back into the 10,000 Beast mountain range to earn more spirit stones, as his injuries would not heal in the short term. Moreover, the time for the Lingyun sect to recruit disciples was drawing near, and any delays could prove detrimental. Days passed with the ticking clock, and at last, the day arrived for the Lingyun sect to recruit disciples. Tianshui City was abuzz with activity, filled with cultivators and some mundane folk coming and going. For a mundane person to catch the eye of a cultivation sect was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As Chen Qun observed the bustling Tianshui City, intending to ask someone where the Lingyun sect was recruiting disciples, an abrupt voice called out to him. "Brother Chen, what a coincidence! Are you here for the recruitment at Hanfeng Valley as well?" The speaker was Renani from Guochun's team. "Hanfeng Valley is recruiting disciples. Shouldn't it be the Lingyun sect?" Chen Qun asked, puzzled. "It seems Brother Chen is not well acquainted with our central Shenzhou. Today is the day all sects recruit disciples," Renani responded with a smile. Chen Qun scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I truly know little about such matters. Please, Brother Ren, enlighten me briefly so I need not flounder about like a headless fly." Renani patiently explained, "In central Shenzhou, there are 5 major sects that hold the most power: Shenzhen sect, Wanfo Temple, Lingyun sect, Wuzhigong, and Shenongmen. There are also 8 first-rate sects of slightly lesser strength: Tiandao sect, Hanfeng Valley, Xinxia sect, Lingjian sect, Fulong Temple, Yunnu Palace, Zishendian, and Tianshijiao. These 13 sects represent the entirety of the righteous cultivation alliance in central Shenzhou. As for the numerous smaller sects, they are too countless to enumerate, and most are insignificant." He continued, "In Tianshui City today, 4 sects are recruiting disciples: the Lingyun sect in the North City, the Tiandao sect in the East City, the Lingjian sect in the West City, and Hanfeng Valley here. Should Brother Chen wish to pursue other sects, you would need to go to different cities." Upon hearing this, Chen Qun was enlightened and promptly clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Brother Ren, that I plan to try my luck at the Lingyun sect." "What are your intentions?" "The standards for recruitment at the Lingyun sect are quite high. My qualifications are lacking, so I intend to take my chances at Hanfeng Valley," Renani replied with a downcast expression. "I wish you smooth progress, Brother Ren, that I shall now make my way to the North City for the assessment. Until we meet again," Chen Qun confidently stated to Renani. "Brother Chen, I wish you good fortune as well." "Until we meet again," Renani bid farewell. With that, Chen Qun transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the North City. In the North City of Tianshui City, at the Lingyun sect's disciple assessment location, Du Zhua, a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, stared wide-eyed at the spiritual root testing orb, exclaiming, "A golden attribute, heavenly spiritual root. Wang Shidi, quickly send word to the sect. We brothers have achieved a great feat this time." Wang and Chen, equally excited, hurriedly began transmitting messages to the sect. The Duzhua turned to the somewhat bashful youth before him, a smile gracing his face. "Congratulations on joining the Lingyun sect. From now on, we are fellow disciples, and we shall support one another. By the way, your name is Zhang Fan, correct? Please follow your Uncle Wang to the sub-hall for some rest, and once the recruitment is complete, I will personally take you to meet the sect leader." Before the bashful youth could respond, Wang and Chen whisked him away like a treasured possession. Many Qi refining disciples were puzzled as to why Du Zhua was treating a mere newcomer with such courtesy. Yet, Du Zhua's kindness had its reasons. A cultivator with a heavenly spiritual root was exceedingly rare among millions. In any sect, such an individual would be regarded as a treasure. With good fortune, he might even become the next nascent soul cultivator. At the very least, he would likely reach the golden core stage. Next, Du Zhua adopted a stern expression again. "For spiritual roots, disqualified. Next. No spiritual roots, disqualified. Next. Disqualified. Next." Du Zhua was nearly dozing off. However, even if the recruitment yielded few disciples, he was not overly concerned, as he had already secured one with a heavenly spiritual root. Even if his fellow disciples in other cities recruited more, they could not surpass his merit. Du Zhua pondered how the sect leader would reward him. The spiritual root testing orb suddenly lit up once more. Du Zhua lifted his eyelids to glance and stated, "Waste spiritual root, 5 spiritual roots, disqualified. Next." Just as he was about to call for the next candidate, Chen Qun grew anxious, for the waste spiritual root cultivator on stage was none other than himself. Chen Qun quickly interjected, "Wait, aren't we supposed to test for root bones and cultivation level?" Dujua, growing impatient, retorted, "What need is there to test for root bones and cultivation level in a waste spiritual root physique? Hurry and step down. I am quite busy here." Chen Qun, unwilling to back down, replied, "But I have heard that even a 5 spiritual root cultivator, if they reach the 6th layer of qi refining before turning 20, meets the recruitment criteria of the Lingyun sect." Dujua scrutinized Chen Qun, who indeed was at the 6th layer of qi refining and appeared to be under 20 years of age. However, after a moment's consideration, Dujua burst into laughter, declaring, "There is no need to test root bones and cultivation level. Even if you meet both criteria, it would not matter. The sex regulations are one thing. But my rules are clear. We shall never accept waste." Chapter 22. Joining the Tiandao sect, Chen Qun was infuriated by Dujua's words. "If that is the case, then I shall not join your Lingyun sect. However, I must inform you, one day you will regret this." With that, Chen Qun stormed off the stage in anger. A mere qi refining cultivator, yet his temper is quite substantial. Should I teach him a lesson? Wang and Chen, having settled Zhang Fan, returned just in time to witness Chen Qun's outraged exit. The Dujua waved his hand dismissively, stating, "He is just a child. It is to be expected that he would feel some emotion upon being denied entry to the sect. Pay him no mind. Continue with the next." However, when Dujua caught a glimpse of Chen Qun's departing figure, a tremor ran through his heart. Dujua could not help but ponder Chen Qun's earlier words. Deep within, he questioned whether he might truly regret his decision in the future. That seemed improbable. After all, a waste spiritual root physique would yield little promise. As Chen Qun walked through the streets, his mood was exceedingly low. He had not anticipated that the prestigious Lingyun sect would possess such a narrow-minded view, treating others with such disdain and dismissing the sect's own regulations. Such a sect was not worth joining in his eyes. However, those blessed lands were predominantly occupied by such grand sections. If Chen Qun were to remain a solitary cultivator, he would undoubtedly find himself at a standstill. Thus, Chen Qun contemplated that since entry to the Lingyun sect was barred, he would attempt to visit the Tiandao sect in the east city of Tianshui City to see if he could gain entry there. Should the Tiandao sect also exhibit such disdain, then perhaps he would choose to cultivate slowly as a solitary practitioner in the east city of Tianshui City. The Tiandao sect's recruitment site was likewise teeming with people. Chen Qun stood at the back of the line, slowly advancing forward. No spiritual roots disqualified. Next. 4 spiritual roots. Let's assess the root bone cultivation. No spiritual root disqualified. Next. In contrast to Dujua from Lingyun sect, Yu Chao from Tiandao sect displayed remarkable diligence that he conducted tests one after another, exhibiting no signs of impatience whatsoever. "Senior brother, why don't you take a break? Let me take over for a while," Xie Xiaofu said, her eyes filled with concern for Yu Chao. Yu Chao smiled lightly and replied, "Selecting talents for the sect is a matter of great importance. We must be meticulous. This little hardship is nothing. Junior sister, you must thoroughly examine their root bones and cultivation." "Got it, senior brother Yu," Xie Xiaofu responded gently. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was Chen Qun's turn. Upon stepping up, the spiritual root testing orb revealed 5 distinct colors. Yu Chao frowned slightly at the sight. Nevertheless, he politely inquired of Chen Qun, "My young friend, would you like to test your root bone and cultivation?" Chen Qun, taken aback, replied with some excitement, "I would like to test my root bone and cultivation." "Xie junior sister, please assess his root bone and cultivation," Yu Chao instructed Xie Xiaofu. She immediately began the examination. After the tests, Chen Qun successfully passed the Tiandao sect's evaluations. Initially, Chen Qun had intended to join Lingyun sect. Unexpectedly, he found himself joining Tiandao sect instead, a twist of fate indeed. Chen Qun was unconcerned that his concealed cultivation might be discovered. Currently, his cultivation was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, yet his spiritual consciousness had reached the pinnacle of late-stage foundation establishment. Only those at the golden core stage could discern his true cultivation level. But such practitioners were typically of high status, who would spare a moment to pay mind to a mere 6th-layer qi refinement cultivator. After passing the Tiandao sex tests, Xie Xiaofu informed Chen Qun that 3 days hence, all successful candidates would gather at the sex branch for formal enrollment. At that time, she and Yu Chao would lead the newly admitted disciples into the sect. Consequently, Chen Qun returned for the time being to the small courtyard he had purchased, where he immersed himself in intense cultivation. 3 days later, at the Tiandao sex branch, Yu Chao stood at the center while Xie Xiaofu stood beside him. They briefly explained the entry regulations of the sect to Chen Qun and the other newly admitted disciples. Yu Chao then produced a mid-grade flying vessel, a magical artifact for flight, and with Xie Xiaofu and the new disciples aboard, they sped towards Tiandao sect. Despite the long journey, the atmosphere within the vessel was far from dull. This time, Yu Chao and Xie Xiaofu had successfully recruited 6 disciples for the sect. The one piece of good news for Yu Chao was that he had acquired a disciple with dual spiritual roots, which would likely enhance his standing compared to his peers recruiting disciples in other cities. "Hey, what's your name? What kind of spiritual root do you have?" a willful and strikingly beautiful girl asked, playfully nudging Chen Qun. Chen Qun looked up at the girl and replied, "I am Chen Qun, a cultivator with 5 spiritual roots." "A cultivator with 5 spiritual roots? Isn't that considered a waste?" The girl reassured him, "But don't worry. We re-entering the sect together, that I'll protect you. My name is Jiang Shanshan, and I'm a dual spiritual root cultivator." Chen Qun paid little heed to her words. He only knew that after a few brief exchanges, his heart began to race, that he quickly circulated his spiritual energy to steady his heartbeat. The other 4 newly admitted disciples, upon learning that she was a dual spiritual root cultivator, eagerly approached her to ingratiate themselves. "I'm Li Daniu, a 4 spiritual root cultivator. I'm Zhou Yu, a 3 spiritual root cultivator. I'm Jiang Peng, a 4 spiritual root cultivator. I'm Zhang Yu, a 4 spiritual root cultivator." They all introduced themselves, occasionally showering Jiang Shanshan with flattery. This gifted and attractive girl was indeed quite popular within the flying vessel. Gradually, Chen Qun began to warm up to them. Li Daniu and the others vowed to protect Chen Qun from any bullying. Regardless of his lower cultivation level, the wave of warmth washed over Chen Qun's heart. Seeing the new disciples bonding so harmoniously, Yu Chao and Xie Xiaofu exchanged smiles. The dual spiritual root cultivator, Jiang Shanshan, often teased the reticent young cultivator, Chen Qun, in merely 2 days. Guided by the mid-grade flying vessel, they entered the domain of Tiandao sect. The towering gates and cloud-piercing peaks made Tiandao sect resemble a realm of immortals. Chapter 23. Abducted upon entering Tiandao sect. Aside from Jiang Shanshan, Chen Qun and the other 4 were assigned as outer disciples. Outer disciples were responsible for menial tasks and sect assignments to earn contribution points. These points could be exchanged for spiritual stones, manuals, magical artifacts, and elixirs, among other things that in contrast, Jiang Shanshan, with her dual spiritual roots, was directly led into the inner sect as an inner disciple. Inner disciples did not need to earn contribution points, as they received ample points, spiritual stones, and elixirs monthly, allowing them to focus solely on cultivation without concern for other matters. That in simple terms, the treatment of inner disciples was worlds apart from that of outer disciples. After receiving the identity token at the Outer Sects Administration Office, Chen Qun officially became a member of Tiandao sect. That he also found himself neighboring Li Daniu, Zhou Yu, Jiang Peng, and Zhang Yu, their rooms closely adjacent. Likely a convenience for the Outer Sects Administrator, who allocated rooms sequentially by name. After a busy day, night quietly descended. Chen Qun sat on the edge of his bed, inhaling the rich spiritual energy. Feeling utterly refreshed, however, he had not rested well for many days and planned to enjoy a good night's sleep before formally commencing his cultivation the next day. Just as he prepared to lie down, he noticed an elderly man with white hair and beard standing before him. The sight startled Chen Qun, causing him to leap to his feet in shock that he had not sensed the old man's entrance at all. Even now, Chen Qun realized that if he hadn't seen with his eyes, his spiritual sense would still be oblivious to the old man's presence. "Who are you, and how did you enter my room?" Chen Qun inquired fearfully. The old man, devoid of any discernible emotion, replied, "First, do not inquire about my identity. Tell me who you are and what your intentions are in Tiandao sect." Chen Qun hesitated. I am a newly admitted outer disciple of Tiandao sect, and I have come here to cultivate diligently. A flicker of anger crossed the old man's calm visage as he retorted, You, a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, come to be an outer disciple of Tiandao sect. Is my sect so prosperous? As soon as the old man's words fell, an overwhelming aura descended upon Chen Qun. Instinctively, he attempted to resist, but the pressure was too formidable, forcing him to kneel, blood spilling from his mouth. Chen Qun yearned to flee, yet escape was impossible at that moment. Even his life-saving technique, the void step, was rendered useless. Nonetheless, he felt that even if he could employ the void step, escape would still be unlikely. Although the old man had yet to strike, should he choose to do so, his mere aura could suffocate Chen Qun. Facing such a powerful figure, Chen Qun found himself utterly powerless to resist. The horror of this old man's cultivation was beyond his comprehension. Just as Chen Qun felt as though his bones and internal organs would be crushed, the old man suddenly retracted his overwhelming aura. Chen Qun immediately tasted blood in his throat, expelling a mouthful onto the ground, collapsing in exhaustion. Whether to kill or to spare is at your discretion. Why must you toy with me? Chen Qun gasped. The old man burst into laughter. Young man, you possess quite the spirit. However, if you do not clarify your purpose in coming to Tiandao sect today, you shall find it difficult to escape death. Chen Qun, recognizing the terror of the old man before him, understood that escape was futile. Resolved, he decided to lay it all bare. After all, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. He divulged his name, origin, cultivation journey, and experiences, omitting only the details of the golden orb and the 5 elements yin-yang technique, instead claiming a mundane manual as his foundation. The old man pondered for a moment before abruptly appearing before Chen Qun. Seizing his wrist, after a brief examination, he murmured, Indeed, this child possesses 5 spiritual roots. How could he cultivate so rapidly? The old man furrowed his brow, perplexed by the mystery. Suddenly, the old man burst into a raucous laughter. As if he had lost his senses, he incessantly exclaimed, I understand now. I understand. This lad possesses a rare, chaotic physique, truly a blessing for my heavenly Tao sect. Ha 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 upon hearing this. Chen Qun inwardly scoffed. You still cling to the notion of a chaotic physique. My rapid progress is solely due to my possession of the 5 elements yin-yang art. Naturally, these thoughts remained confined to his mind, for he dared not voice them. After his moment of madness, the old man's gaze towards Chen Qun turned fervent as he proclaimed, Young man, do you wish to take me as your master? Chen Qun found himself at a loss. Moments ago, the old man had sought to kill him, yet now he was extending an invitation for apprenticeship. Nevertheless, Chen Qun retorted, I don't even know who you are. How could I possibly pledge myself to you? Instantly, the old man regained an air of ethereal composure and introduced himself. I am Li Yinhua, the sole grand elder of the heavenly Tao sect. Upon hearing this, Chen Qun nearly collapsed again, for the esteemed grand elder of the sect was actually prowling around the disciples' quarters in the dead of night. If this were to become public knowledge, it would undoubtedly tarnish the sect's reputation. Yet, Chen Qun mustered the courage to ask, Is it possible for me not to take you as my master? His reluctance stemmed from the fear that, over time, Li Yinhua would unearth his hidden secrets. Given the elder's profound strength, Li Yinhua chuckled sinisterly and replied, That is not an option. With that, he grasped Chen Qun's hand and soared into the air. Like a lamb awaiting slaughter, Chen Qun was whisked away by the Grand Elder, traversing numerous towering peaks of the heavenly Tao sect. Eventually, they landed before a secluded cave on the sect's rear mountain. The Grand Elder announced, We have arrived. This is my abode. At that moment, Chen Qun's visage turned ashen, for he truly could not discern whether this was a blessing or a curse. Legend spoke of various sinister techniques that required living sacrifices, and the Grand Elder before him certainly did not appear to be of sound mind. Yet, Chen Qun could only resign himself to fate, for escaping now would be akin to climbing to the heavens. What do you intend to do? Chen Qun mustered his courage to inquire. Come inside, was the Grand Elder's only response as he stepped into his cave. Chen Qun hesitated for a moment before steeling himself to follow. The interior of Li Yinhua's cave was exceedingly austere, bordering on shabby. Aside from a few cushions for sitting and a spirit tablet placed in the center, there was little else to be found. Chapter 24. Forced to become a disciple, the Grand Elder Li Yanhua first bowed respectfully to the unknown spirit tablet before turning to Chen Qun with a knowing smile. You must be perplexed as to how a Grand Elder of the Heavenly Tao sect discovered your presence. Am I correct? Chen Qun did not deny it, as it was indeed a mystery that confounded him that a Grand Elder of a sect would not venture into the disciples' quarters without pressing matters. Even an ordinary elder would rarely do so, as it would diminish their status. Before Chen Qun could respond, Li Yanhua continued, "Every year, I personally conduct discreet inspections of all newly admitted disciples. That IT is not out of boredom, but rather because the Heavenly Tao sect has reached a critical juncture." Chen Qun, bewildered, remarked, "How could the Heavenly Tao sect be in such a state? Apart from the 5 major sects, it ranks first among the other 8 first-rate sects, and there are surely dozens of golden core cultivators within." The Grand Elder, with a weary expression, replied, "Golden core cultivators hold little sway over the true rise and fall of a sect. Should I depart this world today, the Heavenly Tao sect would swiftly decline into obscurity. And even this mountain gate could be seized by others that you know that thousands of years ago, the Heavenly Tao sect was the preeminent sect, dominating the cultivation world of central Shenzhou for tens of thousands of years. However, several ancestors perished in the cataclysms of the ancient immortal demon war, leading to the near destruction of our sect. Fortunately, my master single-handedly shouldered the sect's revival, and subsequently, my own master continued that legacy. Now, only I remain to bear the weight of this once mighty sect, which has long since lost its former glory. That as Chen Qun listened to these distant and unattainable legends, he addressed Li Yanhua. "I fail to see how all this relates to me." The Grand Elder's expression morphed into that of a cunning fox as he stated, "Previously, it had little to do with you, but now it does. By joining the Heavenly Tao sect, you have become a part of it, and I intend to entrust you with the responsibility of safeguarding our sect. That I guarantee that I will exert the full strength of the sect to cultivate you into a nascent soul cultivator." Upon hearing this, Chen Qun nearly stumbled to the ground. He retorted, "With dozens of golden core cultivators at your disposal, why not simply select one of them to cultivate into a nascent soul cultivator? Why must you choose a mere foundation establishment cultivator like myself? Surely, you jest." Chen Qun was genuinely concerned that prolonged proximity to Li Yanhua would expose his secrets, so he sought to evade this responsibility. Li Yanhua, undeterred, patiently explained, "In this vast expanse of central Shenzhou, there are countless golden core cultivators, yet there are merely a handful of nascent soul cultivators. Even a fully realized golden core cultivator, if lacking the requisite aptitude, will remain stagnant at that level for their entire life. You possess the chaotic physique, which allows your cultivation to rival that of spiritual root cultivators. Thus I have confidence in my ability to cultivate you into a nascent soul cultivator." Chen Qun protested, "The burden is too great. I prefer to cultivate at my own pace." That Li Yanhua, with a sly smile, retorted, "Disregarding my words is tantamount to showing disrespect to the ancestors, according to the rules of the Heavenly Tao sect. Such an act warrants the revocation of your cultivation and expulsion from the sect." Consequently, after a series of coercive persuasion tactics, Chen Qun reluctantly became Li Yanhua's disciple. Following a brief ceremonial bow, Li Yanhua burst into hearty laughter and then produced 2 communication talismans. Chen Qun stood by, his face twisted in dismay, as if someone owed him a fortune in spirit stones. Within moments of Li Yanhua's sending out the communication talismans, 2 elderly men swiftly entered the cave. "Disciple Daoran, Disciple Daoyuan, that we pay our respects to the master." Upon their arrival, the 2 elders bowed deeply to Grand Elder Li Yanhua. Upon hearing the name Daoran, Chen Qun felt a jolt in his heart. He recognized the name of the sect's leader. Could it be that this seemingly ordinary old man was the sect leader? Before Chen Qun could delve deeper into this thought, Li Yanhua pointed at the 2 elders and introduced them. "These 2 are your senior brothers. One is the sect leader Daoran, and the other is the Grand Elder Daoyuan." Then, gesturing towards Chen Qun, he added, "This is my newly accepted disciple. What was your name again?" "Ah, yes, Chen Qun." The 2 elders, upon hearing this, quickly clasped their hands in respect towards Li Yanhua and exclaimed, "Congratulations, master, on accepting a new disciple. This is indeed a great fortune for the Heavenly Tao sect." Li Yanhua waved his hand, signaling them to refrain from further praise, that he then retrieved a small token and 2 communication talismans from his robe, handing them to Chen Qun. From now on, carry this token. You may enter any treasure ground of the Heavenly Tao sect. Use these talismans to urgently contact me should you encounter any danger. As for any questions you may have, simply come to me. The Grand Elder continued, now that you are my disciple, I shall bestow upon you the honorific title Dao Yun. As time was of the essence, he instructed Dao Yuan, take your junior brother back. I have matters to discuss with your senior brother. The Grand Elder Dao Yuan bowed and replied, yes, Master, I shall escort my junior brother back now. He then turned to Chen Qun, saying, junior brother Dao Yun, let us depart. Before Chen Qun could fully comprehend the situation, Dao Yuan had already taken hold of him and soared into the sky to in the now empty cave. Only Grand Elder Li Yanhua and sect leader Daoran remained. After a prolonged silence, Li Yanhua finally spoke. Daoran, you have been by my side for over a century. Have you not? Sect leader Daoran replied. Since being rescued by you at the age of 8, I have followed you for over 120 years. Li Yanhua raised his clouded eyes, gazing into the distance, and remarked, time truly flies. Given your aptitude, it is remarkable that you have reached the peak of golden core in just over a century, yet aspiring to attain nascent soul in this lifetime may prove exceedingly difficult. My time is drawing near, and the Heavenly Tao sect is beset by formidable foes. Besides external threats, even the Xinyuan sect and Lingyun sect are ever eager to covet the tens of thousands of years of heritage held by our sect. At this moment, the Master felt the helplessness experienced by his ancestor years ago. If the Heavenly Tao sect is to be destroyed in our hands, how shall we face the ancestors of the Heavenly Tao sect in the afterlife? The sect leader, Dao Ran, wept bitterly as he spoke. Master, your profound magical powers surely allow you to transcend the limits of lifespan that I, your disciple, will devote my life to safeguarding the Heavenly Tao sect. The esteemed elder, Li Yanhua, lamented with resignation. Reaching the late stage of the nascent soul is already my limit. Aspiring to achieve the separation of spirit and break the constraints of lifespan is merely a fool's dream. However, I now see hope for the Heavenly Tao sect in my newly accepted disciple, Dao Yun. This child possesses the rare chaos body, and you must dedicate the entire sect's resources to nurture him. If when my lifespan reaches its end, the Heavenly Tao sect has not cultivated a successor in the nascent soul stage, it may very well be lost to the annals of history. Chapter 25. Entering the spiritual herb garden early in the morning at the outer sect's mountain residence of the Heavenly Tao sect. They welcomed the arrival of the 6th elder, Dao Tai. The outer sect stewards followed the elder out to pay their respects. The outer sect elder, Feng Tung, was somewhat taken aback. This 6th elder, Dao Tai, was known for his obsessive cultivation, often residing in the highly coveted spiritual herb garden and rarely stepping beyond its gates. What wind had blown him to the outer sect residence today? Regardless, he knew the importance of maintaining proper decorum, for he, as an outer sect elder, was several ranks beneath the esteemed 6th elder. Dao Tai's visit was primarily to seek a diligent outer sect disciple to assist in the upkeep of the spiritual herb garden, as he was in need of a servant. This was indeed a tremendous opportunity for all outer sect disciples, for it was said that the spiritual herb garden housed the densest spiritual energy, filled with countless rare herbs and flowers. Moreover, the 6th elder Dao Tai was a legendary figure at the Golden Core stage, that if one could somehow catch his eye and be accepted as a disciple, the path of cultivation would surely be smooth ahead. Consequently, many inner sect disciples, having caught wind of this opportunity, flocked to the outer sect residence to join the excitement. Ultimately, the 6th elder Dao Tai coincidentally chose Chen Qun. However, this was no mere coincidence. It was a deliberate arrangement by the sect leader Dao Ran and the Grand Elder Dao Yuan. After all, the spiritual herb garden, rich in spiritual energy, was an ideal place for cultivation, free from disturbances. Most importantly, Dao Tai, a mid-golden core cultivator, would provide covert support. Thus, under the envious gazes of many, Chen Qun followed the 6th elder Dao Tai out of the outer sect residence. That lad has truly struck gold. Why did Elder Dao Tai not choose me? I am undoubtedly far superior to that boy. It seems that lad is destined for greatness. After Chen Qun departed with Dao Tai, numerous cultivators at the outer sect residence could not help but grumble. Elder, was it truly by chance that you selected me? Chen Qun inquired cautiously, that he posed this question knowing that the sixth elder Dao Tai, with his cultivation level, could easily see through Chen Qun's true abilities. There was no comparison between such a top-tier elder and those outer sect elders at the peak of their foundation establishment. The sixth elder Dao Tai laughed heartily and replied, "How could this be mere coincidence? This is all orchestrated by sect leader. You are the entry disciple of Master Li, so you may address me as Dao Tai Shixiang, correct? Dao Yun Shidi." Upon hearing this, a vein popped on Chen Qun's forehead. He understood that in this world, true coincidences were exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, he politely asked, "What exactly will I be required to do once I accompany you to the spiritual herb garden, Dao Tai Shixiao?" The sixth elder Dao Tai responded, "The sect leader has stated that you need not do anything. As for the spiritual herbs, you may take whatever you require, the treasure vault, library, and alchemy chamber. You may visit any of these places with Master Li's jade token. Your sole task now is to focus on your cultivation." Upon hearing the sixth elder's words, Chen Qun suddenly felt that the esteemed elderly Yen Hua, who had previously pressured him, was not as malevolent as he had thought. Perhaps that elder had devoted his life quietly to the future of the heavenly Dao sect. After a mere quarter of an hour, Chen Qun, following the sixth elder Dao Tai, arrived at the entrance of the spiritual herb garden. The sixth elder handed Chen Qun a formation talisman and said, "As the spiritual herb garden is a vital location for the heavenly Dao sect. It is protected by a grand array. You must use this talisman to enter and exit." With that, the sixth elder led Chen Qun into the garden. Upon entering, the rich spiritual energy enveloped Chen Qun entirely. Were it not for the sixth elder Dao Tai's presence, he would have immediately seated himself to absorb the energy. It seemed the sixth elder had sensed Chen Qun's eagerness and addressed him. "The thatched cottage ahead will be your residence. Dao Yin Shidi. Should you have any questions, feel free to seek me in the Western Garden. Moreover, even while walking within the garden, you must always carry the formation talisman. Otherwise, it would be unfortunate if you were inadvertently harmed by the array." "Thank you very much, Dao Tai Shixiang," Chen Qun expressed gratefully. The sixth elder wasted no time, bidding farewell to Chen Qun as he returned to his own Western Garden for cultivation. Chen Qun gazed out over the seemingly endless expanse of the spiritual herb garden, marveling at the profound heritage of the heavenly Dao sect, which had been cultivated over thousands of years. Its depth was unmatched by ordinary sects as he examined the dense array of spiritual herbs and flowers. A whirlwind of emotions surged within him. Without entering the thatched cottage, Chen Qun seated himself on the ground, fervently absorbing the abundant spiritual energy while operating the 5 elements yin-yang technique to balance the energies within him. Gradually, he began to sense the signs of a breakthrough to the late foundation establishment stage. The surrounding spiritual energy flowed into him ceaselessly. That moment, a vision of a girl suddenly emerged in his mind. The girl with dual spiritual roots. Jiang Shanshan. Despite having interacted with her for only 2 days, her delicate features and sweet voice were indelibly etched in his memory. It was hardly surprising that Chen Qun was so affected. Even the most accomplished cultivators found it difficult to resist the allure of beauty, especially at his tender age. This moment, Chen Qun remained unaware that he was being disturbed by the demons of his heart. The greatest taboo in cultivation was a muddled mind, particularly at the critical juncture of a breakthrough. Yet, the simplest of mortal emotions lingered incessantly in his thoughts. Poof! Chen Qun spat out a mouthful of blood, hastily stabilizing the spiritual energy within him. Yet, he nearly fainted from the exertion. Sweating profusely, he murmured, "That was close." At the same time, he resolved to sever the tangled thoughts and feelings that plagued his heart. Chapter 26. A fated but impossible romance unbeknownst to him. Chen Qun had already spent over a month in the spiritual herb garden. Today, unlike his usual diligent self, he wandered the garden, not cultivating or tending to the spiritual objects, but rather gathering some beautiful spiritual flowers and other useful herbs. Although the spiritual herb garden did not contain those legendary, heaven-defying items, it still housed an abundance of herbs and flowers suitable for cultivators below the nascent soul stage. After toiling for half the day, Chen Qun examined 3 spiritual flowers in his hand and mused. These must be the xianbing flowers used for refining foundation establishment pills. It's been over a month. I wonder how Jiang Shimi is faring in the inner sect. Since she has appeared in my heart's turmoil, it seems we share a bond. While I must strive to cut off worldly emotions, I can also care for her as a sister. Not long after, at the foot of Chaotian Peak, where the inner sect disciples resided, Chen Qun, dressed in simple robes, clasped his hands and addressed the gatekeeper disciple. Excuse me, senior brother. I am a disciple from the spiritual herb garden, seeking to meet Jiang Shanshan. Chen Qun refrained from mentioning that he was an outer sect disciple, knowing that such a declaration would likely earn him indifference from the gatekeeper. Indeed, upon hearing that a disciple from the spiritual herb garden was present, the gatekeeper did not dare to delay and promptly went inside to report. Ah, Chinshiti, what brings you here? Within a mere quarter of an hour, Jiang Shanshan emerged, clad in red. However, upon seeing Chen Qun instead of a disciple from the spiritual herb garden, a hint of disappointment crossed her face. After all, for lower-tier disciples of the Heavenly Tao sect, forming connections with cultivators from the spiritual herb garden could be highly beneficial for their future. Chen Qun regarded Jiang Shanshan's approach with an unflappable demeanor. Since joining the Heavenly Tao sect, I was concerned about your well-being in the inner sect, so I came to check on you. Jiang Shanshan chuckled lightly. Chen Shiti, you're only at the 6th level of qi refinement, yet you call me Jiang Shimi. I have already attained the peak of qi refinement, but if you wish to address me as Shimi, you must diligently cultivate in the outer sect. Perhaps one day you too will become an inner sect disciple. Though Jiang Shanshan spoke thus, however, in her heart, she disdainfully thought, if I were to be surpassed by you, a mere cultivator with a useless spirit root, I might as well throw myself against a block of tofu and end it all. I am a rare talent with dual spirit roots, a true prodigy of heaven. Otherwise, I would not have achieved the pinnacle of qi refinement at such a tender age. Jiang Shanshan was infuriated by the absence of disciples from the spirit herb garden. She was also internally furious with Chen Qun for impersonating a disciple from the spirit herb garden, causing her to experience an empty disappointment. Chen Qun, seemingly unconcerned, remarked, although your cultivation is slightly higher, your age does not surpass mine. Thus, it is more fitting for me to address you as junior sister Jiang. At this point, Jiang Shanshan had grown somewhat impatient. She replied, call me junior sister Jiang if you wish. But I must strive to cultivate diligently to achieve foundation establishment as soon as possible, that if you have no pressing matters, Chen Junior brother, you should return to the outer sect and focus on your own cultivation. After speaking, Jiang Shanshan turned to return to her practice. Wait a moment, junior sister Jiang, this is for you, Chen Qun said leisurely, presenting the 3 freshly picked xianbing flowers to her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shanshan felt a surge of annoyance and anger, ready to reprimand Chen Qun. However, when she beheld the xianbing flowers in his hands, she exclaimed in astonishment, are these xianbing flowers? They are the main ingredient for crafting foundation establishment pills. Where did you obtain them? Chen Junior brother? And there is not just one. Chen Qun had also noticed the change in Jiang Shanshan's expression when she turned around. His brows furrowed slightly, but he quickly dismissed it, believing that she was likely just having a difficult time in the inner sect, which had made her irritable. Furthermore, given her youth to Chen Qun, she was merely a little sister. With a gentle smile, he replied, I am indeed a disciple of the spirit herb garden. These 3 spirit flowers were harvested from within. If you ever require any spirit herbs, junior sister Jiang, feel free to seek me out at the spirit herb garden. He then recounted how he had been randomly selected by the Taoist master, believing that as an older brother figure, he could help this younger sister as much as possible within his means. Of course, he also intended to utilize resources from the spirit herb garden to assist others, such as Li Daniu, who had entered at the same time as him. However, for someone like Jiang Shanshan, a true prodigy, although Chen Qun wished to assist her, she had already been pursued by countless suitors in the past. Thus, she treated Chen Qun as just another admirer. Moreover, Jiang Shanshan harbored no fondness for a cultivator deemed to have a useless spirit root. Initially, she had only playfully teased him out of boredom on her way back to the Tian Dao sect. Yet, the allure of the 3 xianbing flowers instantly transformed her irritation into a smile that in her heart, she mused, A foolish boy tending the spirit herb garden should be utilized to the fullest. After all, the higher one's cultivation, the more spirit herbs one requires. Even if the Taoist master discovers it later, it will be attributed to this boy's own doing and will have nothing to do with me. I must accept these 3 spirit flowers. Foundation establishment pills are not something that any sect would freely bestow upon their disciples. Moreover, even with my dual spirit root constitution, 1 or 2 pills may not guarantee my success in foundation establishment. However, with these 3 spirit flowers, I can seek assistance at Dan Tian Peak to concoct 3 batches of foundation establishment pills, significantly increasing my chances of success. With her smile returned, Jiang Shanshan even changed how she addressed him. As Chen Jr. brother naturally became Chen Sr. brother. Not only did Jiang Shanshan gladly accept the 3 Xianbing flowers, but she also contemplated visiting Chen Qun at the Spirit Herb Garden when the opportunity arose. Of course, what truly occupied her mind was merely the spirit treasures within the Spirit Herb Garden that in the end. Jiang Shanshan produced several communication talismans for Chen Qun to inscribe, facilitating their future correspondence. Since, despite being an inner sect disciple, she could not enter the protective formation of the Spirit Herb Garden, she would have to rely on sending him communication talismans. After chatting with Jiang Shanshan for about a quarter of an hour, Chen Qun took his leave. Once he departed from the Chao Tian Peak, he visited the outer sect residence to check on his fellow initiates, such as Li Daniu, and gifted them some spirit treasures. By the time Chen Qun returned to the entrance of the Spirit Herb Garden, it was nearly noon. After inputting his spiritual energy into the formation talisman, he was enveloped in a flash of light and entered the Spirit Herb Garden. Upon his arrival, he was startled to find someone standing before the thatched cottage he resided in. Just as Chen Qun was about to approach for a closer look, the person suddenly turned and said, "Junior brother Daoyan, have you been comfortable during your time in the Spirit Herb Garden?" To Chen Kun's dismay, the person was none other than Dao Ran, the sect leader of the Tian Dao sect. Chen Qun felt somewhat disheartened. After all, he had merely harvested 3 Xianbing flowers and a few ordinary spirit items. Was it truly necessary to alarm the sect leader? The explanation from the snail. Many readers may perceive the protagonist's emotional naivety as a potential flaw in the narrative. However, this chapter serves merely as a prelude to subsequent chapters 31, 32, 36, and 39 that the protagonist's indifference will be elaborated upon in those chapters, and we appreciate your continued support. The Unceasingly Wandering Snail. Chapter 27. The Challenge Match. Although Chen Qun thought this way, he could not actively admit it. Thus, he replied, "I wonder what brings you here, esteemed sect leader. Surely it is not merely to check on me." Dao Ran responded somewhat gloomily. "Master has entered seclusion, and before doing so, he entrusted me with the responsibility of instructing you. I have come today to discuss how to enhance your cultivation, that I have a plan, but I am uncertain if you will agree." Junior brother Daoyan. Surprised, Chen Qun did not expect his rather indifferent master to be so concerned about him that he inquired of Dao Ran, "What exactly do you have in mind?" Dao Ran gazed up at the sky and said, "On the path of cultivation. Aside from the differences in personal physique, the rest depends solely on one's effort. Therefore, I have decided to arrange for all foundation establishment period cultivators in the sect to take turns sparring with you. This will allow you to improve your skills through combat." Chen Qun immediately protested, "But I am only at the mid-foundation establishment stage. The Tian Dao sect has countless mid and late foundation establishment cultivators, and there are even hundreds at the great perfection stage. Are you suggesting I serve as a target for their practice?" Dao Ran chuckled and replied, "You underestimate yourself. Junior brother, I observe that the spiritual energy within you is robust and does not fall short of those at the great perfection stage. However, if you have concerns, I will arrange for only mid-foundation establishment disciples to spar with you first, and based on your performance, we can increase the difficulty. Does that sound acceptable?" Realizing he could not avoid it, Chen Qun conceded, "Very well. I will leave it to your arrangements. However, I have one condition. Please do not reveal my true identity. I wish to wear a mask during the matches." Dao Ran nodded. "As you are a disciple of Master, your identity should indeed be kept confidential. You need not worry about this in the coming days. Focus on enhancing your cultivation. I will arrange for you to participate in the sparring sessions shortly. I shall not disturb your training any further." After saying this, Dao Ran slowly ascended into the air and flew outward from the spirit herb garden. In truth, Dao Ran had two reasons for this arrangement. One was to aid Chen Qun in improving his practical skills, and the other was to witness the legendary chaos body in action. Watching Dao Ran ascend, Chen Qun pouted and muttered to himself, "If you're leaving, then leave. There's no need to flaunt your profound cultivation." Although Chen Qun could not discern the depths of Dao Ran's strength, he could sense that Dao Ran was infinitely stronger than the elusive Elder Dao, making him feel increasingly dwarfed. The day after Dao Ran's departure from the Spirit Herb Garden, an explosive announcement spread throughout the Tian Dao sect. In 5 days, the Mid-Foundation Establishment Cultivator Daoyuan of Xintian Peak will accept challenges from cultivators of Mid-Foundation Establishment and above at the Ascending Immortal platform. Those who succeed in defeating Daoyuan will be rewarded with a golden elixir and a high-grade treasure. Due to Daoyuan's Mid-Foundation Establishment level, challengers will initially be drawn from those at the Mid-Foundation Establishment stage, followed by those at the late stage, and then the Great Perfection stage. As soon as this news broke, cultivators at the mid to Great Perfection stages across the various peaks of the Tian Dao sect became envious. While high-grade treasures were of little consequence, the golden elixir was a different matter entirely. It was essential for aspiring to the golden elixir realm. The gap between Great Perfection cultivators and those at the golden elixir stage was slight but monumental, as those who achieved the golden elixir stage would hold esteemed elder status within any sect. However, while the disciples of the Tian Dao sect were excited and envious, they also began to speculate about Chen Qun's title. Most golden elixir elders from Dao Ran's generation had names beginning with the character Dao, so it was rare for disciples to choose this character as their title. Thus, the audacity of this Mid-Foundation Establishment fellow to adopt the title then only showcased how arrogant he was. The Daoist sect adheres to the path of nature and remains unaffected by the philosophies of Confucian practitioners. Thus, a name that begins with the character Dao does not signify one's status or lineage within the Daoist sect, that as long as the sect leader has not publicly declared Chen Qun's true lineage. It matters not whether he is called Dao Yun or even bears a name akin to Li Yanhua. No senior disciple of the Daoist sect would acknowledge him based on mere nomenclature. They would continue to address Chen Qun according to his strength. This is reminiscent of a precedent set over a millennium ago when a novice disciple bore a Dao name similar to that of an esteemed ancestor of the sect. At that time, the sect leader and elders did not compel him to change his name. The sect leader remarked, "A Dao name is merely a title. It does not denote one's rank. Why should we place undue emphasis on it? We are practitioners of the natural way. If we allow ourselves to be swayed by the trivialities of the mundane world, we would be forsaking our true essence and falsely elevating our aspirations." Consequently, the attire and Dao names of the disciples of the Daoist sect became a diverse tapestry, often inviting mockery from the sword cultivators of the Xianjian sect and the Confucianists of the Lingyun sect. Nonetheless, the Daoist practitioners remained steadfast in their ways, indifferent to the derision cast upon them. However, despite this indifference, many self-righteous disciples harbored resentment. They were determined to teach a lesson to this arrogant Dao Yun, who dared to adopt a name beginning with Dao. They sought to make Chen Qun realize that such a name was not easily wielded. At this moment, Chen Qun remained unaware that the Dao name bestowed upon him by Li Yanhua would incite much animosity and discontent. Note, the Daoist sect is divided into 6 major peaks. The Chao Tian Peak, where inner disciples reside. The Dan Tian Peak, home to alchemy disciples. The Xian Tian Peak, where true disciples dwell. The Bao Tian Peak, which houses scriptures and treasures. The Zhen Tian Peak, where the sect leader and elders reside, and the Yin Tian Peak in the back mountains. There are also various special locations such as the Outer Sect Station and the Spirit Herb Garden, which do not belong to any peak. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the Zhen Tian Peak of the Daoist sect resembled a grand festival. The Ascending Immortals platform was surrounded by disciples from various peaks, creating an atmosphere so dense that not even a drop of water could pass through to this moment. Chen Qun, adorned with a mask and dressed in a simple azure robe, stood at the center of the Ascending Immortals platform. Awaiting challengers down on the main seat of the platform sat the sect leader Dao Ran, the Grand Elder Dao Yuan, the 6th Elder Dao Xian, and the 8th Elder Dao Ci, who had been summoned by Dao Ran to oversee the competition. As for the other elders and guest elders, none had chosen to attend, showing no interest in the trivial skirmishes of these foundational disciples. Due to the secrecy surrounding Chen Qun's identity, the ordinary elders and guest elders were oblivious to it. Only Dao Ran, Dao Yuan, and Dao Xian were aware of his true identity, and even Dao Ci, who presided over the contest, remained in the dark that Dao Ci announced the commencement of the competition. A mid-foundation cultivator stepped forward. Chen Qun examined the cultivator closely and realized it was Yu Chao, the one who had admitted him into the sect. Yu Chao clasped his hands towards Chen Qun and said, "I am Yu Chao, the outer sect steward, here to seek guidance from Brother Dao Yun." After speaking, he drew forth his magical weapon, a mid-grade treasured spear. Chen Qun promptly returned the gesture, saying, "Please enlighten me." He then retrieved his own magical weapon, a superior-grade flying sword purchased from Wang Fu at the Wanbao Pavilion. The appearance of Chen Qun's flying sword sparked a considerable commotion among the onlookers. Is that truly a superior-grade flying sword? Have the disciples of Jintian Peak fallen to such a state? The disciples below whispered amongst themselves, for many wealthy disciples from other peaks had already upgraded to inferior-grade treasures. That it was evidently unreasonable for a mid-foundation cultivator like Chen Qun to lack even a treasured weapon. Upon witnessing this, Dao Ran's expression darkened. He had merely intended to observe Chen Qun's capabilities, but had overlooked the fact that Chen Qun hailed from a background of wandering cultivation. That it was normal for him, having only recently joined, to lack a quality magical weapon. What Dao Ran had not anticipated was that Chen Qun would possess no treasured weapon at all. That moment, Dao Ran resolved to take Chen Qun to Baotian Peak after the contest to select a suitable magical weapon. Dao Ran could only nod knowingly at the Grand Elder Dao Yuan and the Sixth Elder Dao Xian, who cast him puzzled looks, feigning nonchalance. As for Dao Ci, who remained uninformed, he inwardly cursed. Is the sect leader becoming senile? He pits a mid-foundation junior against all the mid-foundation cultivators of the sect, and he has made such a grand spectacle of it. To make matters worse, this junior only produces a superior-grade weapon to embarrass himself. How infuriating! This young one is clueless, but the elder should know better. The more Dao Ci thought about it, the angrier he became. Yet he felt powerless that if he could best Dao Ran, he would surely make him regret this decision. However, upon contemplating Dao Ran's formidable cultivation, he swallowed his indignation. The mid-foundation cultivators below the platform wore expressions of dejection. They all shared the sentiment that had they known Dao Yun lacked even a decent magical weapon, they would have been the first to step forward. Initially, they had intended to let others gauge Dao Yun's strength, resulting in Yu Chao claiming both a Jin Dan and a superior-grade treasure without contest. The late foundation and peak foundation cultivators wore ashen faces. That it was not that they did not wish to step forward. It was simply that the mid-foundation cultivators had yet to finish their bouts. However, regardless of the murmurs from the crowd, they did not affect Chen Qun at that moment. This was his first genuine competition against a mid-foundation cultivator, so he was particularly focused and earnest. As he observed Yu Chao's red spear, which surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, Chen Qun initiated his response with the 8 styles of Sword Dao. Initially, their clash bore traces of clumsiness. But as Chen Qun gradually adapted, the sweat on Yu Chao's brow began to accumulate. And no matter how Yu Chao infused his attacks with potent spiritual energy, Chen Qun effortlessly countered them with the simplest of sword techniques. Chen Qun found that the more adept he became with the 8 styles of Sword Dao, the more he simplified his moves. Ultimately, from the dozens of techniques within the 8 styles, only 4 remained: slash, thrust, pierce, and block. Chen Qun now wielded those techniques with remarkable freedom, while Yu Chao grew increasingly apprehensive. Though he expended considerable spiritual energy, his attacks failed to graze Chen Qun. Once Chen Qun mastered the 8 styles of Sword Dao, he shifted from defense to offense for the first time. With a swing of his sword, infused with powerful spiritual energy, he sent Yu Chao's spear flying. In the next moment, he struck Yu Chao with the palm, sending him crashing backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he knelt on one knee. After a brief pause, Yu Chao managed to rise, clasping his hands towards Chen Qun and stating, "Brother Dao Yun possesses profound mastery. I concede defeat with admiration." With that, he clutched his chest and exited the platform. The mid-foundation disciples below fell into a stunned silence. Chapter 28. An unexpected visitor after the silence. Another mid-foundation disciple ascended the platform. Yet after just a few exchanges, he too was sent flying. Dao Yuan. Have you discerned the essence of the sword techniques employed by Brother Dao Yun? Dao Ran inquired of the Grand Elder Dao Yuan. The Grand Elder stroked his grizzled beard and replied, "It bears resemblance to the techniques of ancient sword cultivators that have vanished for millennia. Their methods differ greatly from those of contemporary sword practitioners. The peril of cultivating such ancient techniques is immense, which is why their lineage has been lost to the river of time. However, sect leader, is the effort to cultivate this child truly worthwhile?" Even the sixth elder Dao Xian perked up, seemingly eager to learn the answer. Dao Ran sighed. A mid-foundation cultivator under the age of 20 is a rare feat, even among those with celestial roots. Furthermore, among us brothers, who could aspire to reach the nascent soul stage before our master's passing? Even if this child does not succeed, we can at least say we have endeavored for the future of the Taoist sect. Moreover, he is of the chaos body, with limitless potential, which is why our master chose him as a disciple. What? A chaos body? How can that be? Dao Yuan and Dao Xian exclaimed in unison. Dao Ran raised a finger to signal silence, saying, "This matter must not be disclosed. Only we brothers should be aware. Otherwise, if word gets out, those with ulterior motives will surely come to eliminate this child." At this moment, the eighth elder Dao Ci, observing the continuous defeats of the mid-foundation cultivators, seemed to grasp the sect leader's intentions. This was indeed a piece of unrefined jade. Within half a day's time, no mid-foundation cultivators dared to step forward and seek their own humiliation. Sect leader Dao Ran dispatched someone to present Chen Qun with 2 recovery pills to restore his spiritual energy. The recovery pills were indeed a staple remedy for high-level cultivators. Chen Qun consumed a single pill and meditated for half an hour, restoring his spiritual energy to its fullest. I humbly request guidance from my esteemed senior brothers in the late foundation establishment stage, Chen Qun proclaimed as he rose to address the foundation establishment cultivators below. At this moment, he had already begun to deeply appreciate the benefits this competition had bestowed upon him. Beyond the invaluable experience of combat, he sensed that a breakthrough to the late foundation establishment stage was imminent. As Chen Qun's words fell, one after another, late-stage foundation establishment cultivators ascended the stage to duel with him. The opponents he faced grew increasingly formidable, and relying solely on the 8 styles of swordsmanship was proving insufficient for victory. Thus, Chen Qun resolved to exert his utmost effort. Aside from the techniques of the 5 elements yin-yang technique that he could not employ, he unleashed all other skills at his disposal, including his mental attacks. At long last, just before sunset, after defeating a seasoned late foundation establishment cultivator in his 60s, the remaining late-stage cultivators no longer dared to challenge him. At that moment, the gazes of all the foundation establishment cultivators turned towards Chen Qun with newfound respect. Despite being merely at the mid-foundation establishment stage, he had consecutively triumphed over several of the most formidable late-stage experts of the Heavenly Dao sect, that if he were to break through to the great perfection of foundation establishment, would he not then be invincible against all below the golden core stage? Now, they could only place their hopes on those who had achieved the great perfection of foundation establishment to defeat him. Observing Chen Qun seated on the platform, meditating to recover, the sect leader Daoran nodded at Elder Dao Ci. Understanding the cue, Dao Ci announced loudly, "Today's event concludes here. Tomorrow, a disciple at the great perfection of foundation establishment will challenge Dao Yun." Subsequently, Elder Dao discreetly guided Chen Qun around the Jintian Peak towards the Spirit Herb Garden. "Dao Yun, you are truly exceptional. Not only are you invincible among those of your rank, but even disciples of a slight higher realm are no match for you. Your future indeed knows no bounds." Elder Dao remarked to Chen Qun. Chen Qun, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, "It was merely good fortune. You flatter me." Elder Dao The two continued their conversation as they flew, soon returning to the Spirit Herb Garden. Elder Dao bid farewell casually before returning to his western garden, within the thatched cottage of the Spirit Herb Garden. Chen Qun incessantly recalled his encounters with the late foundation establishment cultivators. Although his mental attacks could catch opponents off guard, they had grown ineffective against many powerful late-stage cultivators. Some even possessed treasures that provided immunity to, and could rebound, mental attacks. Just as Chen Qun pondered how to confront the great perfection cultivators the next day, an audio transmission talisman flew in. Upon receiving the talisman, though curious, he stood up promptly. Chen Qun activated a formation talisman, and with remarkable speed, arrived outside the spirit herb garden. When he spotted Jiang Shanshan, dressed in crimson, standing outside the great formation of the garden, he approached her with affectionate words, "Jiang Jr.'s sister. What brings you here? Aren't you busy striving for the foundation establishment?" Jiang Shanshan replied somewhat shyly, "I still need 2 heavenly spirit fruits before I can go to Dantian Peak to ask someone to refine a foundation establishment pill. I wonder if you might have some. Heavenly spirit fruits? Please wait a moment, Jiang Jr.'s sister. I'll see if I can find some," Chen Qun responded, turning to step into the spirit herb garden's formation. After all, for Chen Qun, assisting Jiang Shanshan was a simple act of kindness. Furthermore, such matters were trivial for him. Jiang Shanshan smiled, having successfully concocted her scheme, as she watched Chen Qun enter the garden. Upon returning, Chen Qun quickly retrieved 5 or 6 heavenly spirit fruits, along with a dozen spiritual herbs suitable for foundation establishment, and appeared before Jiang Shanshan. "Chen Senior Brother, why do you have so many spiritual herbs? I only needed 2 heavenly spirit fruits," Jiang Shanshan exclaimed, feigning surprise as she beheld the abundance in his hands. "Take them all. The other spiritual herbs will be useful once you achieve foundation establishment. You will undoubtedly succeed, and you may even become a formidable expert among foundation establishment cultivators," Chen Qun encouraged her. Jiang Shanshan confidently declared, "Yes, I will succeed in foundation establishment, and I aspire to become a top-tier expert in the foundation establishment stage. Just like Dao Yun's senior uncle." Upon hearing her mention Dao Yun, Chen Qun smiled slightly and inquired, "How do you know of Dao Yun's senior uncle's prowess?" Jiang Shanshan replied, "Who in the sect does not know of Dao Yun's senior uncle? With his mid-foundation establishment cultivation, he has already defeated all the late foundation establishment cultivators in the sect. Moreover, he is set to challenge those at the great perfection stage tomorrow. Even if he loses, he will still be the foremost among foundation establishment cultivators, given his youth." Chen Qun smiled even more at this. With a playful tone, he remarked, "Jiang Jr.'s sister, do I resemble the Dao Yun senior uncle you speak of? Would you believe me if I told you that I am, in fact, the remarkably powerful Dao Yun senior uncle you mentioned?" Jiang Shanshan responded, "Chen Senior Brother, you should focus on your cultivation. Perhaps one day, you truly will become a master like Dao Yun's senior uncle. But it is getting late. I shall not disturb you further, and I need to return to my own training." As Jiang Shanshan bid farewell, she inwardly scoffed. This guy is not only foolish, but has the audacity to compare himself to Dao Yun's senior uncle. He should take a good look in the mirror. Observing Jiang Shanshan's expression, Chen Qun recognized that she would not believe his words. However, this mattered little to him. "Then go back and cultivate diligently, that I wish you success in your foundation establishment. Should you require any more spiritual herbs, feel free to seek me out," he said. Jiang Shanshan nodded in response. After casually bidding him farewell, she soared away on a crimson artifact. Watching her departing figure, Chen Qun shook his head in resignation. Just as Chen Qun and Jiang Shanshan were conversing outside the spirit herb garden, a figure appeared where the spiritual herbs had been recently uprooted. This figure was none other than Elder Dao Yi, who oversaw the spirit herb garden. Observing the disarray of soil, he muttered to himself, "This lad actually took the spiritual herbs from the garden to give away. Who would have thought that this seemingly simple-minded boy has a romantic side? Yet, this girl seems far from simple. She possesses quite the cunning. Perhaps it is for the best. Let this lad experience a little hardship, so he can focus on his cultivation." Unbeknownst to Chen Qun, every action outside the spirit herb garden had not escaped the notice of Elder Dao Yi's keen perception. Author's note: many readers may feel frustrated at this point, believing the protagonist to be rather foolish. I have previously explained that this is merely a setup. By chapters 31 and 32, the current frustrations will be met with satisfying resolutions. That be why chapters 36 and 39, a deeper sense of satisfaction will emerge, as that will mark the true beginning of the protagonist's growth. Thank you for your support, and I welcome any constructive feedback on my writing. Many thanks to The Ever-Wandering Snail Chapter 29, The Sword Intent. Defeated at the foot of Jintian Peak, the platform for ascending to immortality was once again packed with disciples, and the audience had grown even larger than the previous day. Even on the main seat of the ascension platform, several prominent golden core figures from the Heavenly Tao sect had gathered, indicating that Chen Qun had indeed made a name for himself through his battle yesterday. At this moment, Chen Qun stood resolutely at the center of the ascension platform, awaiting the commencement of the contest. Elder Dao Ci, noticing the sect leader Daoran nodding at him, understood the signal and announced the start of the competition. As soon as his words fell, a cultivator at the Great Perfection of Foundation establishment eagerly ascended the stage. Chen Qun recognized that he no longer possessed any advantages. His internal spiritual energy was at best equal to that of the Great Perfection cultivator. Moreover, his mental cultivation could not surpass that of the Great Perfection level, rendering his mental attacks ineffective. The newly arrived Great Perfection cultivator greeted Chen Qun with courtesy, saying, "I am Yi Hong from Xintian Peak. I humbly request guidance from Dao Yin Jr. Brother." Chen Qun reciprocated the gesture as customary, and soon they clashed in combat. The Yi Hong wielded a top-tier artifact whip, launching a flurry of attacks against Chen Qun in a matter of moments. Chen Qun attempted a mental attack on Yi Hong, but it yielded minimal effect, and he sensed a backlash brewing. Consequently, he resorted to engaging Yi Hong in a fierce contest, employing the 8 styles of swordsmanship, interlaced with his spiritual energy. As the battle progressed, Yi Hong grew increasingly alarmed, but he thought to himself, "This is not the level of spiritual energy one would expect from a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. This overwhelming energy is nearly on par with mine." Especially concerning were Chen Qun's unknown sword techniques, which appeared deceptively simple and slow, yet effortlessly countered Yi Hong's aggressive assaults. After repelling Chen Qun with greater force using the whip, Yi Hong swiftly produced a treasure resembling a fishnet, casting it over Chen Qun. In a moment of panic, as Chen Qun attempted to evade, he was struck by Yi Hong's whip, sending him staggering backwards several meters, leaving a gaping wound from which blood flowed. I end this back-and-forth exchange. Leveraging the advantage of his 2 artifacts, Yi Hong soon had Chen Qun battered and bruised. If this continued, defeat was merely a matter of time. Chen Qun felt increasingly suffocated in the fight. Yet he clung to a singular conviction: whether in victory or defeat, the effort put forth was what truly mattered. Chen Qun, feeling resigned to his fate, no longer sought to evade the inevitable defeat he anticipated. Thus, he immersed himself in the simplicity of the 8 styles of swordsmanship. Initially, he endured several lashes without protest. However, as time progressed, he noticed his sword strikes growing slower, increasingly lethargic. Strangely, Yi Hong's pace had also decelerated significantly, even more so than his own. The sect leader Dao Ran, seated at the main throne of the ascension platform, abruptly rose, exclaiming, "This is sword intent. Truly astonishing, beyond belief." The Grand Elder Dao Yuan promptly added, "At such a tender age, he has grasped the ancient sword cultivator's unique sword intent. This lad's comprehension appears to rival his physical prowess. Indeed, a blessing for our Tiandao sect." Dao Ran then surveyed the other elders surrounding him, who wore expressions of disbelief, their gazes towards Chen Qun imbued with newfound brilliance. Gradually, Dao Ran settled back into his seat, addressing Grand Elder Dao Yuan. "The outcome is nearly determined. Once Dao Yun becomes acquainted with the domain of his sword intent, victory shall be assured." Meanwhile, on the ascension platform, Yi Hong was internally lamenting his plight, that he felt ensnared in a quagmire. Each of his attacks not only sluggish but also draining his spiritual energy. He sensed his endurance waning, while his opponent, Dao Yun, appeared increasingly invigorated. That moment, Chen Qun remained absorbed in the intricacies of the 8 styles of swordsmanship, finding the movements growing simpler with each exchange. He could even anticipate the trajectory of Yi Hong's strikes. Suddenly, a moment of clarity dawned upon him. He realized that the amalgamation of all his sword techniques could be encapsulated in 4 words. The great way is simplicity. In that instant, enlightenment washed over Chen Qun. His 8 styles of swordsmanship successfully transcended to the 2nd tier, and he unexpectedly comprehended sword intent. Acquainted with this newfound sword intent, Chen Qun began to experience all the changes within the domain it created. He could now evade all of Yi Hong's attacks solely by instinct. Chen Qun then attempted to harness the power of sword intent, thrusting his sword towards Yi Hong within the domain. Yi Hong, perceiving this seemingly ordinary strike, felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. Though he sought to evade, he found himself unable to move even an inch. Thus, an uncanny scene unfolded as Yi Hong watched helplessly as the sword pierced his left shoulder, resulting in his defeat. Only Yi Hong understood that it was not a matter of choice to evade. He simply could not escape. Nonetheless, a chorus of murmurs arose from below the ascension platform, as all cultivators below the Golden Core stage failed to grasp the existence of sword intent, mistakenly believing Yi Hong had deliberately forfeited the contest. After Chen Qun restored his spiritual energy, he utilized the sword domain formed by his sword intent to decisively defeat two cultivators at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage. It was then that the onlookers began to recognize that this bizarre phenomenon stemmed from Chen Qun's true prowess. Observing Chen Qun's burgeoning confidence, Dao Ran turned to Grand Elder Dao Yuan and inquired, "What has Xiao Chen been preoccupied with lately? Why has he not come to join the excitement?" Grand Elder Dao Yuan replied, "Xiao Chen is currently preparing for a secluded retreat to break through to the Golden Core stage. He should be busy making arrangements for that. Do you intend for him to compete against Dao Yun?" Upon receiving a slight nod from Dao Ran, Grand Elder Dao Yuan promptly produced a communication talisman and dispatched it. Having consecutively defeated two cultivators at the Foundation establishment pinnacle, Chen Qun consumed a recovery pill and sat down to restore his spiritual energy. By the time he had fully recuperated, a handsome cultivator at the Foundation establishment pinnacle stood before him, none other than Xiao Chen, who had received the communication from Grand Elder Dao Yuan. Known as a prodigy of the Tiandao sect, Xiao Chen possessed a dual spiritual root constitution. Since being taken in as a disciple by Grand Elder Dao Yuan, he had reached the peak of Foundation establishment before even turning 40. As Chen Qun slowly rose to face Xiao Chen, he felt a faint but palpable pressure. Nevertheless, he clasped his fists and inquired, "May I ask how to address this esteemed brother?" Xiao Chen returned the gesture. Introducing himself, Zhen Tian Peak Xiao Chen. Observing the composed demeanor of Xiao Chen, Chen Qun wasted no time and launched an attack with his sword, simultaneously unleashing his sword intent to envelop Xiao Chen in the sword domain. Noticing the change in the surrounding space, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow. His weapon was a lower-grade spiritual artifact sword, and he engaged Chen Qun in an exchange of blows within the sword domain, remaining calm. Yet, like Yi Hong, he felt the drain on his spiritual energy escalating rapidly, and his movements slowed significantly. However, Xiao Chen's spiritual energy and strength far surpassed those of Yi Hong and the others. He was on the verge of the Golden Core stage, and although he could not compare to true Golden Core cultivators, he was certainly superior to those at the peak of Foundation establishment. At that moment, Xiao Chen was astonished by Dao Yun's strength. Recognizing that such power at merely the mid-Foundation establishment stage was truly remarkable, that he pondered what kind of monster had been recruited into the Tiandao sect. Originally, he had considered himself extraordinary, only to find an even more formidable opponent before him. Xiao Chen realized that without breaking free from the constraints of this domain, he would not emerge victorious. Consequently, he struck back against Chen Qun with a forceful blow, followed by his most powerful technique, the divine sword summoning thunder. A blinding radiance erupted from Xiao Chen's sword, shooting skyward. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted, and the white light soared into the heavens, gathering sufficient energy before descending upon Chen Qun like a bolt of divine thunder. As the thunder crashed through the air, Chen Qun felt the sword domain unraveling around him, but he swung his sword in defense. Yet his superior-grade flying sword was shattered into fragments. The force of the attack sent Chen Qun flying, causing him to spurt blood and collapse to the ground. Dao Ran, observing the situation, commended Grand Elder Dao Yuan. "Xiao Chen is indeed exceptional. This is a classic case of overwhelming brute force. Regardless of how many techniques one possesses, they are rendered meaningless in the face of absolute power." Grand Elder Dao Yuan replied with a slight smile, "You flatter him, sect leader. Xiao Chen still requires further honing." Though he spoke modestly, he was internally elated, as Xiao Chen was his prized disciple. Under Dao Ran's direction, Elder Dao Tian led Chen Qun away to recuperate in the medicinal herb garden, providing him with a bottle of advanced healing elixirs. Although Chen Qun faced defeat this time, his reputation had soared. After all, to have bested several cultivators at the pinnacle of foundation establishment with only mid-foundation establishment prowess was an extraordinary feat. Chapter 30. Sword Embryo. Half a month later, the commotion stirred by Chen Qun had gradually faded from memory. During this time, Chen Qun had remained motionless within the thatched cottage of the medicinal herb garden. Seemingly lost in contemplation, the sect leader Dao Ran visited twice, but upon seeing Chen Qun deep in his meditative state, he refrained from further interruption, instructing Elder Dao Tian to ensure that Chen Qun was well protected in the garden. Since Chen Qun's breakthrough to the second tier of the 8 styles of swordsmanship, he had fortuitously comprehended the sword domain. However, within his dantian, chaotic sword chi had begun to surge. Initially, as he focused on using the sword domain to confront his opponents, he neglected to notice several strands of sword chi infiltrating his dantian, i.e. the days he spent in the medicinal herb garden. While he appeared to be immersed in enlightenment, the reality was that he was in a perilous situation. The sword chi, nourished by his spiritual energy, grew increasingly solid and volatile, threatening to pierce through his dantian at any moment. For days, Chen Qun's consciousness had resided within his dantian, striving to suppress the tumultuous sword chi. However, as time wore on, the strength of the sword chi intensified, while his consciousness grew ever more fatigued. Chen Qun felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness, his heart raging with frustration, just as the sword chi seemed poised to break free from his consciousness' restraint. A small golden orb that had been floating in his sea of consciousness suddenly emitted a blinding golden light. The rays surged toward his dantian, seemingly possessing sentience, instantly binding the chaotic sword chi and simultaneously restraining Chen Qun's consciousness and spiritual energy. The ensuing fusion of his consciousness and spiritual energy with the sword chi brought forth excruciating pain that nearly rendered Chen Qun unconscious that he fought against the sensation. But ultimately, he succumbed to the overwhelming agony and lost consciousness. Yet, before his mind slipped away, he vaguely heard a voice. "Little one, this is all I can assist you with. I shall soon vanish from this realm, that I hope you can find the other half of this chaos pearl. Complete the chaos art, and carry on my legacy." When Chen Qun awoke, he found the sect leader Dao Ran, Grand Elder Dao Yuan, and Elder Dao Tian anxiously standing in the thatched cottage, gazing at him. Upon seeing Chen Qun regain consciousness, Elder Dao Tian hurriedly exclaimed, "Dao Yun, you are awake. If you hadn't, I fear the sect leader would have gone to summon Master Li from his retreat." Chen Qun, puzzled, asked Elder Dao Tian, "How long have I been unconscious?" Elder Dao Tian replied, "You've been in a coma for 5 days that I had no choice but to call for the sect leader and Elder Dao Yuan." Dao Ran looked at Chen Qun and inquired, "Dao Yun, how did you fall into such a state? What has caused your body to behave so peculiarly? When I attempted to channel spiritual energy into you, it vanished as if thrown into a bottomless pit." Chen Qun shook his head and replied, "I may have been a bit too eager during my cultivation, causing some spiritual energy to go awry, which ultimately led to my injury." The venerable Master Dao Ran, observing that no answers could be gleaned, instructed Chen Qun to take ample rest. He also established a meeting 3 days hence, promising to personally accompany Chen Qun to Baotian Peak to select several suitable magical artifacts. Subsequently, he departed with Elder Dao Yuan and Elder Dao Tian. After their departure, Chen Qun hastily turned inward to examine his dantian, eager to ascertain the state of the sword chi within him. Upon introspection, he discovered that the previously chaotic and violent strands of sword chi had vanished, replaced by a diminutive sword, no larger than a palm. Formed of spiritual energy, the blade shimmered with several golden threads, seeming to come alive. Chen Qun then inspected the golden orb within his sea of consciousness. What was once a resplendent sphere had now dulled significantly. At that moment, Chen Qun felt an inexplicable bond with the miniature sword in his dantian, as if their fates were intertwined. With a mere flicker of his thoughts, the sword, born of spiritual power and sword chi, manifested before him, that he could distinctly perceive the formidable might contained within the tiny blade. Gazing at the miniature sword, Chen Qun fell into deep contemplation that he recalled the accounts from the Chronicles of the Azure Sky Continent, which spoke of ancient sword cultivators capable of condensing and summoning sword embryos to combat opponents. Wielding unparalleled power, their path diverged entirely from that of contemporary sword cultivators. Reflecting on these ancient sword masters, he mused, could this miniature sword I have condensed truly be the legendary sword embryo? Chapter 31. The Heartbroken Chen Qun. In the Spirit Herb Garden, after reminiscing about the extraordinary legends of ancient sword cultivators, Chen Qun glanced at the miniature spiritual energy sword before him, his heart brimming with excitement. He then consumed a rejuvenation pill and entered meditation for several hours until he reached his optimal state. Once revitalized, he donned a mask and retrieved the sole, remaining mid-grade flying sword from his possessions. With determination, he soared towards the outskirts of the Kunlun mountain range, located behind the Tiandao sect. He resolved to rigorously test the might of the sword embryo residing within him. The grand sects like Tiandao sect were situated in locations akin to paradise, their gates nestled among the periphery of the Kunlun mountain range. This included the 5 major sects and various other renowned establishments, all positioned at the mountain's fringes, but in the vast expanse of the Kunlun mountain range, these dozens of sects appeared as mere grains of sand, embellishing the majestic peaks. Moreover, they seemed to serve as guardians of the Kunlun range, preventing formidable beasts from wreaking havoc upon humanity, that is for the depths of the Kunlun mountain range. Even the seasoned experts of the various sects dared not tread lightly. It was rumored that within lay entities surpassing the nascent soul stage. Thus, the inner sanctum of the Kunlun Mountains was classified as one of the most perilous forbidden zones by all major sections. Conversely, the periphery served as a treasure trove for disciples to hunt beasts and earn contributions for their sections provided they did not venture too deep and had the protection of powerful sect members. The disciples generally faced little danger. Upon entering the Kunlun mountain range, Chen Qun wielded the sword embryo with his consciousness, dispatching low-tier beasts with ease, akin to slicing through vegetables. The other disciples from Tiandao sect, who had come to hunt beasts for contributions, looked on with envy at Chen Qun's prowess, likening him to a slaughtering machine. Look, that's Uncle Daoyun. His strength is astonishing. Even a perfected foundation establishment practitioner is no match for him, exclaimed an outer disciple in the qi refining stage, pointing excitedly at Chen Qun. Uncle Daoyun is truly formidable. One day, I too shall be as powerful as Uncle Daoyun. The surrounding qi refining disciples began to chatter amongst themselves. However, Chen Qun paid no heed to their admiration as he continued to slay various beasts. Delving deeper into the Kunlun mountain range, this time, he was prudent, resolutely avoiding the territory of 7th-tier golden core beasts, having been profoundly shocked by their formidable strength before. Moreover, his intention for this expedition was solely to test the sword embryo's power. As Chen Qun ventured deeper, the number of Tiandao sect disciples he encountered dwindled. He gauged his position and realized he was now within the territory of 5th-tier beasts, which corresponded to mid-foundation establishment cultivation. Consequently, there were few disciples capable of hunting beasts in this area. Additionally, due to the vastness of the Kunlun mountain range, encountering fellow cultivators here was no simple feat, just as he contemplated taking a respite. His consciousness suddenly sensed a fierce battle occurring in the distance. Quietly, he flew over on his sword. Upon nearing the skirmish, he realized with great fortune that the combatants were none other than Jiang Shanshan, the girl he wished to protect like a younger sister, and another cultivator he recognized, Yi Hong, the true disciple from Xintian Peak with whom he had once sparred on the ascending immortal platform. At that moment, Jiang Shanshan and Yi Hong were engaged in a fierce struggle against a 6th-tier Earth-type beast, the Earth-spike lizard. Observing their teamwork against the beast, Chen Qun was astonished to see that Jiang Shanshan had successfully established her foundation in just over half a month and was demonstrating considerable strength. This highlighted the significant advantages possessed by cultivators with dual attribute physiques. Chen Qun, watching the unfolding situation from the shadows, did not intend to reveal himself to assist, as the duo seemed more than capable of handling the Earth-spike lizard. This was also his first glimpse of Jiang Shanshan wielding a magical artifact. She danced through the forest like a celestial maiden, her attacks exquisite. Together with Yi Hong's strikes, they swiftly defeated the sixth-tier beast within half an hour. After their victory, the duo experienced considerable spiritual energy depletion and sat down to recuperate. Seated, Jiang Shanshan remarked, "Brother Yi, let us not venture deeper. Even in the territory of fifth-tier beasts, a sixth-tier earth-spike lizard has appeared. I fear that should we go further, we may encounter a seventh-tier beast, which would surely spell our doom." Yi Hong gritted his teeth and replied, "This is all the fault of that despicable Daoyan. His strength is so abnormal that I could not acquire the condensing gold pill. Now I have no choice but to search for the main ingredient, the heart lamp grass, within Kunlun Mountain Range to brew the condensing gold pill. Once I find it, I can seek someone at Dan Tian Peak to concoct the pill, and then I might have a glimmer of hope for the golden core path." Jiang Shanshan comforted him, saying, "Brother Yi, do not be too anxious. With your talent, you shall surely reach the golden core path." Yi Hong sighed. "How can I even speak of pursuing the golden core path when I cannot even obtain the condensing gold pill?" At that moment, Jiang Shanshan appeared to have an epiphany and quickly said to Yi Hong, "By the way, there was a foolish lad named Chen Qun who entered the sect with me. Later, he was taken by Master Dao Tian of the Spirit Herb Garden to tend to the garden. That foolish boy, in an attempt to curry favor with me, once snuck out several herbs for refining foundation establishment pills. The reason I succeeded in establishing my foundation so quickly is due to consuming those pills. I took 3 of them. I believe there should also be herbs for refining the condensing gold pill in that Spirit Herb Garden." Yi Hong's eyes lit up at this revelation. "Are you suggesting we have that foolish lad, Chen Qun, procure some herbs for the condensing gold pill?" he asked. Jiang Shanshan pouted, glancing at Yi Hong. "Such a harsh word as steal. I will approach that foolish boy and subtly mention that I am seeking herbs for the condensing gold pill. Given his character, I am certain he will secretly gather them for me. Even if he is discovered by Master Dao Tian afterward, it has nothing to do with us, but he offered them to me, and I had no idea he had taken them from the Spirit Herb Garden. Even if Master Dao Tian flays him alive, he cannot place the blame on us." Yi Hong checked it. "If that's the case, that foolish lad will be in quite the predicament. However, Sister Jiang, rest assured that once I succeed on the golden core path, I will certainly do my utmost to assist you in swiftly stepping into the golden core realm." Jiang Shanshan blushed and smiled. "What can I say? That boy, despite having a waste spirit root, still aspires for something beyond his reach. Regardless of the outcome, it is all of his own making." Unbeknownst to them, Chen Qun had overheard every word of Jiang Shanshan and Yi Hong's conversation. In that instant, he felt as though struck by lightning that he had never imagined that the girl he wished to care for like a younger sister could harbor such malice, even contemplating having Master Dao Tian flay him alive. At that moment, Chen Qun was acutely aware of the treachery that lay within the human heart. Chen Qun paid no further heed to Jiang Shanshan and Yi Hong, sorrowfully making his way back towards the Tiandao sect. His expression was devoid of emotion, his aura dark and foreboding, while a sharp pain throbbed within his heart. With a flick of his hand, he dispatched a fifth-tier beast that obstructed his path, leaving its carcass behind as he pressed onward. Just moments after he resumed his journey, a shadow lunged at him unexpectedly, catching him off guard with a sharp grip. The searing pain exacerbated his frustration. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a bloody claw mark emblazoned across his chest. Turning his attention to the beast before him, he recognized it as a sixth-tier emerald-eyed demon monkey, though puzzled as to why such a formidable creature would intrude upon the territory of a fifth-tier beast. Chen Qun wasted no time, unleashing a mental attack and summoning a mid-grade flying sword, intent on slaying the emerald-eyed demon monkey. Struck by Chen Qun's mental assault, the demon monkey had no chance to react before being sent flying several feet away by his sword. To Chen Qun's astonishment, the creature did not perish from the blow. Instead, it bared its teeth menacingly, preparing to retaliate. Without hesitation, Chen Qun struck again, sending the emerald-eyed demon monkey hurtling across the ground. Yet, even after enduring multiple strikes, the creature remained vibrant and unyielding. Inciting Chen Qun's in a fit of rage, he unleashed the spiritual energy from his dantian, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to the demon monkey. Just as it seemed the creature would meet its demise, Chen Qun noticed tears streaming from its eyes, that a pang of sorrow pierced his heart, compelling him to retract his spiritual sword with urgency. The backlash from this sudden act caused him to cough up blood. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Chen Qun tossed a healing elixir to the emerald-eyed demon monkey, stating, "Go on, I spare your life today. Return to wherever you belong." With that, he continued his path towards the Tiandao sect. However, after consuming the healing pill, the emerald-eyed demon monkey began to follow him. Realizing he was being trailed, Chen Qun halted and addressed the creature. "Why do you follow me? The mountains and forests should be your home. Return, for this place is perilous for you," that he found it somewhat amusing to be conversing with a beast. Yet, to his surprise, the demon monkey responded with animated gestures. Chen Qun pondered, could it truly understand me? Perhaps I am overthinking this. He chose to ignore the monkey and resumed his walk, but it wasn't long before the creature trailed him once more. Exasperated, Chen Qun said, "If you can understand me, nod your head." Remarkably, the emerald-eyed demon monkey nodded in response. Chen Qun could hardly believe his eyes. It seemed that the tales he had read were indeed true. Some mutated beasts possess intelligence that rivals that of humans. Even ordinary beasts could transform into humanoid forms upon reaching the Yuaning stage. "Truly, this world is full of wonders. Do you wish to accompany me?" he inquired, to which the demon monkey nodded vigorously. Observing the diminutive creature, he remarked, "You are quite large for a beast, and bringing you back to the sect would be rather inconvenient." However, as soon as he spoke, a peculiar sight unfolded before him. The emerald-eyed demon monkey began to shrink before his very eyes, ultimately transforming into a small monkey, its aura completely altered. Chen Qun pinched himself to confirm he was not dreaming. After inspecting the transformed creature with his spiritual sense, he was astounded to find that he could no longer detect its true form, perceiving it merely as an ordinary little monkey. Had he not witnessed the transformation himself, he would have believed it to be just a common wild monkey devoid of any rank, with no other recourse. He decided to attempt a spirit beast contract with the emerald-eyed demon monkey and, to his astonishment, succeeded. Such contracts can only be formed when a beast willingly consents, which is no small feat. Most cultivators in the realm of immortality begin nurturing their spirit beasts from infancy. Thus, Chen Qun found himself at a loss for words. After establishing the contract, the diminutive form of the emerald-eyed demon monkey, now as small as a kitten, settled on Chen Qun's shoulder and promptly fell asleep. As he walked, he glanced at the little monkey resting on his shoulder, incredulous that this was once a fierce six-tier beast. Upon returning to the Tiandao sect's herb garden, he entered the humble abode within the garden and commenced his meditation. Shortly thereafter, the emerald-eyed demon monkey awoke, curiously chattering in the hut. Chen Qun regarded it and said, "I cannot keep calling you little monkey. Let us give you a proper name." The monkey nodded its now diminutive head in agreement. After some contemplation, Chen Qun declared, "You are an emerald-eyed demon monkey. Let us call you Little Bai." The monkey vigorously shook its head in protest, using its little paws to gesture disapprovingly. "What about Little Eye or Little Demon? Perhaps simply Little Hay, since you are entirely black." After several suggestions, the emerald-eyed demon monkey reluctantly accepted the name Little Hay. Just as Chen Qun was naming the monkey, a communication talisman inscribed with his spiritual imprint flew in. Hearing the message, he muttered to himself, "Have they arrived so soon? It seems my foolishness has proven quite enticing to you. No, it must be the allure of the herbs required for concocting the golden condensation pill that has drawn you in. However, I fear this time will lead to your disappointment." After briefing Little Hay, he leisurely made his way towards the garden's entrance. Jiang Shanshan, clad in a vibrant red attire like an ethereal fairy untouched by worldly delights, appeared before him. Yet in his eyes, she seemed utterly out of place. Upon spotting Chen Qun, she hurried forward, exclaiming, "It's been a while. How have you been, Senior Brother Chen? I have successfully established my foundation and came specifically to thank you." Chen Qun replied, neither joyous nor sorrowful. "Congratulations are in order." Jiang Shanshan continued, "The path of immortality is vast. Having established my foundation, it is only a matter of time before I reach the core formation stage. Therefore, I intend to venture into the Kunlun ancient mountain range to seek out the herbs needed for the golden condensation pill, preparing in advance to avoid future troubles that I came to bid you farewell." After hearing her words, Chen Qun remarked, "You have thought far ahead, considering core formation so soon after establishing your foundation. That is indeed commendable." Jiang Shanshan, observing Chen Qun's obliviousness, silently chastised him for his dullness, thinking, this fool is not only slow-witted, but also utterly clueless about how to present himself. She continued, the Kunlun ancient mountain range is fraught with peril. Should I encounter any misfortune, I may never return, and I fear I may not see you again, senior brother Chen. Yet for the sake of my path and cultivation, I do not regret it. With that, she cast him a woeful glance. To her surprise, Chen Qun did not respond as she had anticipated. Instead of rushing to assist her in gathering herbs, he merely said, I wish you good fortune. Jiang Shanshan stood there, dumbfounded, before she could gather her thoughts. Chen Qun added nonchalantly, now that we have bid farewell, I shall not keep you any longer, as I need to return to the herb garden to tend to the plants. With that, he turned and walked back into the garden, leaving Jiang Shanshan stunned outside. The outcome was far from what she had envisioned. She had inquired and learned that the herb garden undoubtedly contained the materials needed for the golden condensation pill. Initially, she had planned to express her grievances to Chen Qun, and if that failed, she would resort to using her charm to persuade him to willingly assist her in pilfering some herbs. She could then provide a portion to Yi Hong, while keeping a few for herself, thus securing a backing in Yi Hong and ensuring her own safety. However, she was baffled by how Chen Qun seemed to have transformed entirely, behaving like a different person altogether. Frustrated, Jiang Shanshan stomped her foot in irritation before departing. Upon returning to the herb garden, Chen Qun was taken aback by the chaos that greeted him. The once orderly space was now in disarray, with freshly turned soil indicating that portions had been unearthed. He exclaimed, oh no, the herb garden has been robbed. Initially, he suspected that Jiang Shanshan had deliberately delayed him to allow Yi Hong to steal from the garden. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. They lacked both the capability and the audacity for such a deed. Suddenly, he recalled Little Hay in the hut and feared that the emerald-eyed demon monkey might have encountered trouble as well. He rushed towards the hut in a frenzy. However, when Chen Qun stepped into the thatched cottage, he was utterly taken aback. The entire interior was strewn with an abundance of fresh spiritual herbs and fruits. In the center of the cottage, the azure-eyed demon monkey, Xiao He, was voraciously devouring the spiritual fruits. Upon noticing Chen Qun's entrance, it promptly picked up a spiritual fruit and offered it to him, eager for him to taste it. Witnessing this, Chen Qun felt overwhelmed. It turned out that the thief plundering the spiritual herb garden was none other than the creature he had brought along. Chapter 33. Selecting Magical Artifacts with a Resigned Sigh. Chen Qun rubbed his temples, pondering how he would explain the theft of so many spiritual herbs and fruits to Elder Lu and the sect leader, but he glanced at the azure-eyed demon monkey, still munching on a spiritual fruit, and impulsively gave it a light smack on the head. Xiao He, feeling the sting, looked at Chen Qun with a pitiful expression. Chen Qun, exasperated, exclaimed, if you wish to pilfer the fruits, so be it, but why destroy so many spiritual herbs in the process? Xiao He picked up some of the uprooted spiritual herbs and presented them to Chen Qun, gesturing with its tiny paws for him to take them. It finally dawned on Chen Qun that the herbs Xiao He had uprooted were meant as a gift for him. Unable to chastise the adorable creature, he relented. Shortly thereafter, in the spiritual herb garden, one human and one monkey were hard at work, one digging holes and the other planting herbs. After a busy hour, they managed to replant all the spiritual herbs that Xiao He had uprooted. Chen Qun admonished Xiao He, instructing it to only pick spiritual fruits in the future and to refrain from damaging other spiritual herbs and flowers, but he then approached Elder Lu Daojian to explain that he had a spiritual beast that might enjoy the fruits from the garden and hoped it would not be an issue. Elder Lu Daojian, quite magnanimous, glanced at Xiao He and replied, it's merely a spiritual beast. It doesn't consume much. The herb garden is vast. Let it eat whatever it desires. Before long, the day arrived when sect leader Dao Ran was to take Chen Qun to Baotian Peak to select magical artifacts. As promised, sect leader Dao Ran appeared. Junior brother Daoyan, you seem in fine spirits today, much improved from 3 days ago. Ever since that young lad, Xiao Chun, destroyed your flying sword, I have wanted to take you to Baotian Peak to choose a few suitable artifacts. However, you seem so engrossed in your insights that I hesitated to disturb you. Are you feeling well now? Sect leader Dao Ran inquired with concern. Chen Qun felt warmth in his heart as he responded, Thank you for your concern. Sect leader, I'm completely well now. After exchanging pleasantries, sect leader Dao Ran took Chen Qun and flew to Baotian Peak, casting a lingering glance at the azure-eyed demon monkey left behind in the thatched cottage. Upon arriving at Baotian Peak, sect leader Dao Ran led Chen Qun directly into the artifact pavilion. The golden elixir cultivator guarding the entrance did not question their arrival, recognizing the sect leader. Once inside, sect leader Dao Ran remarked, "Junior brother Dao Yin, you are truly fortunate to have acquired such a remarkable azure-eyed demon monkey as your spiritual beast." The transformation of the azure-eyed demon monkey did not escape sect leader Dao Ran's keen perception. And Chen Qun was not surprised, given Dao Ran's profound cultivation and extensive experience. Instead of directly responding, Chen Qun offered an awkward smile. Sect leader Dao Ran then continued, "Your swordsmanship techniques are quite extraordinary. Might I request a demonstration?" Although Chen Qun was unsure of Dao Ran's intentions, he nonetheless handed over the 8 Styles of Swordsmanship Cultivation Manual, saying, "I would appreciate your guidance, sect leader." Upon receiving the manual, sect leader Dao Ran examined it closely, but initially found nothing remarkable, even considering it below second-rate status. Had he not witnessed Chen Qun's duel, he would never have believed this to be a manual from the ancient sword cultivators. After carefully using his spiritual sense to analyze it again, he realized it indeed embodied the principle of simplicity. Returning the manual to Chen Qun, he said, "Junior brother Dao Yin, while this manual has aided you in cultivating sword intent, I would advise against further practice. Are you aware that this is an ancient sword cultivator's manual?" Chen Qun, puzzled, asked, "Why should I not continue practicing simply because it is an ancient sword cultivator's manual?" Sect leader Dao Ran sighed and explained, "The offensive power of ancient sword cultivators was unrivaled among their peers. But do you know why they ultimately vanished? After the Great Calamity, the rules of the universe changed, making it nearly impossible for ancient sword cultivators to condense sword embryos. Most perished due to the sword chi invading their bodies. Therefore, while you have yet to cultivate sword chi, it is prudent to discard this manual. After you select your artifacts, I will guide you in choosing some superior swordsmanship manuals." Hearing Dao Ran's words, Chen Qun summoned the spiritual chi sword embryo within him and stated, "Is this what you refer to as a sword embryo, sect leader?" Upon seeing the spiritual chi sword embryo, sect leader Dao Ran nearly fell to the ground in shock, exclaiming, "Junior brother Dao Yin, how could you possibly condense a sword embryo? Since the alteration of the universe's rules, no one has succeeded in doing so. What many extraordinary individuals could not achieve, you have accomplished. You truly astonish me. May the might of the ancient sword cultivators shine once more through you." Chen Qun, feeling bashful, replied, "You flatter me, sect leader. I was merely fortunate." Recalling the peril he faced while condensing the sword embryo, Chen Qun felt a shiver of fear. Had it not been for the assistance of the golden orb, he might have already become a pile of bones after entering the artifact pavilion with sect leader Dao Ran. Chen Qun gazed at the dazzling array of magical artifacts, an accumulation of the Tiandao sect over millennia. Dao Ran, recognizing that selecting artifacts relies on fate, allowed Chen Qun to browse undisturbed. In truth, aside from some unusable artifacts left from millennia ago, the best remaining were merely a few top-grade spiritual artifacts. The artifacts surpassing the spiritual artifact level were already in the possession of Dao Ran and the other elders. Whether Chen Qun could find a top-grade spiritual artifact would depend on his luck. As Chen Qun traversed row after row of shelves, his vision blurred from the multitude of choices. Ultimately, he selected a low-grade spiritual artifact mask that could alter his appearance. Much to sect leader Dao Ran's amusement, Dao Ran refrained from commenting further and simply gestured for Chen Qun to select a weapon artifact as well. Initially, Chen Qun had his eye on a top-grade spiritual artifact sword. But just as he reached for it, the spiritual chi sword embryo within him became exceedingly restless, as if trying to guide him. Thus, Chen Qun withdrew his hand and ventured deeper into the pavilion. The further he walked, the more agitated the spiritual chi sword embryo became. Eventually, he reached the end and spotted a row of stone tables adorned with several dilapidated artifacts, their grade indiscernible as he approached the stone table. The spiritual chi, sword embryo within him surged with such intensity that it nearly erupted from his body, prompting Chen Qun to quickly suppress it with his spiritual sense, but he keenly sensed that the sword embryo was directing him towards a rusted black sword. However, Chen Qun could not ascertain the sword's quality. Choosing to trust the guidance of his spiritual chi, sword embryo, he reached for the black sword. Sect leader Dao Ran, noticing his action, hurriedly intervened, saying, "Junior brother Daoyan, perhaps you should reconsider. This sword belonged to a venerable ancestor of the Tiandao sect, who perished in battle millennia ago. That it appears to be damaged and has been deemed worthless by many predecessors. Akin to scrap metal, albeit with somewhat sturdier material." Chen Qun, undeterred, replied, "No need, sect leader. Since I have chosen it, it must be fated for me that I shall not change my selection." Seeing that he could not sway Chen Qun, sect leader Dao Ran discreetly gifted him a mid-grade spiritual artifact sword. Overwhelmed by the kindness of this elder, who cared so much for him, Chen Qun silently vowed that in the future, once he grew stronger, he would do everything in his power to protect the Tiandao sect. After completing his selection of artifacts, Chen Qun opted not to pursue any swordsmanship manuals, feeling that the 8 styles of swordsmanship was already quite potent. And with the sword embryo successfully condensed, there was no longer any danger. His current philosophy was that depth of knowledge was superior to breadth. After escorting Chen Qun back to the spiritual herb garden, sect leader Dao Ran shared noteworthy news. The secret realm of Punlai, which opened once every 50 years, would soon commence in a little over 6 months. Due to restrictions in the spatial rules of the Punlai secret realm, only cultivators below the golden elixir stage could enter. Dao Ran urged Chen Qun to dedicate this time to diligent cultivation, ensuring he would join the Tiandao sect's team to seek treasures in the Punlai secret realm in 6 months. After bestowing upon Chen Qun a spiritual beast pouch, he took his leave. Now equipped with the spiritual beast pouch, Chen Qun could carry the azure-eyed demon monkey, Xiaohe, with him at all times. Chapter 34. Departing for the Punlai secret realm in the spiritual herb garden, Chen Qun was refining the mask that allowed him to change his appearance, as well as the mid-grade spiritual artifact sword gifted by sect leader Dao Ran. For artifacts of superior quality, ritual refinement is essential to enable their full functionality. However, Chen Qun found himself unable to refine the black sword he had chosen, which bore no discernible grade, that is, the grade of an artifact increases. The time required for refinement also prolongs. Chen Qun dedicated considerable time to refining these 2 spiritual artifacts. Upon donning the mask, he felt a refreshing chill wash over him, that he then envisioned the appearance he desired, transforming into a rugged middle-aged man, startling the azure-eyed demon monkey, Xiaohe, beside him. However, such a disguise holds little significance for highly accomplished high-tier practitioners. After Chen Qun refined the 2 spiritual artifacts, he contemplated placing Xiaohe into the spirit beast pouch for a trial. Perhaps due to Xiaohe's wild nature, upon merely attempting to confine it within the pouch once, Xiaohe protested vehemently against staying inside. Observing Xiaohe, who incessantly devoured spiritual fruits, Chen Qun could only sigh helplessly. Fortunately, the Celestial Path sect is prosperous. Otherwise, I truly could not afford to sustain this azure-eyed demon monkey. Ultimately, Chen Qun resumed his examination of the black longsword, a relic left behind by a certain ancestor of the Celestial Path sect following their demise several millennia ago. The outcome remained unchanged. No matter how he experimented, the black longsword emitted not a trace of spiritual energy. Other than its somewhat sturdier material, it bore no distinction from mundane weapons found among the common folk. At that moment, Chen Qun suddenly felt the spiritual energy, sword embryo, within his dantian stir restlessly. He promptly summoned the sword embryo. However, an enigmatic scene unfolded the instant the sword embryo was summoned. Chen Qun found himself unable to control the black longsword in his hand or the sword embryo levitating in the air. The 2 seemed to possess an immense magnetic force, gradually drawing closer to one another. Initially, Chen Qun sought to intervene, but ultimately, he relinquished control, curious to discover the connection between the black longsword and his sword embryo. Once he entirely released his grip on both, the sword embryo, radiating golden light, began to merge with the black longsword. To be precise, the sword embryo penetrated into the black longsword. Approximately half an hour later, the sword embryo vanished without a trace, while the black longsword before Chen Qun now exuded a repressed yet formidable aura. He sensed that the black longsword before him was akin to his spiritual energy sword embryo, and the feeling of a bloodline connection was unmistakable at this moment. Chen Qun could ascertain that the ancestor of the Celestial Path sect, who fell thousands of years ago, was undoubtedly an ancient sword cultivator. Thus, it appeared that the black longsword was not damaged. Rather, it could only be wielded by those ancient sword cultivators possessing a sword embryo. Although Chen Qun still could not discern the grade of the black longsword, he was certain from its emanating aura that it surpassed the mid-grade spiritual weapon he had just successfully refined by a considerable margin. Chen Qun attempted to manipulate the black longsword using the same method he employed for the sword embryo. And the black longsword responded identically, yet its power was several tiers greater. Overjoyed, Chen Qun promptly summoned the black longsword back into his dantian. Gazing at the shrunken version of the black longsword nestled within, he realized he had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Half a year swiftly passed. Chen Qun's cultivation successfully progressed to the late foundation establishment stage. However, his spiritual consciousness had not yet advanced to the golden core stage. Remaining suspended between the consummate foundation establishment and golden core stages. One day, Chen Qun received a message from the sect leader, Dao Ran. The selected foundation establishment practitioners of the Celestial Path sect were to be led by Elder Dao Ci to the ECS Penglai Mountain in 5 days. Consequently, Chen Qun hurriedly scoured the spiritual herb garden with Xiao He, collecting an ample supply of spiritual fruits to last the monkey nearly a year. Only then did Xiao He agree to enter the spirit beast pouch and accompany him to the Penglai's secret realm. 5 days later, atop the ascension platform on Jintian Peak, sect leader Dao Ran and the elders of the Celestial Path sect stood with their hands clasped behind their backs. Below, 30 foundation establishment practitioners from the sect, including Chen Qun, gathered. This time, however, he did not assume the identity of Dao Yun. After discussing with sect leader Dao Ran, he had disguised himself as a middle-aged scholar, adopting the name Li Jin, masquerading as a disciple of Elder Dao Ji. Chen Qun noticed Jiang Shanshan, a foundation establishment practitioner in the initial stage, among the gathered disciples, indicating the sect's significant regard for her dual spiritual root constitution. Despite the myriad dangers of the Penglai secret realm, those who returned alive were typically able to successfully reach the golden core stage. Thus, even with a mere 1 in 10 survival rate, the elite disciples eagerly flocked to the opportunity. After all, the disparity between foundation establishment and golden core practitioners was vast at this juncture. Sect leader Dao Ran encouraged the foundation establishment practitioners below, subsequently announcing rewards. The disciple who collected the most spiritual herbs and treasures within the Penglai secret realm would be awarded 2 golden core pills and a top-grade spiritual weapon. The second would receive 1 golden core pill and a superior grade spiritual weapon, and the third would receive a superior grade spiritual weapon. Upon concluding his address, the foundation establishment practitioners departed under Elder Dao Ci's guidance, boarding a flying magical artifact. Elder Dao Ci briefed the Celestial Path sect's disciples on the general circumstances of the Penglai secret realm. Once a sacred land for cultivation and training during ancient times, it had since become detached from the spatial continuum due to a cataclysmic upheaval. The Penglai secret realm opened automatically every 50 years, with the entrance remaining accessible for 3 months. Due to the unstable nature of the realm's interior, only practitioners below the golden core stage could enter. Within the Penglai secret realm, not only were there various precious natural materials and treasures, but also numerous artifacts left behind from ancient times. However, danger lurked at every turn in addition to the inherent perils. They also had to guard against treachery from rival sects in the face of precious materials. Conflict was inevitable. Therefore, all sects had long ago established a rule. Any disputes resulting in life or death among disciples within the Penglai secret realm would not warrant future vendettas. Due to the unique regulations within the Penglai secret realm, all practitioners entering would be transported to different locations by chaotic spatial energies. Thus, it was imperative for disciples from various sects to regroup swiftly upon entry, as Elder Dao Ci briefed the selected foundation establishment disciples. Chen Qun utilized his spiritual consciousness to assess the gathered practitioners. Most were at the mid to late foundation establishment stages, with few gifted individuals like Jiang Shanshan among the initial stage disciples. Nevertheless, Chen Qun believed the sect's elders had undoubtedly equipped the lower-tier genius disciples with ample defensive artifacts, as all selected foundation establishment disciples were seen as promising candidates. Chen Qun also discerned that, although the expedition was led by Xiao Chun, who had previously bested him, he sensed a presence within the group that was even stronger. Inwardly, he mused, it seems the old man Dao Ran has concealed quite a few talents. This individual is likely another disciple nurtured in secret by the Celestial Path sect. When Elder Dao Ci and the others arrived at East Sea Esprunglai Mountain, numerous sects had already gathered. The 5 strongest sects accounted for 3, while a significant portion of equally ranked first-rate sects were also present. After finding a suitable area, Elder Dao Ci instructed the disciples of the Celestial Path sect to sit and wait for the secret realm's opening. However, before Elder Dao Ci could settle down, a voice emanated from the direction of the Lingyun sect. Old Dao Ci, you're still alive? Unyielding, Elder Dao Ci retorted. Old Xinqing, how could I dare to step ahead of you? If anyone is to go, it should be you first. The elder from Lingyun sect, known as Xinqing, was well acquainted with Elder Dao Ci, and the two had a long-standing rivalry. However, their strength was evenly matched, resulting in a battle of wits and barbs. Amidst the Lingyun sect's ranks, Chen Qun spotted a familiar face. Zhang Fan, the talented spirit root practitioner recruited by Du Zhua in Tianshui City, that he recalled that Zhang Fan had been an ordinary mortal at the time. Yet within less than a year, he had ascended to the initial stage of foundation establishment, with a discernible trend towards breaking into the mid-stage. Chen Qun speculated that Zhang Fan must possess some hidden, undisclosed secrets. Chapter 35. Entering the Prunlai Secret Realm. As the time for the opening of the Prunlai Secret Realm's spatial entrance drew near, the remaining sects began to arrive in succession. Chen Qun continued to scrutinize the other sects, observing the foundation establishment practitioners preparing to enter the realm, that he noted that, aside from the 5 most powerful sects and first-rate sects like the Celestial Path sect, many second- and third-rate sects, as well as some formidable cultivation families, had brought along a plethora of promising foundation establishment disciples. However, each sect or family was limited to merely 3 spots, significantly fewer than the 5 strongest sects, each of which possessed 50 spots for entry into the Prunlai Secret Realm. While first-rate sects like the Celestial Path sect had 30. Chen Qun examined the attire of the disciples from the other sects. He found that they all bore distinctive characteristics reflective of their respective sections. For instance, the most formidable disciples of the Xiansword sect are uniformly sword-bearing cultivators, while the disciples of the 10,000 Buddhist temple are all bald-headed monks clad in cassocks. The disciples of the Shinong sect each carry peculiar cloth pouches at their waists, and the remaining sects each possess their unique characteristics. Yet the Tiandao sect, to which Chen Qun belongs, is a veritable melange of styles. He struggles to find even a handful of cultivators who dress similarly. He remains perplexed as to why the astute Elder Dao Ran, the sect leader, has not taken the initiative to impose some order within the Tiandao sect. Chen Qun further learned that the sect's ranking is solely determined by the number of Yuanying stage cultivators it possesses. As long as a sect has at least 1 Yuanying stage cultivator, it is classified as a first-tier sect. That if the number of Yuanying stage cultivators exceeds 3, that sect is considered one of the most powerful in the central Shenzhou region. Conversely, sects lacking Yuanying stage cultivators are relegated to second-tier or even lower status, having no voice in significant matters within the cultivation world. The Tiandao sect dares to challenge the Lingyun sect, one of the top 5 strongest sects, primarily because it is supported by the late Yuanying stage elder Li Yanhua. Although Lingyun's sect boasts 3 Yuanying stage cultivators, they comprise merely 2 at the mid-Yuanying stage and 1 at the early stage. Should a conflict arise, the Tiandao sect would undoubtedly hold the upper hand. However, the issue of Li Yanhua's lifespan poses a significant challenge for the Tiandao sect. It is generally understood that Yuanying stage cultivators must refrain from engaging in direct confrontations. If Yuanying stage cultivators were to involve themselves in battles, it would spell disaster for the cultivation world. The aftermath of their conflicts could easily annihilate Jindan stage cultivators. Thus, an agreement was established long ago among the 5 major sects, including the Tiandao sect, prohibiting Yuanying stage cultivators from engaging in combat lightly. Yet the current situation of the Tiandao sect is truly dire. Although the venerable elder Li Yinhua possesses profound cultivation, his remaining lifespan is scant. He is now confined to the back mountains of the Tiandao sect, striving to conserve his spiritual energy in a bid to extend his dwindling life. Should Li Yinhua pass away, even if the Tiandao sect could temporarily withstand attacks from Yuanying stage cultivators due to its protective formations, it would be akin to a child guarding treasures without the oversight of a guardian. Any high-tier sect would inevitably harbor ulterior motives towards it. With a resounding rumble, a colossal white vortex gradually manifested in the skies above Mount Prenglai in the Eastern Sea. Elder Dao Ci, the eighth elder, glanced around and remarked, "The spatial entrance to the Prenglai secret realm is about to appear. You must remember, once you enter the Prenglai secret realm, you must find a way to reunite with your fellow disciples. Should you encounter any enemies threatening your lives, regardless of their sect, you may slay them without hesitation. And no matter the troubles you stir, I and the sect will support you." After the eighth elder's words, a glint of fierceness flashed in his eyes, for he had once endured life-threatening tribulations within the Prenglai secret realm. The reason for such peril lies in the treachery of each sect. As the white vortex expanded, Elder Dao Ci continued, "Although the Jindan stage cultivators outside cannot enter the spatial entrance due to spatial rules, there are still formidable beasts within the Prenglai secret realm that are nearly on par with Jindan stage cultivators. Therefore, you must exercise utmost caution upon entry." Once Elder Dao Ci finished his instructions, the white spatial vortex entrance stabilized. Following the lead of several Xiansword sect cultivators, the remaining hundreds of cultivators surged into the enormous white vortex like a swarm of locusts. Elder Dao Ci watched the Tiandao sect disciples as they entered the vortex and sighed, muttering to himself, "I wonder how many will return this time." The last expedition to the Prenglai secret realm saw only 2 out of 30 disciples return. Having previously ventured into the Prenglai secret realm, Elder Dao Ci was well aware of its dangers. He suspected the disciples who perished last time did not fall to the beasts but rather in the fierce competition for treasures among the sections. At that moment, Chen Qun, caught in the white vortex, felt dizzy from its swirling motion. Soon after, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he found himself within the Prenglai secret realm. His initial impression was that this place was indeed a primeval paradise, for the spiritual energy here was abundant, surpassing even that of the Tiandao sect. The only drawback was that he could only remain here for 3 months before being forcibly transported out. Chen Qun surveyed his surroundings with his spiritual sense. Realizing he was in a valley devoid of Tiandao sect cultivators or those from other sections, he chose a random direction and began to explore. All the while using his spiritual sense to search, for it was said that treasures lay scattered throughout this realm. Before long, he discovered a rare lamp wick grass nestled in a crevice of a cliff. A herb that Jiang Shanshan and Yi Hong had long coveted. Elated, Chen Qun recognized that lampwick grass was the primary ingredient for refining Jindan and was exceedingly rare, with only a few specimens found even in the Tiandao sect's spiritual herb garden. He soared upwards and reached out to pluck it. "Not good!" Suddenly, Chen Qun exclaimed, retracting his right hand just in time that he saw a 6th-tier beast, the Tianqing snake, darting towards him like a bolt of lightning. Chen Qun had not anticipated that this Tianqing snake could evade his spiritual sense. Had his reaction been even a moment slower, he would have been caught off guard. He swiftly summoned his mid-grade spiritual weapon longsword and struck at the Tianqing snake. Due to the abundant spiritual energy and spatial rules within the Prenglai secret realm, the beasts here were significantly stronger than their counterparts outside. After a considerable struggle, he managed to slay the 6th-tier Tianqing snake. He then stowed away its corpse and collected the lamp wick grass, continuing his cautious exploration. Chapter 36. A fortuitous rescue of Jiang Shanshan, Chen Qun had wandered through the Prenglai secret realm for 2 days without encountering any disciples from other sects. Highlighting the vastness of this realm, in these 2 days, his harvest was substantial. He had gathered over 20 varieties of spiritual herbs suitable for Jindan cultivators, with even more low-tier herbs collected. The blue-eyed demon monkey, Xiaohe, had been summoned from his spiritual beast pouch to assist in locating spiritual herbs and gathering spiritual fruits. Chen Qun found that Xiaohe proved to be an excellent aid. However, This once formidable six-tier demon beast had been thoroughly beaten by other six-tier beasts within the Prunlai's secret realm, as the beasts here were far more powerful than their external counterparts. Had it not been for Xiao Hei's tough exterior, it might have barely survived. Chen Qun was puzzled by Xiao Hei's remarkable resilience and slightly enhanced speed compared to other blue-eyed monkeys. As for its intelligence, it was astute enough to even transform. After suffering setbacks against six-tier beasts, Xiao Hei was now only willing to assist Chen Qun in confronting beasts below the sixth tier. If a sixth-tier beast appeared, it would resolutely refuse to engage. In fact, Chen Qun himself had encountered significant challenges against several powerful sixth-tier beasts within this secret realm, and without the integration of the black flying sword into his sword embryo, he might have found it difficult to escape unscathed. Even so, he had sustained considerable injuries. Chen Qun began to suspect that the beasts inhabiting the Prunlai's secret realm might be remnants from ancient times. Otherwise, how could they be so much stronger than their sixth-tier counterparts outside? If he struggled so greatly, it would be tantamount to certain death for an average Foundation establishment cultivator. Thus, Chen Qun continued to roam the Prunlai's secret realm for 2 more days. One day, Xiao Hei sat on a rock, blissfully munching on spiritual fruits while Chen Qun meditated to restore his spiritual energy. Suddenly, the sounds of combat echoed from a distance. Chen Qun quickly recalled Xiao Hei into the spiritual beast pouch and hastened towards the source of the fighting. Upon arrival, he concealed his presence behind a large rock and observed the skirmish unfolding before him. To his astonishment, it was none other than his old acquaintance, Jiang Shanshan, engaged in combat with a mid-foundation establishment cultivator from the Wujigong sect by a small creek. In the past, he would have unhesitatingly rushed to Jiang Shanshan's aid. However, after overhearing her conversation with Yi Hong, his feelings towards her had transformed into mere indifference. Chen Qun covertly watched their clash. Although Jiang Shanshan was only at the early foundation establishment stage, she seemed to hold her ground against the mid-foundation establishment cultivator from Wujigong that a fiery red ribbon danced in the air. And gradually, it appeared she was gaining the upper hand. Their battle attracted the attention of numerous cultivators, who quietly gathered to observe. Chen Qun glanced around and finally understood the reason behind their conflict: a lush green spiritual herb known as nine-leaf grass grew by the creek. This herb was the primary ingredient for refining Xinyuan pills, which could enhance the cultivation of cultivators below the Jindan stage without any adverse effects. Though the Xinyuan pill was not of high grade, it was exceedingly rare in the cultivation world, primarily due to the scarcity of the nine-leaf grass. Even the Tiandao sect spiritual herb garden had but a few specimens. It seemed that Jiang Shanshan's motivation for this confrontation was very likely to obtain the coveted nine-leaf grass. However, given the current circumstances, Jiang Shanshan's situation appears rather grim. Even if she were to miraculously vanquish this mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator from the Wuji Palace, it is likely that the hidden cultivators nearby would not permit her to obtain this nine-leafed herb. It is akin to a mantis stalking a cicada, while a host of yellow sparrows lurk in the shadows, waiting for their chance. Yet, before those yellow sparrows could make a move, 3 cultivators from the Wuji Palace swiftly approached from the distance, identifiable by their attire. Jiang Shanshan now truly faced perilous danger. Chen Qun hesitated momentarily. However, despite his indecision, should Jiang Shanshan's life be at stake, he would undoubtedly intervene to save her. This was not due to any lingering affection Chen Qun harbored for Jiang Shanshan, but rather because she too was a disciple of the Tiandao sect. If the opposing cultivators merely intended to teach her a lesson, he had no intention of intervening. Although the nine-leafed herb was rare, Chen Qun did not find himself in need of such trivialities. With the arrival of the other 3 Wuji Palace cultivators, the conflict between Jiang Shanshan and the mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator ceased. Upon recognizing their garb and cultivation level, Jiang Shanshan's complexion darkened. In contrast, the Wuji Palace cultivator displayed a gleeful expression. "Junior brother Huang, what transpired?" The leading Wuji Palace cultivator inquired of the one who had just battled Jiang Shanshan. The Huang-named cultivator hastily responded, "Brother Fong, I discovered a nine-leafed herb by this stream, and then this Tiandao sect woman attempted to seize it." Hearing this, Jiang Shanshan, her face flushed with indignation, retorted, "How shameless can you be? It was I who discovered the nine-leafed herb, and you came to snatch it away, yet you dare to distort the truth. The cultivator referred to as Brother Fong, a consummate foundation establishment expert, looked at Jiang Shanshan with disdain and declared, "I am Fong Chung, and I hereby announce that this nine-leafed herb belongs to Wuji Palace. You may leave now." Jiang Shanshan felt a surge of unwillingness. Defiantly, she exclaimed, "Are all of you from Wuji Palace so unreasonable?" Yet, before she could finish her sentence, she was struck by a palm imbued with spiritual energy from Fong Chung, sending her flying to the ground, where she coughed up blood incessantly. The disparity in strength was simply too vast. Fong Chung addressed the fallen Jiang Shanshan. "I offered you a chance to leave, but since you refuse, you shall remain here forever." With that, Fong Chung summoned his flying sword, intent on slaying Jiang Shanshan. The sight terrified her, her complexion paling. Chen Qun sighed inwardly. "It seems I must intervene." Though Jiang Shanshan was cunning and had intentions to use him, she was ultimately a disciple of the Tiandao sect and had not committed any heinous acts that as she stared at the descending sword, fear rendered her immobile. She did not wish to perish. She had a bright future ahead of her. But it seemed that time had run out. However, just as Fong Cheng's sword was about to strike her, a resounding ding echoed, as Fong Cheng's sword was deflected by another flying sword. "Though your Wuji Palace cultivators lack reason, we Tiandao sect disciples are not to be trifled with." With those words, Chen Qun strolled leisurely towards Fong Chung. Fong Chung, glancing at the merely mid-stage foundation establishment, Chen Qun scoffed, "Such arrogance, you a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, cannot possibly withstand me. Since you are of the same sect as her, I shall send you both away together, teaching the other sects that our Wuji Palace's possessions are not to be stolen." Chen Qun, observing Fong Cheng's brazen attitude, felt a surge of murderous intent. Such a person was not worthy of sympathy. Nevertheless, Chen Qun remained unperturbed, stating, "You have chosen the wrong opponent to establish your prestige. For one of your caliber, I believe your continued existence is unnecessary. Allow me to send you on your way." Fong Chung erupted in laughter, as did the nearby Wuji Palace cultivators. Fong Chung narrowed his eyes and remarked, "It would indeed be a pity for such an amusing individual to perish. But you have no choice in the matter." With that, he summoned his flying sword and launched an attack against Chen Qun. Fong Cheng's aura as a consummate foundation establishment cultivator was unmistakable. While his presence could not compare to the former Tiandao sect Xiao Chun, it far surpassed that of Yi Hong. However, at this moment, Chen Qun was no longer the same Chen Qun from half a year prior. Since his breakthrough to mid-stage foundation establishment, his spiritual energy and consciousness had grown more potent than any consummate foundation establishment cultivator, coupled with the black sword that had become a part of him. Even Xiao Chun would surely face defeat against Chen Qun. As Chen Qun faced the advancing Fong Chung, he initiated the 8 sword techniques, enveloping Fong Chung within a realm of sword intent. Chen Qun's sword domain was now several levels stronger than it had been 6 months ago. Fong Chung found himself mired in this oppressive atmosphere, struggling to raise his sword to defend against Chen Qun's assault. Nevertheless, he was still sent flying by Chen Qun's palm strike as Fong Chung saw Chen Qun advancing again. Panic set in, and he hastily summoned a defensive earth wall talisman, barely managing to block Chen Qun's strike. Yet, as Chen Qun launched another attack, Fong Chung realized he was utterly outmatched and had no chance to retaliate. Reacting swiftly, he attempted to flee, for to him, dignity was nothing compared to his life. Chen Qun, observing Fong Cheng's retreat, revealed a hint of scornful amusement and immediately unleashed a mental attack in that moment. As Fong Cheng sought to escape, he suddenly felt his head stiffen and his movements abruptly halted. Although he regained control in the blink of an eye, he could not evade Chen Qun's longsword. Chen Qun's blade struck Fong Chung, and to his surprise, it failed to pierce Fong Cheng's body. However, even without penetrating, Fong Chung was nonetheless sent reeling by Chen Qun's immense spiritual energy, spitting blood profusely. It was evident that Fong Chung had sustained severe injuries. Just as Chen Qun prepared to advance and deliver a final blow, Fong Chung tore open a talisman, uttering a few incantations, and vanished in a cloud of blood mist. "He actually possesses a blood escape talisman," Chen Qun exclaimed in disbelief. The remaining Wuji Palace cultivators, witnessing their brother Fong's utter defeat, fled in haste, utilizing even the precious blood escape talisman. They scattered like frightened birds, vanishing without a trace, even the hidden cultivators from other sects. Upon witnessing this, discreetly retreated. After all, it was hardly worth risking their lives to contest a nine-leafed herb against such a formidable mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. The outcome of Feng Cheng's escape had truly caught Chen Qun off guard. He had resolved to slay the insufferably arrogant Feng Cheng. Yet he had not anticipated that Feng Cheng would possess not only protective spiritual armor, but also a blood escape talisman. Indeed, those capable of entering the Pernlai's secret realm were not to be underestimated. Chapter 37. The harsh reality. Although Chen Qun had saved Jiang Shanshan, he paid her no heed and proceeded to collect the nine-leafed herb. Jiang Shanshan, seeing this, felt unable to voice her thoughts. After all, if it hadn't been for the senior's timely intervention, she would now be a lifeless corpse. Yet, the figure of her savior felt oddly familiar. Though she could not recall where she had previously encountered him, nor could she ascertain which peak he hailed from. Once Chen Qun had finished gathering the nine-leafed herb, Jiang Shanshan hurriedly approached him, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life, senior. May I inquire which peak you cultivate within the sect?" Chen Qun, his expression impassive, replied, "Spirit Herb Garden, Li Jin." Upon hearing Spirit Herb Garden, Jiang Shanshan felt an inexplicable jolt within her heart. She then eagerly addressed Chen Qun. "I am a disciple of the Chaotian Peak. My name is Jiang Shanshan, that I am immensely grateful to Senior Li. Had it not been for your timely assistance, I would surely have met my demise today. That be by the way. Senior Li, I am very good friends with a boy named Chen Qun from your Spirit Herb Garden." Chen Qun felt a wave of incredulity as Jiang Shanshan attempted to forge a connection with him by referencing his own identity as Senior Li. He responded dryly, "If there is nothing else, Jiang Junior sister, please feel free to carry on, that I must continue my search for spiritual herbs. Farewell." With that, he attempted to depart. However, Jiang Shanshan was unwilling to relent and quickly protested. "Elder 8 instructed us to reunite with our fellow disciples upon entering the secret realm. How can you possibly leave me behind?" Chen Qun, disinclined to engage with her further, chose a direction and began walking away. Yet, Jiang Shanshan persistently followed him, aware that this stubborn individual would be difficult to shake off. Chen Qun resolved to ignore her presence, summoning Xiao He to continue the search for spiritual herbs and treasures. Several days passed in this manner. Chen Qun and Xiao He scoured for treasures in front, while Jiang Shanshan picked up what they deemed unnecessary behind them. Nevertheless, Jiang Shanshan was thoroughly delighted with her findings, as Chen Qun had disregarded most materials from beasts below the 6th rank, given his elevated status and discerning eye. Moreover, the materials from beasts below the 6th rank held little value in spirit stones. Only after slaying beasts of the 6th rank would Chen Qun allow Xiao He to extract their beast cores for safekeeping. The remaining cores from beasts below the 6th rank were collected by Jiang Shanshan, who was now experiencing the advantage of being sheltered beneath a large tree. The monsters here were exceedingly powerful, and Jiang Shanshan had navigated cautiously when alone. Had she not fled swiftly upon entering the Pernlai secret realm, she might have already become a monster's breakfast. Now, following this extraordinarily formidable Senior Li, she was not only able to gather a multitude of beast cores, but also collect some low-grade spiritual herbs. Throughout the journey, Jiang Shanshan showed no discernment, eagerly collecting whatever Chen Qun deemed undesirable. To end the ensuing days, Chen Qun occasionally stumbled upon the lifeless bodies of disciples from various sections, judging by their wounds. It was apparent that these were not the work of demonic beasts, and all their storage bags had been pillaged. Having spent a considerable amount of time within the secret realm, each cultivator had amassed significant gains. Thus, the moment for the darker aspects of human nature to manifest had arrived. After all, pillaging and murder were the swiftest means to acquire wealth. Jiang Shanshan, trailing behind, was utterly horrified, for among the corpses she recognized a senior brother from Xintian Peak, a cultivator at the peak of Foundation establishment, who had now become but a lifeless shell. Before she could dwell on her thoughts, she realized that she and the senior brother Li ahead were surrounded by 6 cultivators from Lingyun's sect. Upon witnessing their cultivation levels, panic seized her completely, for we're at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, and 2 were in the late stages that it seemed they were indeed trapped in a dire predicament. "Look! We've encountered two from Tiandao sect. Our luck seems to be quite favorable, remarked one of the Foundation establishment peak cultivators from Lingyun's sect to his fellows. Chen Qun regarded the 6 adversaries with a calm demeanor and inquired, "Were those corpses we encountered the result of your handiwork?" The provocateur among them replied, "Some of them were indeed our doing. Though many others fell victim to different sections, however, you too shall soon share their fate." Hearing this, Chen Qun could only shake his head in resignation. While he was not particularly bloodthirsty, he would not spare those who sought his life. With a calculated resolve, he communicated telepathically with Jiang Shanshan, instructing, "You distract those 2 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Just hold them off, and I will handle the rest." Chen Qun understood that Jiang Shanshan would not last long against the late-stage cultivators. But the other sect members would also not endure for long under his strength. With the intention of eliminating them all, he resolved to see who could act more swiftly. Subsequently, Chen Qun covertly issued a command to Xiao He. Before the 6 cultivators could make their move, Chen Qun unleashed a mental assault, and with a swift strike of his black sword, instantly dispatched one of the Foundation establishment peak cultivators. Xiao He transformed into a formidable emerald-eyed demon monkey and lunged at another peak cultivator. Jiang Shanshan, left with no choice, bravely engaged both late-stage cultivators that as the remaining 2 peak cultivators reacted. They immediately clashed with Chen Qun in a bid for a swift resolution. He enveloped them within his sword domain formed by his sword intent, followed by a forceful mental strike, ultimately employing his fused black sword to decisively eliminate them. However, he too was struck by one of their magical artifacts, and as the 2 peak cultivators fell lifelessly to the ground, Chen Qun coughed up a mouthful of blood. Neglecting his injuries, he disregarded Xiao He and hastened toward Jiang Shanshan, who was valiantly fending off 2 late-stage cultivators on her own. Although this transpired in mere moments, her situation had grown perilous. Just as Jiang Shanshan sensed the looming threat of death, Chen Qun arrived in time to intercept 2 lethal strikes aimed at her, the 2 late-stage cultivators from Lingyun's sect. Witnessing Chen Qun's rapid dispatch of their 3 peak companions, were gripped by terror and sought to flee. However, they were ensnared by Chen Qun's sword domain, which had been prepared in advance, and were swiftly obliterated by his fused black sword. After vanquishing them, Chen Qun let out a sigh of relief. Then he glanced at the gravely injured Jiang Shanshan and tossed her a rejuvenating pill before joining forces with Xiao He to eliminate the last remaining peak cultivator. In the end, Chen Qun collected the storage bags of all 6 adversaries. Upon inspecting their contents, he was rendered speechless with astonishment. Those storage bags were akin to treasure troves, containing nearly 1,000 spiritual herbs, several vials of low-grade elixirs, over 30 magical artifacts of varying ranks, and a dozen different cultivation manuals. The quantity of spirit stones was even more staggering, approximately 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Among them was even a legendary Ziyun dragon ginseng, reputed to extend one's lifespan. That it was evident that these 6 had mercilessly plundered numerous cultivators from various sects. Otherwise, they could not have amassed such a wealth of rare treasures. Observing the pitifully wounded Jiang Shanshan, Chen Qun contemplated for a moment before tossing her a storage bag containing ordinary spiritual herbs, artifacts, and spirit stones. Jiang Shanshan opened it, her eyes widening in shock, and with tears brimming, she gazed at Chen Qun and said, "Thank you, Senior Brother Li." Chen Qun chose to ignore her and sought a quiet place to tend to his own injuries. After all, Jiang Shanshan was a person who valued ruthless gains, and he saw no need to pay her any further attention. Meanwhile, as Chen Qun dispatched the 6 Foundation establishment cultivators, similar scenes unfolded in other parts of the Prenlai secret realm. Cultivators were either banding together to rob members of other sects or engaging in fierce battles over top-tier spiritual herbs. The number of cultivators within the Prenlai secret realm was rapidly dwindling. Chapter 38. The mysterious cave days passed, and it felt as though they had returned to the initial scene. Chen Qun and Xiao He scoured for treasures, while Jiang Shanshan lingered behind, hoping to pick up the scraps. However, Chen Qun now exhibited heightened caution, for they frequently encountered scattered bodies of fallen cultivators, indicating that conflicts among the disciples of various sects had intensified. Having just slain a 6-tier demon beast, Chen Qun was about to instruct Xiaohe to retrieve its inner core when he noticed a faint glimmer of golden light emanating from a distant cliff. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a precious Buddha heart fruit that it was said that consuming this fruit would grant a mortal the essence of Buddha, allowing them to cultivate Buddhist scriptures. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Qun grasped Xiaohe and soared toward the cliff. This was indeed a genuine treasure. With a face full of greed, he reached the cliff's edge and plucked the Buddha heart fruit. Yet before he could revel in his find, a buzzing sound filled the air. Chen Qun turned to see a swarm of 5th-tier fire-poison bees, some of which had already evolved to the 6th tier, pursuing them relentlessly. Realizing the imminent danger, Chen Qun hastily tossed the Buddha heart fruit into his golden orb and fled without a second thought. Jiang Shanshan, noticing Chen Qun's sudden departure after slaying the 6th-tier beast, assumed he had left the inner core for her. Cheerfully, she rushed over to claim it, unaware of the chaos that had unfolded. Just as she reached for the inner core, Chen Qun seized her and took to the skies. Senior Brother Li, it's just a 6th-tier beast inner core. You have so many already. Why not spare this one for me? Jiang Shanshan protested, but Chen Qun had no time to entertain her. They flew. She sensed something was amiss and glanced back. The sight nearly caused her to faint. An ominous horde of fire-poison bees was in hot pursuit, ready to turn any cultivator they caught into mere bones. As the swarm closed in, Chen Qun lamented internally. Is it really necessary to chase me down just for plucking a single Buddha heart fruit? He urged Jiang Shanshan and Xiaohe to run faster. Along the way, several unfortunate cultivators found themselves caught in the path of the bees, vanishing in an instant, leaving nothing but white bones behind. The horrifying scene shook Jiang Shanshan to her core. An hour passed, and Chen Qun's spiritual energy began to wane. Continuing in this manner was unsustainable. They were bound to be caught eventually. Suddenly, he spotted a natural cave halfway up a nearby hill he had just passed. An idea sparked in his mind that he veered off course, taking a wide detour before accelerating toward the cave. Upon entering, he summoned the black sword infused with his spiritual energy and began to slash wildly at the entrance. With a resounding crash, the cave's mouth collapsed, sealing off the fire-poisoned bees outside. After completing this, Chen Qun, utterly drained, collapsed onto the ground. Jiang Shanshan gazed at the senior brother Li, who had once again saved her life. Overflowing with gratitude, Chen Qun, too exhausted to contemplate anything else, sat cross-legged to recover his energy in this perilous Penglai secret realm. Restoring his strength was paramount for survival. Once Chen Qun had regained a sufficient amount of spiritual energy, he turned to Jiang Shanshan and said, "The fire-poison bees have likely not dispersed yet. Let us search for another exit." Without waiting for her response, he ventured deeper into the cave. However, the further they went, the more peculiar Chen Qun found the cave. It felt strangely off. As they navigated the narrow passage, they occasionally encountered 2nd-tier poison bats, which Xiaohe swiftly dispatched before they could even attack. Gradually, the passage widened into a space comparable to 4 or 5 living rooms, at the center of which was a hole the size of a door. Chen Qun approached the door-sized hole. As he entered, he felt a significant resistance. Yet, the golden orb within his sea of consciousness emitted a soft golden glow, enveloping him entirely. Thus, Chen Qun effortlessly stepped into the mouth of the cave. Jiang Shanshan and Xiaohe also wished to follow him inside, yet they were repelled by an unknown force emanating from the entrance. Observing the pair being thrust back, Chen Qun realized that the cave was secured by a formidable barrier. The reason he could pass through was likely due to the golden orb he possessed. Initially, he contemplated placing Xiaohe into the spirit beast pouch before entering the cave with him. However, after glancing at Jiang Shanshan, he reconsidered. Leaving Jiang Shanshan, who was still in the early stages of foundation establishment, alone in such a perilous situation was too dangerous. Consequently, Chen Qun stepped back out and instructed Xiaohe with a few words, before urging both Jiang Shanshan and Xiaohe to wait for him there while he ventured into the mysterious cave to seek an exit. Upon entering, Chen Qun was greeted by ancient and weathered stone steps. Seemingly existing for thousands of years, yet untouched by human feet for eons, he ascended the time-worn steps, and as he reached the end, he beheld a naturally formed stone cavern, at the center of which lay a small pool. approximately the size of 2 water vats, filled nearly to the brim with a white liquid. Gazing at the pool from a distance, Chen Qun felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, nearly rendering him speechless. For within that pool resided the legendary Jiutian Yulong liquid, a miraculous healing elixir. It was said that no matter the severity of one's injuries, as long as there was still a breath of life, a single drop of Jiutian Yulong liquid could restore one to vitality. Chen Qun surveyed the full pool of Jiutian Yulong liquid and the few ancient stalactites hanging above it, that he understood that the formation of such a substantial amount of Jiutian Yulong liquid could not have occurred without the passage of thousands of years. Eagerly, he wished to approach and collect some of the precious liquid. However, before he could reach it, a thunderous bolt struck him on the head. Chen Qun immediately coughed up blood, his face darkened and hair standing on end. Nevertheless, he felt fortunate for his spiritual artifact mask, which had mitigated a portion of the attack. Otherwise, his luck would have run out at that very moment. Although his mask was destroyed, his life was spared. Yet, before he could catch his breath, another bolt of lightning descended upon him. In a hurry, Chen Qun summoned a mid-grade flying sword to defend himself. But the moment the sword made contact with the lightning, it was cleaved in two. Chen Qun spat out another mouthful of blood. His spirit suffering a grave blow, he had no time to recover. As another strike of lightning followed swiftly, he could only resort to wielding the black small sword, which was fused with his spiritual energy, to fend off the attack. Upon contact with the lightning, the small sword was also hurled away, leaving a deep crack upon its blade. Due to the bond he shared with the black small sword, which was fused with his spiritual energy, he felt as though he were on the brink of unconsciousness. Now utterly defenseless, as he gazed upon yet another impending bolt of lightning, he sensed the approach of death. At that moment, regret washed over him, yet he felt powerless. However, after what seemed an eternity, the final lightning strike did not descend. Chen Qun was taken aback that a moment's reflection led him to comprehend the situation. Perhaps it was not his time to die. The barrier's energy had been depleted after thousands of years of erosion. Just as it was about to claim his life, that it was also evident that the one who set this barrier possessed extraordinary power, capable of effortlessly dispatching Foundation establishment cultivators even after millennia of weakening. Struggling with his injuries, Chen Qun crawled to the pool containing Jiutian Yulong liquid. He casually retrieved a drop and placed it in his mouth before sitting cross-legged to commence his healing. An hour later, he slowly opened his eyes and marveled. Had it not been for this Jiutian Yulong liquid, the severe injuries and mental trauma I just endured would have required at least 6 months to recover from. Yet now, I am restored to my peak condition in merely an hour. Truly, it is the legendary, divine medicine. He glanced at the severed mid-grade, flying sword on the ground, and the black small sword now adorned with a crack. A wave of bitterness surged within him. Gently, he picked up the black small sword and infused it with a measure of spiritual energy that he then sighed in relief. Fortunately, it is not entirely destroyed and can still be utilized. However, before he could fully express his relief, an astonishing scene unfolded. The black small sword, now infused with spiritual energy, appeared to draw in the severed mid-grade flying sword and the previously shattered spiritual artifact mask. The two damaged artifacts inexplicably disintegrated into fine particles, merging seamlessly into the black small sword. The crack on the black small sword began to self-repair significantly as it absorbed the particles. As Chen Qun bore witness to this miraculous transformation, he was left utterly speechless. Chapter 39. The Tianjiao Sword, Identity Revealed. Chen Qun, astonished by the black small sword's transformation, momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Yet, as he observed the vanishing crack, he deduced that the black small sword possessed the ability to devour other treasures to restore itself. Hence, he retrieved all the artifacts he had acquired from slaying the 6 cultivators and placed them alongside the black small sword. One by one, the treasures disintegrated into fine particles, merging into the black small sword until the crack was completely mended. However, even after the black small sword's fissure had been wholly repaired, it continued to consume the artifacts. Chen Qun pondered this phenomenon, but could not unravel its mystery. Subsequently, he picked up a superior-grade long sword and set it aside, choosing not to dwell on it further. Once the black small sword had consumed all the artifacts, the phrase Tianjiao inexplicably echoed in his mind, Observing the now mightier black small sword, he addressed it. So your name is Tianjiao. Very well, from now on, I shall call you the Tianjiao sword. The black small sword seemed to possess a semblance of sentience as it trembled in response to its master. Chen Qun circled the pool brimming with Jiutian Yulong liquid, contemplating how he might transport all of it. After much deliberation, he devised no viable plan. However, upon glimpsing the black Tianjiao sword, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Though he remained uncertain of its efficacy, with a deft motion, Chen Qun wielded the black Tianjiao sword to excavate the entire pool along with the stone base beneath it. He attempted to store it in his pouch, but found it impossible. Nevertheless, when he used the golden orb from his sea of consciousness, it successfully absorbed the entire excavation. This indicated that the space within the golden orb was extraordinarily vast. Chen Qun gazed at the large pit he had unearthed, and then at the millennia-old stalactites above. Internally mused, perhaps in a few thousand years, another similar pool, filled with Jiutian Yulong liquid will form here. Having just consumed a substantial number of artifacts, the Tianjiao sword had awakened its sentience. As Chen Qun returned the sword to his dantian for nurturing, he felt as if the Tianjiao sword had become a part of his very being, possibly due to the spiritual energy, sword embryo, he had cultivated within it. Subsequently, he briefly refined the superior-grade flying sword he had just acquired before retracing his steps back through the entrance. Upon Chen Qun's emergence, Zhang Shanshan and Xiao He hurried toward him. However, upon seeing his visage, Zhang Shanshan was momentarily taken aback. She exclaimed in astonishment, "Senior Brother Chen, what are you doing here? Where is Senior Brother Li?" It then struck Chen Qun that his spiritual artifact mask had been shattered by the earlier lightning strike. Thus, he replied without hesitation, "There is no Senior Brother Li here. The person you refer to as Senior Brother Li is merely my alias." Zhang Shanshan, incredulous, responded, "Then how do you?" Chen Qun produced the mask he had once purchased from the Wanbao Pavilion and donned it. He then addressed Zhang Shanshan, saying, "There is nothing strange about this. Even the Dao Yun Senior Brother you speak of is also me. However, I ask that you refrain from spreading any information about me once you leave. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to eliminate you." Zhang Shanshan, confronted with Chen Qun's chilling demeanor, implored, "Senior Brother Chen, why have you become so cold? Do you not remember our journey back to Tiandao sect from Tianshui City? Do you recall what you said when you delivered spirit herbs to me at Chaotian Peak?" Listening to Zhang Shanshan's words, Chen Qun's expression remained composed, devoid of any emotional turbulence. He replied, "All I remember now is someone once said that even if one day the Dao Zone Master were to flay my skin and strip my flesh, it would have nothing to do with certain individuals." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shanshan felt as though she had been struck by lightning. That it was indeed something she had once said. Yet how could Chen Qun possibly know this? Did Yi Hong inform him, or was he nearby at the time? In that moment, myriad thoughts raced through Zhang Shanshan's mind, leaving her feeling utterly despondent. Nevertheless, she summoned the courage to confront Chen Qun, stating, "If you still harbor feelings for me, why did you not stop me from following you? And why did you leave me so many spiritual items?" Chen Qun regarded Zhang Shanshan and replied, "The reason I have treated you so well is simply that you are a disciple of Tiandao sect. Nothing more. However, if you dare to challenge my boundaries excessively, I will still eliminate you." After uttering these words, Chen Qun turned and proceeded down the path toward the blocked exit, for this cave had only a single entrance, and he had no choice but to return the same way he had come. However, Chen Qun estimated that after such a long period of time, those fiery toxic bees would likely not be lingering outside to block their path. Zhang Shanshan, gazing at Chen Qun's retreating figure, felt an indescribable pang of sorrow in her heart. She recalled the time outside the Grand Formation in the Lingxiao Garden, when Chen Qun had mentioned that he was the formidable Dao Yun Senior Brother. Back then, she had secretly looked down upon him. Zhang Shanshan reflected on their past encounters, realizing that Chen Qun had never wronged her in any way. Whenever she voiced a request, he would readily fulfill it. Yet, she had always harbored disdain for his seemingly inferior physique, akin to a toad yearning for swan meat. She even harbored a wish for the Dao Tan Patriarch to discover Chen Qun's theft of spiritual herbs on her behalf and cursed him to be flayed alive. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, tears streamed down her cheeks. She watched as Chen Qun's silhouette grew increasingly distant, lacking the courage to chase after him. However, after pausing for a moment, the looming crisis of the Prunlai fairyland crossed her mind, prompting her to slowly follow. For Jiang Shanshan understood that without the support of Chen Qun, this towering tree, she might truly find it impossible to escape the depths of the Prunlai secret realm alive. Though feelings of regret, sorrow, and embarrassment coursed through her, they paled in comparison to the urgency of her own survival. Upon reaching the entrance of the cave that had collapsed from his attacks, Chen Qun cautiously surveyed the situation outside with his divine sense. The fiery toxic bees had indeed departed. Despite their formidable strength, their intelligence was rather limited. Chen Qun paid no heed to Jiang Shanshan trailing behind him. Instead, he began to meticulously remove the stones blocking the cave's entrance, laboring diligently, one stone at a time. That it was not that he wished to refrain from using his spiritual energy or flying sword. Rather, he feared that the overwhelming power of the sword might trigger an even greater collapse. Observing Chen Qun and the little black monkey toiling away, Jiang Shanshan felt compelled to join in and began working alongside them. Ultimately, after more than an hour of effort, they managed to create a small opening in the cave's blockage. Chapter 40. Another rescue as Chen Qun, Jiang Shanshan, and the azure-eyed demon monkey Xiaohe emerged from the cave. They heard distant sounds of battle, faint yet discernible. However, after Xiaohe had excavated the stones, it threw a tantrum, refusing to work outside any longer. Consequently, Chen Qun had no choice but to temporarily stow the exhausted little creature into his spirit beast pouch. He then hurriedly flew toward the direction from which the sounds of combat emanated, with Jiang Shanshan closely following him, her head bowed as she rode her sword. Upon nearing the tumult, Chen Qun beheld 3 cultivators besieging a solitary woman, who appeared utterly disheveled, resembling a wild person freshly emerged from the primordial forest, her garments tattered in several places. "Ah, isn't that senior sister Lin Xia from Xiantian Peak?" Jiang Shanshan exclaimed in astonishment upon spotting the woman. Realizing that the besieged individual was a disciple of the Tiandao sect, Chen Qun abandoned any thoughts of remaining hidden to observe. He promptly flew toward the fray, with Jiang Shanshan following suit. Despite her disarray, Lin Xia possessed notable strength, wielding a treasure resembling a large pair of scissors, struggling to fend off the relentless attacks of the 3 cultivators while attempting to escape. The situation was dire, and upon seeing 2 more cultivators approaching from afar, despair washed over her. As Chen Qun and Jiang Shanshan drew closer, the 3 assailants paused, uncertain whether the newcomers were foes or allies. Upon catching sight of Chen Qun's face, Lin Xia was suddenly filled with a sense of hope amidst her despair. Even though she had never seen his true visage, his striking figure and distinctive mask from the ascension platform at Jintian Peak had left a profound impression on many Tiandao sect disciples. "Are you Daoyan's senior brother?" Lin Xia inquired, her voice tinged with anticipation. Chen Qun nodded in acknowledgement. Upon witnessing his response, Lin Xia's eyes brimmed with tears. It was a remarkable sight to see a dignified female cultivator in the late Foundation establishment stage weep, a testament to the suffering she had endured in the Prunlai secret realm. Jiang Shanshan, noticing this, hurried forward to comfort Lin Xia. Although they were not particularly close, they had crossed paths on several occasions. Chen Qun, uninterested in their reunion, directly confronted the 3 assailants, asking, "Why do you seek to harm the disciples of the Tiandao sect?" The 3 cultivators appeared somewhat bewildered by his inquiry. Point 1, seemingly the leader, replied, "In the Prunlai secret realm, if we do not seize from others, others will seize from us. That if we do not kill, others will band together with their sect members to kill us. That it is the law of the jungle. There is no deeper reason." Chen Qun listened in silence, his expression darkening. The leader, noticing Chen Qun's silence, continued, "Dear friend, given the current circumstances, if we continue to fight, we will only end up hurting each other and allowing others to benefit. Our cultivation levels are slightly higher than yours. Why not cease hostilities and go our separate ways?" Chen Qun regarded the cultivator and slowly replied, "Since you speak of the law of the jungle, it is only natural for me to slay you, for mutually assured destruction. You have overestimated the situation." Lin Xia, having regained her initial resolve under Jiang Shanshan's comforting words, instinctively moved to assist Chen Qun when she saw him preparing to strike. But Jiang Shanshan held her back, saying, "There is no need for us to intervene. He can handle those three by himself." Upon hearing Chen Qun's words, the three cultivators understood that there would be no resolution today. They each summoned their treasures and launched a simultaneous assault on Chen Qun. While his divine sense attacks were less effective against cultivators of the same or higher rank, they proved quite effective against those of lower realms. In an instant, one late Foundation establishment cultivator found his head severed by Chen Qun's flying sword before he even realized what had transpired. Witnessing this, the other two cultivators were struck with terror, recognizing they had encountered a formidable opponent, and attempted to flee. However, as they moved, they felt as though they were mired in mud, their movements sluggish that in mere moments, Chen Qun effortlessly dispatched both of them, skillfully collecting their storage pouches and tossing them into a golden orb. Thus, two late Foundation establishment cultivators and one mid-Foundation establishment cultivator perished without the slightest chance to retaliate at Chen Qun's hands. Jiang Shanshan remained unfazed by this display, having grown accustomed to Chen Qun's extraordinary prowess. However, Lin Xia was utterly taken aback, her mouth agape in astonishment. It was not until Chen Qun approached her that Lin Xia released her hand from her mouth. And looking at her disheveled appearance, he asked, "Junior sister Lin, what on earth has transpired to leave you in such a sorry state?" Lin Xia's eyes flickered with a hint of grievance as she recounted the events that had unfolded since entering the Prunlai's secret realm. Apparently, when they first entered, the cultivators from various sects had remained relatively orderly. Although the beasts within were formidable, casualties were minimal. However, as the collection of spiritual herbs increased, some restless cultivators began to plunder, leading to a vicious cycle of theft and retaliation, with weaker, isolated cultivators becoming the targets of pursuit. The conflicts within the Prunlai's secret realm had intensified, evolving into a free-for-all among the sections. Chen Qun furrowed his brow and inquired further, "Why did you not join forces with our sect's cultivators for protection?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xia's expression dimmed once more as she explained, "In pursuit of safety. I had initially joined 4 of my brothers from Xintian Peak to seek treasures together. We believed that as long as we did not provoke trouble, we could safeguard ourselves. However, the talents from other sects proved to be overwhelmingly powerful. All the brothers accompanying me perished at the hands of that little bald donkey, Zhu Yuan, leaving me as the sole survivor." As Lin Xia lamented the aberrant strength of the talented disciples from rival sects, she couldn't help but think of Chen Qun, silently acknowledging, "Actually, the talented disciples from our own sect are quite extraordinary too." Chen Qun pressed on, "Which sect does Zhu Yuan belong to? Did he act alone?" Lin Xia, intrigued, noted the surprise in his voice, as if he were unfamiliar with Zhu Yuan. Zhu Yuan is renowned as the most exceptional disciple of Wanfo Temple in nearly a millennium. He single-handedly slayed 3 late Foundation establishment brothers. The other disciples of Wanfo Temple merely assisted in subduing another late Foundation establishment brother attempting to flee, that I managed to escape only by using my soul blood escape talisman. Jiang Shanshan, hearing this, interjected angrily, "Those bald donkeys appear virtuous on the surface, yet their hearts are darker than anyone else's." Chen Qun felt a jolt of alarm. It seemed that formidable late Foundation establishment cultivators were indeed plentiful, and he feared he might not be able to secure a decisive victory against this Zhu Yuan either. Chapter 41. Shenong sect. After a thorough grooming, Lin Xia transformed, her flowing hair framing her youthful visage, rendering her quite the beauty. Yet she remained perplexed. Prior to entering the Prunlai's secret realm, she had not seen Dao Yun's senior brother among their ranks. At that time, she had even engaged in light-hearted conversation with 2 sisters from Xintian Peak, all wondering why the elders of their sect had not permitted the formidable Dao Yun's senior brother to enter the secret realm. However, she refrained from asking too many questions. Chen Qun was acutely aware of the perilous situation faced by the disciples of the Tiandao sect, and thus decided against continuing his solitary treasure hunt. But he guided Jiang Shanshan and Lin Xia to the most conspicuous areas, hoping to encounter any isolated disciples of the Tiandao sect. Yet, rather than encountering any disciples, they faced numerous ambushes. However, without exception, they managed to turn the tables on their assailants, and Chen Qun had amassed over 30 storage bags. Upon inspection of these newly acquired bags, he found them filled with a substantial array of items, though lacking in exceedingly rare spiritual herbs and treasures. Instead, they contained an abundance of common spiritual herbs, treasures, and spirit stones, yet their sheer quantity was commendable. Chen Qun distributed these storage bags equally between Jiang Shanshan and Lin Xia, prompting Lin Xia to feel overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears, while Jiang Shanshan felt an indescribable pang of sorrow in her heart. Just as Chen Qun prepared for their next departure, they spotted a group of over 10 disciples from the Shenong sect approaching. Chen Qun readied himself for battle once more. However, Lin Xia whispered beside him, "Daoyin Shixiang, perhaps this time we need not engage in combat. We might gather information regarding our Tiandao sect disciples, as the Shenong sect has a very amicable relationship with us." After hearing this, Chen Qun signaled for Lin Xia to step forward and inquire, though he remained vigilant, having witnessed the brutality within the Prunlai secret realm in recent days. Once Lin Xia approached, the opposing group showed no intention of hostility. Allowing Chen Qun to relax his guard slightly, he observed Lin Xia conversing with the leading cultivator of the Shenong sect for a while before she waved for Chen Qun and Jiang Shanshan to join them. Lin Xia introduced, "This is Shenong sect's Jiang Yunsheng Shixiao." Then she turned to Jiang Yunsheng and said, "This is our Tiandao sect's Daoyin Shixiao. And this is our Tiandao sect's Jiang Shanshan Shimi." "Hello, Jiang Shixiao." "Greetings, Daoyin Shidi, Jiang Shimi." Jiang Yunsheng greeted Chen Qun and Jiang Shanshan in return. Subsequently, Lin Xia informed Chen Qun, "I just inquired with Jiang Shixiao. He has encountered Shixiang Shao Chun and his group before." Before Chen Qun could respond, Jiang Yunsheng addressed them. "A few days ago, Shixiang Shao Chun and his companions were searching for any isolated disciples of your Tiandao sect. At that time, I was also in haste to locate our Shenong sect disciples. So I did not engage in extensive conversation with Shixiang Shao Chun. However, it seems he was injured by Yi Sun of Ling Yun's sect." The trio felt a shudder upon hearing that even Shao Chun had been harmed, and an unsettling premonition washed over them. Thus, Chen Qun inquired, "Do you know how many people were with Shixiang Shao Chun and in which direction they headed?" Jiang Yunsheng, perceiving their concern, replied, "You need not worry. They traveled as a group of 6. Led by your sect's Master Guan's disciple, Feng Qinli, that I suspect that after searching for so long, they might have concluded that the remaining disciples of your Tiandao sect have perished and are now likely heading towards the Prunlai Immortal Mansion. It is quite unexpected that the 3 of you have managed to survive amidst such peril in the Prunlai secret realm." Jiang Yunsheng did not believe that these 2 late-stage foundation establishment and 1 early-stage foundation establishment disciples of Tiandao sect had survived through strength alone, but attributed their survival to sheer luck. Upon hearing that the Tiandao sect's group was not in danger, Chen Qun felt a slight relief. Suspecting that Feng Qianli was indeed the cultivator he had detected with his spiritual sense before entering the Prunlai secret realm, one whose spiritual energy surpassed even Shao Chen's. Chen Qun then asked Jiang Yunsheng, "May I inquire about the location and purpose of the Prunlai Immortal Mansion?" Upon hearing this, not only was Jiang Yunsheng taken aback, but Lin Xia and Jiang Shanshan were equally bewildered. How could they not know the purpose of the Prunlai Immortal Mansion? Before Jiang Yunsheng could explain, Lin Xia quickly interjected, addressing Chen Qun. "The Prunlai Immortal Mansion is the heart of the Prunlai secret realm, containing countless spiritual herbs and treasures. After the efforts of innumerable predecessors, it is said that we are close to uncovering the center of the Prunlai Immortal Mansion. Every disciple entering is in pursuit of the supreme treasures within." Although Lin Xia spoke thus, she inwardly mused, how could Daoyin Shixiang be unaware of such widely known matters? After all, the elders from various peaks had reiterated this countless times just days before our departure. Chen Qun recognized the awkwardness of the situation and could only manage a wry smile, thinking to himself, "That old rogue, Master Daoran, merely told me to enter. How could he fail to inform me of such crucial matters?" Meanwhile, far away at the Tiandao section Tian Peak, Master Daoran sneezed heavily. Jiang Yunsheng shook his head, already convinced that these 3 individuals before him had survived solely by luck. Otherwise, how could high-ranking cultivators be so comical? initially intending to bid farewell to the trio and hastily lead his disciples to the Prunglai immortal mansion. He recalled the admonition from his master, Yao Chenzi, before his departure. Shinger, if you encounter disciples of the Tiandao sect in the Prunglai secret realm, do your utmost to assist them. We, the Shinong sect, owe a great debt to the Tiandao sect. Jiang Yunsheng, having been raised by Yao Chenzi, felt a deep sense of gratitude, as Yao Chenzi treated him like a beloved son. Fortunately, Jiang Yunsheng was also quite capable. Having become a figure on par with the talented disciples of other sects at a young age, he cherished the kindness shown to him by his master and would never betray Yao Chenzi's trust. He thought about how, if he were to abandon Chen Qun and the others now, it would not be long before they became victims of ambushes and perished. Thus, Jiang Yunsheng addressed Chen Qun and the others. We are also heading to the Prunglai immortal mansion. Currently, out of the 50 disciples from our Shinong sect who entered, only this small group remains. The dangers within the Prunglai secret realm are numerous. It would be wise for you, Dayan Daoyu, to accompany us for mutual protection. When we encounter Shixiang Feng Qinli, you may return to your Tiandao sect's group. Chen Qun pondered for a moment and found this reasoning sound, realizing he was unfamiliar with the route to the Prunglai immortal mansion. He could also discern that Jiang Yunsheng was genuinely intent on assisting the three of them. Therefore, he promptly expressed his gratitude to Jiang Yunsheng, and the three of them set off alongside the Shinong sect's group. Chapter 42. The Prunglai immortal mansion. Chen Qun and his companions followed the Shinong sect's group, encountering no ambushes along the way, primarily due to the formidable presence of Jiang Yunsheng, who led a cohort of over 10 disciples. Any ill-intentioned cultivators caught sight of them would promptly flee in fear. Upon reaching the exterior of the Prunglai immortal mansion, they spotted their own Tiandao sect's group. However, among the 6 members, aside from the leader Feng Qinli, all others, including Xiao Chun, bore wounds, with Xiao Chun being the most grievously injured. Lin Xia and Zhang Shanshan hurried toward the Tiandao sect's group, although they had not met Feng Qinli before. They still greeted him politely before reporting the situation to Xiao Chun, who had been the leader when they entered. Chen Qun bid farewell to Jiang Yunsheng, expressing his gratitude, and slowly made his way towards the Tiandao sect's group. Feng Qinli and Xiao Chun were overjoyed to see that 3 disciples from the Tiandao sect had survived. Feng Qinli did not recognize Chen Qun, disguised as Daoyan, but after Xiao Chen's explanation, a long-awaited smile broke on Feng Qinli's face. However, Xiao Chen was puzzled about when Daoyan Shidi had stealthily entered. After hearing the vague accounts from Zhang Shanshan and Lin Xia, both Feng Qinli and Xiao Chen concluded that the trio had survived due to sheer luck and the protection of the Shinong sect. As Xiao Chen's understanding of Chen Qun's strength remained rooted in his perception from half a year ago. Meanwhile, Feng Qinli was aware that Xiao Chen had previously easily defeated Daoyan Shidi. Thus, both were convinced of their assumptions that T.O. expressed gratitude for the Shinong sect's protection of the Tiandao sect's disciples. Feng Qinli personally approached Jiang Yunsheng, saying, "Thank you, Jiang Daoyu, for your kindness towards our Tiandao sect disciples. Should you require assistance in the future, I, Feng, will certainly do my utmost." Jiang Yunsheng politely replied, "Not at all. Feng Xiong is too courteous. The Shinong sect and Tiandao sect have maintained a long-standing friendship, and this is what we ought to do." However, before the two could continue their pleasantries, an unpleasant voice interrupted. "If Jiang Yunsheng wishes to obtain the treasures within the Prunglai immortal mansion, does Feng Qinli also intend to offer his full support? It is futile to boast about matters that cannot be accomplished. Such hypocrisy is unbecoming." It was none other than Yi Sun from the Lingyun sect. Leading his own group, Dao Yi Sun was a talented disciple of the Lingyun sect in the Foundation establishment stage, known for his formidable strength, having previously injured Xiao Chen. Had it not been for Feng Qinli's timely intervention, Xiao Chen might have perished in the Prunglai secret realm. Upon hearing Yi Sun's words, both Feng Qinli and Jiang Yunsheng's expressions shifted. Although Yi Sun spoke the truth, he was clearly provoking discord. Feng Qinli, his expression darkening, remarked, "Are you suggesting, Yi Daoyu, that you wish to exchange blows with me once more?" Yi Sun nonchalantly replied, "If Feng Daoyu is inclined, I would gladly oblige." With the tension escalating, Jiang Yunsheng hurriedly stepped in to defuse the situation, stating, "The gates of the Prunglai immortal mansion will open tomorrow. if the two of you engage in conflict now, would that not benefit others? Hearing this, both Feng Qinli and Yi Sun ceased their verbal sparring, merely huffing at one another before retreating to their respective sects. By dusk, the surviving sect cultivators within the Prenglai secret realm had gathered outside the Prenglai immortal mansion. As for those sects that had not arrived, it remained uncertain whether they had been entirely wiped out or simply lacked the strength to find a place to hide. Chen Qun counted. And among the 5 great sects, only the Xianjin sect, Wanfo Temple, Lingyun sect, and Shinong sect had cultivators who reached the outskirts of the Penglai immortal mansion. As for the disciples of the Wujigong, it remains uncertain whether they all perished or suffered heavy casualties and went into hiding. However, the top-tier sect, Tiandao sect, fared even worse, with only members from Tiandao sect, Yunu Palace, and Tianshi teaching remaining. The fate of the other 5 sects, like that of Wujigong, is shrouded in mystery, leaving their survival status unknown. Surprisingly, there was even a black-clad cultivator from a family of immortal practitioners who managed to reach this place alive. The numbers of the cultivators who arrived at the Prenglai immortal mansion are staggering. Each major sect had sent 50 cultivators into the secret realm of Penglai, yet now the combined total of the remaining 4 major sects is less than 50. The Shinong sect has 14 remaining. The Xianjin sect has 16, while Wanfo Temple is down to 9, and Lingyun sect to 8. As for Wujigong, they have yet to arrive, presumably having perished. The Tiandao sect, initially entering the Prenglai secret realm with 30 members, now consists of only 9, including Chen Qun and 2 others. Yunu Palace has 3 cold and aloof women surviving, while Tianshi teaching is in a dire situation with only 1 emaciated old Taoist remaining. The other 5 sects that have yet to arrive face a grim fate as well. The next day, the stone doors and barriers of the Prenglai immortal mansion slowly opened, and all sects cautiously entered. Although countless predecessors had explored the outer barriers and mechanisms of the Prenglai immortal mansion, some still remained. Under the leadership of Feng Qinli, the disciples of Tiandao sect advanced slowly, and despite their careful approach, many were still injured by the traps and mechanisms. Even Lin Xia was severely wounded by a thunderbolt trap and was being supported by Jiang Shanshan as they progressed by the time they reached the front hall of the Prenglai immortal mansion. The other sects had also arrived. However, the ordinary disciples of each sect were battered and bruised by the few remaining traps within the mansion, with both the Xinjian sect and Shinong sect losing 2 disciples each. Just as the various sects prepared to move forward, a voice halted everyone. It was Jian Shun, the talented disciple of the Xinjian sect. Jian Shun proclaimed, "The place we have reached is a passage forged by the lives of countless predecessors from various sections. Despite this, our casualties remain significant, and if we proceed further, the dangers within are unknown." Before Jian Shun could finish, he was interrupted by Yi Sun from Lingyun sect, who retorted, "What do you mean, Jian Shun? Are you suggesting we wait outside while your Xinjian sect enters alone?" Jian Shun ignored Yi Sun and continued, "What I mean is let the ordinary disciples stay here and wait. Each sect should send in no more than 2 people. Bringing injured ordinary disciples inside would only lead to their demise. We cannot make any more unwarranted sacrifices." At this point, Jiang Yunxing added, "What if someone harbors ill intentions and attacks while we leave the ordinary injured disciples here?" Jianchen glanced at Jiang Yunxing and suggested, "I propose that all sects establish a pact. Once we talented disciples enter, if anyone here takes action first, all disciples of the sects shall unite against them." "I, Wanfo Temple, agree," said a bald young monk, the most talented disciple of Wanfo Temple. Yi Sun looked at Zhu Yun and declared, "Since fellow Taoist Zhu Yun agrees, I, Lingyun sect, also agree." "Very well. I, Shinong sect, concur as well," said Jiang Yunxing. Feng Qinli pondered for a moment and followed suit. Tiandao sect agrees. Yunu Palace agrees. Tianshi teaching agrees. Lingnan Mo family agrees. The Ice Heart Fairy from Yunu Palace. The old Taoist Lin Ying from Tianshi teaching and Mo Tsin from the Immortal family successively voiced their agreement. Thus, all sects and a solitary small family reached a consensus. Jian Shun of the Xinjian sect, after addressing the ordinary disciples, did not call for any assistance and directly entered the teleportation portal to the front hall of the Prenglai immortal mansion alone. Julian followed closely behind, entering the portal by himself. Yi Sun glanced at the disciples of Ling Yun's sect, gave a few instructions, and then took the newly recruited disciple Zhang Fan with him into the portal. Jiang Yunsheng from Shinong sect also brought along an ordinary cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage into the portal. As for the remaining 2 sects and 1 family, it was simpler. Yunu Palace had 3 members left, while Tianshi Teaching and Mo family were left with only 1 after the Ice Heart Fairy and Uxian Fairy from Yunu Palace entered the portal. The old Taoist Lin Ying from Tianshi Teaching and Mo Tsin from the Mo family followed suit. Chapter 43. Picking up the spoils, killing Mo Tsin after Chen Qun entered the teleportation portal to the front hall of the Pernlai Immortal Mansion with Feng Qinli. He found himself in a cave that resembled a labyrinth at this moment. Feng Qinli was nowhere to be seen, and Chen Qun speculated that he had likely been transported to another location. As Chen Qun traversed the winding paths within the cave, he noticed an increasing number of forks leading deeper inside. Thus, he arbitrarily chose one fork to explore. However, he soon discovered that it still felt like a maze, leaving him uncertain whether the others who had entered shared a similar experience. Meanwhile, not far from Chen Qun, 2 cultivators fortuitously crossed paths. One was Mo Tsin from the Lingnan Mo family, and the other was Juan, the young monk from Wanfo Temple. Upon their encounter, Mo Tsin let out a sinister laugh and said, "Little bald donkey, you are truly fortunate to meet me today. I shall send you to meet your Buddha." Mo Tsin's voice was not that of a normal human, but rather like the clash of metal and iron. Without waiting for Juan to respond, he conjured a long, black banner swirling with dark energy, enveloping Juan. Upon seeing the black banner, Juan exclaimed in shock, "That is the soul-devouring banner. You are a remnant of that evil sect." The soul-devouring sect. Without hesitation, Juan summoned a string of ancient Buddhist beads, glowing with a golden radiance. He wasted no time and hurled the beads towards the approaching soul-devouring banner. However, the golden light emanating from the beads was being gradually eroded by the dark energy of the banner, producing a hissing sound accompanied by the howls of tormented souls. As Juan witnessed the increasing darkness of the soul-devouring banner, he could not help but gasp in horror. He practiced the path of the ruthless Buddha, already heartless enough, yet he found himself utterly outmatched by this remnant of the soul-devouring sect. The sheer volume of dark energy, comprising the souls of countless mortals and cultivators, indicated that Mo Tsin had absorbed the grievances of millions of mortals or thousands of cultivators. Such a cruel act was indeed inhumane. Gradually, the golden light of June's beads dimmed under the relentless consumption of the banner, until it finally vanished, turning to dust. Seeing this, Mo Tsin erupted into maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "Little bald donkey, cease your resistance and willingly become a part of my soul-devouring banner." Perhaps in response to Mo Tsin's words, Juan did not resist again, that he allowed the soul-devouring banner to envelop him, producing eerie creaking sounds as if the souls within the banner were gnawing at his bones. Observing Juan, who was now shrouded by the banner and on the verge of being devoured, Mo Tsin smugly remarked, "What of Wanfo Temple's so-called #1 genius in nearly 1,000 years? Merely a name, utterly unremarkable." After saying this, Mo Tsin awaited the complete consumption of Juan by the soul-devouring banner. However, after a prolonged wait, he noticed that Juan remained strangely still. Under normal circumstances, any ordinary cultivator would be reduced to nothing in mere moments upon being enveloped by the soul-devouring banner. Yet, Mo Tsin sensed the souls within the banner were trembling violently. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the soul-devouring banner was jolted back. To Mo Tsin's astonishment, Juan was surrounded by a golden glow, his palms pressed together, and he appeared completely unharmed. That a sense of panic began to rise within Mo Tsin. This Juan was far too enigmatic. Before he could react, Juan emitted a golden OM sound, which surged toward Mo. Mo Tsin hurriedly raised the soul-devouring banner to defend himself, but the weight of the golden OM was akin to 1,000 pounds. Just as he strained to withstand the pressure of the golden OM, Juan uttered another golden sound, "Ma," which flew toward Mo Tsin at an extraordinary speed. Mo Tsin attempted to free a hand to fend off the incoming Ma, but he was pinned down by the overwhelming weight of the golden OM, rendering him immobile, that he could only watch helplessly as the Ma struck him. Following a searing explosion, Mo Tsin spat blood, his hair singed and scent flying. Yet before he could regain his composure, the previously oppressive golden OM came rushing back toward him. Once more, Chen was acutely aware that if he were to be further ensnared by the golden OM, his life would be in grave peril. Resolutely, he gritted his teeth and made a cut on his own arm. Then, he uttered a series of obscure ancient incantations, and in an instant, he transformed into a swirling mass of black mist, vanishing from sight. Upon witnessing this, the young monk Zhu Yuan, filled with frustration, muttered to himself, "What a pity he managed to escape. Had I known he would employ the shadow escape technique, I should have eliminated him sooner." After voicing his thoughts, a fierce glint of murder flashed in Zhu Yuan's eyes. The young monk's formidable demeanor stemmed from an incident in his childhood when he inadvertently stumbled into a long-lost ancient Buddhist cave. Within, he had acquired two ancient Buddhist texts, the Amitabha, a nine-yang body refinement technique, and the great Luo Brahman sound mantra. Armed with these priceless scriptures and his innate talent for cultivation, he became the most exceptional disciple of the 10,000 Buddhist temple in a millennium. Meanwhile, Chen Qun continued to wander aimlessly down another passage, muttering to himself, "I refuse to believe that I won't reach the end if I keep walking like this." Just as he was feeling his way forward, an eerie black mist suddenly materialized before him, startling him considerably. As the mist dissipated, a disheveled figure with a blood-stained, ashen face emerged. Chen Qun was taken aback by this unexpected sight and exclaimed, "What manner of specter are you, to appear so grotesque and frighten me?" After voicing his disdain, he took a few cautious steps back. "Do I truly resemble a ghost in my current form?" The shadowy figure retorted darkly. It turned out that the black mist was none other than Chen, who had fortuitously escaped right before Chen Qun. Unintentionally, he had given Chen Qun a fright. Chen Qun then remarked, "In this state, even a ghost would be more aesthetically pleasing than you." Montauk Chen, observing Chen Qun, who was merely at the late stage of foundation establishment, pondered for a moment and belatedly recognized him as a mere pawn from the Tiandao sect, who had followed Feng Qinli in. Instantly, Chen's heart steadied, believing that fate had bestowed upon him an easy target to replenish his lost essence. That he addressed Chen Qun, saying, "I have just utilized the shadow escape, expending a considerable amount of my essence. I shall use your blood to replenish my strength. Consider it a great honor." At this moment, Chen Qun recognized the figure before him as Chen from the minor family. That he retorted, "Aren't you that Chen from the small clan? How did you end up in such a ghastly guise, startling me in the process?" Chen cackled, "You are such a naive little cultivator. Soon enough, you shall become naught but a pile of bones. Your life is now forfeit, and as a mere late-stage foundation establishment disciple, resistance is futile." With that, Chen summoned the soul-devouring banner, enveloping Chen Qun in a shroud of black mist. Chen Qun, witnessing Chen's swift aggression, felt a twinge of irritation. He hadn't anticipated the ferocity of the cultivators within the Prunlai's secret realm. However, as the menacing soul-devouring banner approached, he sensed an overwhelming aura of death emanating from it. Without hesitation, Chen Qun summoned the Tianxiao sword fetus from his dantian, launching it towards the descending banner. The already weakened soul-devouring banner, having been previously battered by Zhu Yuan, was unable to withstand the forceful assault of the Tianxiao sword fetus, which pierced through it and sent it crashing to the ground. After dispatching the banner, Chen Qun directed the sword fetus straight at Chen, who, deprived of a shadow escape, turned to flee. Yet, before he could fully turn, he felt as though he were mired in treacle. In an instant, Chen Qun severed Chen's head from his shoulders. Within this Prunlai secret realm, Chen Qun would spare no one who sought to take his life. In his final moments, Chen could not fathom how the ordinary late-stage foundation establishment disciples had become so formidable, leaving him no opportunity to fight back or escape. Having entered the Prunlai immortal mansion, he had displayed his prowess only twice, once being beaten and once being killed. Despite possessing numerous sinister and formidable techniques, Chen met with an untimely end, unable to rest in peace. Chapter 44. The battle with the mechanized beast. After effortlessly dispatching the enigmatic Chen, Chen Qun felt a sense of unreality wash over him. He approached Chen's headless corpse and gave it a few kicks to assure himself of its demise. finally letting out a sigh of relief. Yet, a lingering curiosity nagged at him. Had Chen continued to employ that misty escape technique, he would have been unable to stop him. Unbeknownst to Chen Qun, the shadow escape relied on the user's essence and could only be used once within a month. Chen Qun picked up Chen's storage bag and perused its contents, astonished to find it brimming with wealth. Over 2,000 low-tier spirit herbs and more than 100 high-grade spirit stones, equivalent to over 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Additionally, there were numerous artifacts and a tome titled Soul Devouring Technique. Glancing at the sinister nature of the Soul Devouring Technique, Chen Qun decided against practicing it, deeming it too malevolent, that he also collected the Soul Devouring banner from the ground, tossing it along with Chen's storage bag into a golden orb before continuing on his path. After traversing through a labyrinth of small caves for half an hour, he finally emerged into a vast cavern, devoid of any further choices. Chen Qun strolled leisurely when suddenly, the sounds of battle echoed ahead. Quickening his pace, he arrived at a spacious cave where the Ice Heart Fairy from the Jade Maiden Palace, Chen Qun from the Xinjiang sect, and the old Taoist Lin Ying from the Celestial Master sect were engaged in a fierce skirmish against a mechanized beast resembling a tiger. Behind the beast, a rare purple soul flower grew, a vital ingredient for concocting the pregnancy pill, immensely coveted by many peak golden core cultivators who aspired to obtain it to pave their path to the nascent soul. Daoist friend from the Tiandao sect, hurry and assist us in slaying this mechanized beast. Chen Qun called out to the contemplative Chen Qun. Responding affirmatively, Chen Qun summoned his spare spirit weapon, a flying sword, and joined the fray. As the battle escalated, Chen Qun became increasingly alarmed. The mechanized beast was nearing the strength of a golden core cultivator. It was no wonder that the three talented disciples were struggling so fiercely. Even with Chen Qun's involvement, it would not be easy to subdue the beast, indicating that the purple soul flower would not be so easily obtained. Moreover, even without the flower, the portal to the next area lay directly behind the mechanized beast, necessitating its defeat. Observing the three disciples' attacks, Chen Qun was thoroughly impressed. They indeed lived up to their reputation as prodigies. Chen Qun, wielding a top-tier spirit weapon, executed the Xinjiang sect's 10,000 swords returned to origin, unleashing a torrential downpour of swords that rendered evasion impossible. Each strike imbued with tremendous force. Meanwhile, Ice Heart Fairy from the Jade Maiden Palace unleashed a series of dazzling ice spikes through her cold ice technique, transforming water spiritual energy into piercing ice energy. So sharp that even Chen Qun, positioned at the periphery of the battle, felt a chilling sensation. As for the old Taoist Lin Ying from the Celestial Master sect, Chen Qun found his tactics perplexing. Lin Ying commanded two silver glowing corpses adorned with talismans, which relentlessly assaulted the mechanized beast, while he hurled yellow talismans like darts, each impact resulting in thunderous explosions that inflicted significant damage on the creature. Among the four, only Chen Qun appeared to be merely coasting through the fight, yet the other three regarded his participation as commendable. After all, for an ordinary late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator to unleash such attacks was indeed impressive. The mechanized beast, overwhelmed by the onslaught, retaliated furiously, sweeping its tail to send two silver corpses flying. In a swift counterattack, it lunged at Chen Qun and the Ice Heart Fairy. Chen Qun narrowly evaded, but still felt the beast's force strike his sword, causing his chest to surge with blood. The Ice Heart Fairy, unable to evade in time, was struck in the chest, sending her hurtling backwards several meters. Blood spilling from her lips, clearly rendered incapable of continuing the fight. The mechanized beast lunged once more at the Ice Heart Fairy. Chen Qun instinctively moved to block it, but suddenly hesitated, a thought flashing through his mind, leaving him motionless. Lin Ying also remained frozen in place, leaving the Ice Heart Fairy filled with a sense of sorrow. She was acutely aware that the talented disciples of other sects eagerly wished for her demise at the hands of this mechanical beast, as it would eliminate a competitor. Just as the mechanical beast was about to strike Ice Heart Fairy once more, Chen Qun swiftly rescued her, pulling her aside. Ice Heart Fairy looked at Chen Qun with a hint of gratitude, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. After setting her down, he dashed back towards the mechanical beast. Chen Qun and the old Taoist Lin Ying exchanged a glance and then simultaneously launched their attacks on the mechanical beast. After more than an hour of relentless assault, the mechanical beast finally succumbed to their combined efforts. The cost of dealing with this mechanical beast was staggering. Iceheart Fairy sustained severe injuries, while old Taoist Linning was left with only one of his two shimmering silver zombies, and he himself bore some minor wounds. Chen Qun had been struck by the tail of the mechanical beast, but fortunately only suffered superficial injuries. Only Chen Qun, who had merely coasted through the battle, emerged unscathed. Gazing at the fallen mechanical beast, Chen Qun remained silent, fully aware that the conflict over the purple soul flower was imminent, but he edged closer to the gravely injured Iceheart Fairy. Concerned that Chen Qun and old Taoist Linning might suddenly turn on her and inadvertently harm her, as for himself. He likely had already been disregarded by both Chen Qun and old Taoist Linning. However, the conflict Chen Qun had envisioned did not materialize. Chen Qun ingested a healing elixir and addressed old Taoist Linning, saying, "If you don't mind, this purple soul flower will belong to our Xianjian sect. To compensate for your loss, I am personally willing to offer you a lampwick grass. What do you think?" As for the severely wounded Iceheart Fairy and the seemingly useless Chen Qun, they had indeed been overlooked by Chen Qun. Upon hearing this, old Taoist Lin Ying's gaze flickered, but after observing the dimming silver zombie he had left, he sighed and replied, "Then let it be as Chen Qun suggested." It was evident that old Taoist Lin Ying felt considerable resentment, as treasures like the purple soul flower were exceedingly rare. Yet given his diminished strength, he stood no chance against Chen Qun, and thus had no choice but to concede despite his reluctance. Chen Qun, satisfied, cupped his hands in acknowledgement to old Taoist Lin Ying and placed a lampwick grass on the ground. He then harvested the purple soul flower and proceeded towards the teleportation entrance of the next area. Not once glancing back at Chen Qun or Iceheart Fairy, old Taoist Lin Ying picked up the lampwick grass and followed suit into the teleportation entrance of the next area, in the vast cavern. Only Chen Qun and Iceheart Fairy remained, alongside the carcass of the mechanical beast. Chen Qun glanced at Iceheart Fairy, and without further words, he made his way towards the teleportation entrance of the next area. Just as he was about to step through, a sudden thought struck him, and he turned back towards Iceheart Fairy. Observing Chen Qun's approach, Iceheart Fairy quietly gathered her remaining spiritual power, prepared to unleash her trump card should Chen Qun harbor any ill intentions. Chen Qun seemed to sense her apprehension, stopping 2 meters away from her. He retrieved a small jade vial from his storage bag, discreetly extracted a drop of 9 Heavens Jade Dragon liquid from a golden sphere, placed it within the vial, and tossed it to Iceheart Fairy before turning to enter the teleportation entrance of the next area. Iceheart Fairy watched as Chen Qun stepped into the entrance and then glanced at the small jade vial in her hand. Upon opening it, her entire being was momentarily frozen in disbelief. Chapter 45. Chen Qun's deception. Upon entering the next area, Chen Qun was greeted by an expansive orchard of peach trees. Although the season for blooming peach blossoms had long passed in the outside world, the blossoms here remained vibrantly vivid as he admired the striking flowers. Chen Qun advanced with utmost caution, for his instincts warned him that this place was rife with hidden dangers. His intuition proved correct. Not long after, he stumbled upon a corpse. Upon closer inspection, Chen Qun recognized it as the body of a Foundation establishment cultivator who had entered alongside Jiang Yunxing. The nature of the wounds suggested they were not inflicted by another cultivator. But his storage bag was missing. This indicated that the cultivator had been slain and that others had since come to this location and taken his belongings. Without further contemplation, Chen Qun pressed onward. Suddenly, a mechanical beast resembling a gorilla sprang forth from the depths of the peach grove. That a mere glance was all it took for Chen Qun to turn and flee, as the beast's aura suggested it was no weaker than the one they had collectively defeated in the cavern. In his flight, Chen Qun discovered that within this peculiar orchard, he was unable to fly using his sword. He could only rely on his legs to escape. With mere mortal speed, a cultivator could never hope to outrun a mechanical beast. However, fate had it that the beast was pursuing an anomaly like Chen Qun. While he lacked any other speed-enhancing spells apart from the life-saving Void Step, he possessed a sword domain formed by his sword intent, which could effectively slow down his pursuer. Just as the mechanical beast was on the verge of catching up, he unleashed his sword domain, enveloping the creature, faced with such an alteration of spatial dynamics. The beast was momentarily hindered, granting Chen Qun the opportunity to widen the gap between them. Thus, a tug-of-war ensued, with Chen Qun and the mechanical beast alternating between chase and retreat. However, before long, another mechanical beast emerged, compelling Chen Qun to continue his flight deeper into the orchard. Now pursued by two beasts, the two mechanical beasts, too, found themselves frustrated. Each time they seemed poised to capture Chen Qun, they became mired as if caught in quicksand. As he ran, Chen Qun faintly discerned the sounds of battle in the distance, and, driven by curiosity, he sprinted toward the source. That it wasn't long before he caught sight of several individuals engaged in combat. Yi Sun and Zhang Fan from Lingyun's sect. Uxi and Fairy, who had entered alongside Iceheart Fairy, and old Taoist Lin Ying, who had preceded Chen Qun. The four were currently working together to combat a mechanical beast from a distance. Old Taoist Lin Ying spotted Chen Qun rushing toward them. Just as he was about to call for Chen Qun to assist, his gaze fell upon the two mechanical beasts hot on Chen Qun's heels, prompting him to curse aloud. That he silently urged, hoping that the boy would stay as far away as possible, for one beast was already a formidable foe. Two would be a death sentence. Chen Qun, seemingly oblivious to old Taoist Lin Ying's silent plea, charged toward the site of the battle. Before he could draw near, he heard old Taoist Lin Ying bellow, "You insufferable brat! Get as far away from us as you can." Yi Sun and the others directed murderous glares at Chen Qun. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by their scorn, Chen Qun replied as he ran, "My apologies, esteemed friends. Since you seem so unwilling to have me, I shall not intrude any longer." With that, he swiftly changed direction and fled. However, as Chen Qun made his escape, the two mechanical beasts remained in pursuit. The four combatants shot venomous glances at Chen Qun's retreating figure and collectively cursed him vociferously, although they too wished to flee. They lacked any special means to do so. Within this non-flying peach grove, they could not hope to outrun the mechanical beasts. Should they choose to run, their demise would come even swifter. Only Chen Qun, with his sword domain, had the ability to evade the beast's relentless chase. Once the three mechanical beasts converged, the four cultivators found themselves gradually overwhelmed. Defeat was merely a matter of time. At this moment, Yi Sun shouted, "Friends, if we do not reveal our trump cards now, this place may very well become our grave." Old Taoist Lin Ying, gritting his teeth, replied, "Once I escape, should I encounter that little brat again, I will flay him alive and turn him into a dried corpse. None of us can afford to hold back any longer. Our lives take precedence." With that, old Taoist Lin Ying summoned his ultimate weapon from his storage bag, a golden corpse king. Yi Sun, Zhang Fan, and Ux and Fairy likewise brought forth their final trump cards, and thus, a fierce battle commenced. After continuing to run for a while, Chen Qun noticed that the two mechanical beasts seemed to have gone silent. He glanced back and found that they had vanished from sight. With a sense of relief, he resumed his cautious exploration of the area. As he meandered, he occasionally gathered some spiritual herbs from the peach grove. Unbeknownst to him, 2 hours had slipped by. So engrossed was he in foraging that he lost his way, only to encounter yet another mechanical beast. Chen Qun felt exasperated. He had no desire to confront such a formidable foe alone. Thus, he found himself once more fleeing from the mechanical beast. In his disoriented state, he inadvertently reversed his direction. Before long, he was once again headed toward the site of the four's battle. When he laid eyes on them again, he was taken aback. It dawned on him that he had indeed miscalculated his route. The sight before him was a harrowing one. The condition of the four was nothing short of alarming. The head of the Golden Corpse King summoned by old Taoist Lin Ying had been severed by the mechanical beast, while Zhang Fan was drenched in blood, and Ux and Fairy appeared disheveled, resembling a wild sorceress. Only Yi Sun appeared to be somewhat better, yet the blood that occasionally trickled from the corners of his mouth indicated that his injuries were grave. Chen Qun initially intended to evade the four of them and flee. However, upon witnessing their dire state, he instinctively felt compelled to assist them. Yet, he had forgotten about the mechanical beast that was still pursuing him from behind. Yi Sun and his companions had paid a heavy price and had managed to slay 2 of the mechanical beasts. Only one injured beast remained. For them, dispatching this last wounded adversary was merely a matter of time. At that moment, the old Taoist Lin Ying noticed Chen Qun leading a mechanical beast towards them, causing his heart to skip a beat. Yi Sun and the others similarly felt a pang of alarm. Regardless of their trepidation, Chen Qun had already attracted the mechanical beast to their vicinity. As Chen Qun approached the battleground once more. The old Taoist Linning bared his teeth and shouted, "You dare to betray us like this, boy? If I do not skin you alive, I vow never to be human again." Yi Sun echoed, "If I do not perish today, I shall ensure you are torn to shreds." Zhang Fan, Ux and Xinzi. Faced with the four who looked as though they would devour him, Chen Qun realized it was unwise to press his luck further. Thus, he ran while saying, "I merely lost my way this time, that I had intended to assist you, but since you fellow Taoists are ungrateful, I shall not disturb you any longer." After speaking, Chen Qun dashed deeper into the peach grove. However, unsurprisingly, while Chen Qun managed to escape, the mechanical beast remained behind. The old Taoist Linning was now filled with despair. It was truly a calamity. The other three also cursed Chen Qun's ancestors for good measure. At that moment, having run a considerable distance, Chen Qun sneezed loudly. Chapter 46. The Duel of Two Geniuses. After navigating through the grove, Chen Qun finally emerged from the peach trees and found himself before a grand hall reminiscent of a church foyer. He proceeded cautiously, and upon entering the hall, he beheld Feng Qianli and Jiang Yunsheng, both of whom were gravely injured. Jiang Yunsheng was tightly gripping a pure white jade talisman, from which Chen Qun sensed a wave of oppressive energy emanating. "Who is it? Step forward!" Jiang Yunsheng shouted in Chen Qun's direction. Upon recognizing him, the two let out a sigh of relief. Feng Qianli addressed Chen Qun. "I did not expect my junior brother Daoyin to reach this place. It is quite a rarity." Observing their conditions, Chen Qun inquired, "What happened to you two? Who inflicted such injuries upon you?" Jiang Yunsheng slowly replied, "It was that little bald monk. If it weren't for this 5-thunder talisman I possess, which has kept him at bay, we would have likely perished long ago." Feng Qianli added, "This hall must be the final treasure chamber of the Prenglai Immortal Mansion, but regrettably, we lack the strength to claim any treasures." After hearing this, Chen Qun said, "Brothers, I intend to venture inside. Are there any others besides that little bald monk Juan?" Feng Qianli glanced at Chen Qun and replied, "Not long ago, Jian Chun from the Xianjian sect also entered. Junior brother Daoyin, if you encounter danger, retreat immediately. Remember, preserving your life is of utmost importance." Chen Qun nodded and assured, "Rest easy, brother Feng. I shall exercise caution." With that, he left a few bottles of healing elixirs for the two and proceeded deeper into the hall. Though Chen Qun was unaware of the little monk Juan's strength, he had witnessed Jian Chen's prowess before, making him exceedingly cautious. After all, venturing further would bring him closer to the ultimate treasures of the Prenglai Immortal Mansion. For countless years, every cultivator who had entered had made gradual progress, and finally, this time, they stood upon the shoulders of their predecessors at the threshold of the END-DS. Chen Qun stealthily stepped into the inner hall. He saw the little monk Jian already confronting Jian Chen. In the center of the inner hall stood 3 tables, each displaying a book, a token, and a flame within a luminous screen. Chen Qun did not need to ponder. He understood these 3 items must be the ultimate treasures of the Prenglai Immortal Mansion. Exercising prudence, he refrained from revealing himself, knowing his own strength was insufficient to contend against the prodigious disciples of 2 major sects simultaneously, which would likely lead to his demise. Concealing himself behind a stone pillar in the inner hall, he observed every movement of the little monk Jin and Jian Chen. The two seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement, standing still as if in a standoff. Jian Chen grew weary of the stalemate. He proposed, "Jun, why don't we first examine the treasures and then discuss how to divide them? If we rashly engage in combat, we risk allowing others to take advantage." The little monk Juyuan nodded, replying, "Very well. This way, we can avoid mutual destruction and allow someone else to profit from our efforts. To ensure fairness, let us each select 1 item, and we shall deliberate over the remaining one." Jian Chen did not object, and so they each approached an item. The little monk aimed for the book, while Jian Chen reached for the token. However, as both touched the luminous screens atop the table simultaneously, a tremendous force repelled them apart. The stone doors of the inner hall thundered shut, sealing off the entrance from the outside world. Upon witnessing the descending doors, a barely perceptible smile flickered across Jian Chen's lips, and he instantly charged at the little monk Ju. The little monk hastily retreated, exclaiming, Jian Chen, we are trapped here. Why must we fight? We should devise a way to escape together. Jian Chen, while attacking, retorted, As for my escape, you need not concern yourself, for I will send you to your paradise, thus freeing you. In that very moment, as Jian Chen was flung back, he glimpsed the words inscribed on the token, Soul Tablet of the Immortal Mansion. At that sight, Jian Chen's heart raced with exhilaration. If he could refine the Soul Tablet, he would command the entire Immortal Mansion, thus ensuring his escape. Moreover, once 3 months elapsed, this space would expel all outsiders. Most importantly, with the stone door sealed, he need not worry about anyone swooping in to take advantage. However, he was unaware that a yellow sparrow had already slipped inside. The little monk Ju, observing Jian Chen's fierce onslaught, seemed to deduce some underlying motive. Consequently, he stepped back, clasped his hands together, and proclaimed, Jian Chen, you are far too impatient. Since this is the case, allow me to assist you. In an instant, the two engaged in combat, filling the inner hall with Jian Chen's unleashed sword energy, surging like a mighty river towards the little monk Ju. The little monk summoned a top-tier spiritual weapon, a staff, to fend off the relentless attacks. Witnessing this, Chen Qun could not help but marvel. Jian Chen has concealed his strength well. During his battle with the mechanical beast, his power was but a fraction of what it is now. Jian Chen's assaults grew increasingly ferocious, and suddenly, the entire inner hall was graced by 3 apparitions of Jian Chen, each targeting the little monk Ju, leaving even Chen Qun unable to discern the true body. The little monk gasped, the sword's incarnation, truly a prodigy of the Xianjian sect. Ba, well done. In mere moments, one of Jian Chen's incarnations sent the little monk's staff flying, forcing him to retreat swiftly as he uttered for golden syllables that flew towards the 3 pursuing Jian Chen's. Point 3 of the Jian Chens were reduced to mere wisps of sword energy by the golden while only the true Jian Chen shattered the last golden syllable. Jian Chen, taken aback by the little monk's resilience, resolved not to waste any more time, unleashing his mightiest sword strike. The sword energy that filled the inner hall transformed into phantoms that converged into Jian Chen's being. The aura emanating from him became so oppressive that even from a distance, Chen Qun felt a wave of pressure. Once Jian Chen had gathered his strength, the phantoms surged forth, coalescing into a tangible strike aimed at the little monk Ju. The little monk's heart raced in alarm as he dodged at lightning speed. However, it seemed as though he had been marked, for Jian Chen's strike landed squarely upon him, sending him hurtling back several meters. Blood spewing from his mouth as he collapsed, seemingly lifeless. The exertion from that strike left Jian Chen gasping for breath, having drained much of his spiritual energy, that he nearly convinced himself that the little monk was dead. For any cultivator below the golden core stage would undoubtedly perish if struck by such a blow. Yet, just as Jian Chen passed by the little monk's corpse on his way to the treasures, the little monk suddenly sprang to life, his fingers clawing through Jian Chen's heart. In disbelief, Jian Chen gasped, You, how is this possible? With that, Jian Chen departed this world, filled with unfulfilled regret. The little monk Juan retrieved Jian Chen's storage bag and called out towards Chen Qun's direction, Come out. I know you are there. When I just rose to slay Jian Chen, your spiritual fluctuations were too pronounced. I have already detected you. Chen Qun, feeling helpless, could only step forward. After all, he had been startled by the sudden resurrection of the little monk Jun just moments ago, which led to his discovery